Hello everyone and welcome. This is H. Potter speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if the Sorting Hat awakened an ancient power inside Harry and made him heir of all four founders? New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1. The Awakening. The Great Hall buzzed with excitement as Professor McGonagall placed the ancient Sorting Hat on the stool. Harry's palms sweated. He'd barely wrapped his head around being a wizard, and now he stood in line waiting to be sorted into a house that would define his next 7 years. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, McGonagall announced, unrolling a long parchment. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, and sat down. Hufflepuff, shouted the hat after a moment's pause. The table on the right cheered as Hannah went to sit with them. Harry watched, heart pounding, as students were sorted one by one. The bushy-haired girl from the train, Hermione Granger, became a Gryffindor. The pale boy from Madame Malkin's, Draco Malfoy, went to Slytherin without the hat barely touching his head. Potter, Harry. Whispers erupted like hissing snakes throughout the hall as Harry stepped forward. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. Harry lowered the hat over his eyes, cutting off his view of the curious stares. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. But what's this? The hat fell silent for what felt like an eternity. Impossible, it murmured. 4 signatures. 4. I've never, in 1,000 years, the hat began to vibrate on Harry's head, growing warmer by the second. I sense them all within you, boy. Gryffindor's courage burns like fire in your veins. Hufflepuff's loyalty rings true in every heartbeat. Ravenclaw's wisdom waits to be unlocked behind those eyes. And Slytherin's ambition, oh yes, it runs deep in your core, untapped but powerful. Heat spread from the hat down Harry's spine, like liquid fire coursing through his body. The great hall disappeared. Harry saw flashes of 4 figures, a broad-shouldered man with a ruby-hilted sword, a kind-faced woman holding a golden cup, a regal lady with a gleaming diadem, and a shrewd-looking man clutching a silver locket. The hat's voice boomed, not just in Harry's ear now, but throughout the entire hall. Heir of 4. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. The bloodlines converge in Harry Potter. The hat burst into blue and silver, red and gold, yellow and black, green and silver flames, engulfing Harry's head but causing no pain. A shockwave of magic pulsed outward, rattling the windows and extinguishing half the floating candles. Harry yanked the hat off. The entire hall sat in stunned silence. Even the teachers appeared frozen. Dumbledore stood slowly, his face unreadable. That's not possible, someone whispered, breaking the silence. McGonagall approached Harry, her face pale. Mr. Potter, I think you'd better come with me. Before Harry could move, pain shot through his body. He doubled over, gasping. His skin tingled as if thousands of tiny needles pricked him from the inside. His vision blurred, then sharpened to crystal clarity. Sounds amplified, he could hear heartbeats from across the room. Magic pulsed around him in colorful auras he'd never noticed before. What's happening to me? Harry gasped. Dumbledore was suddenly beside him, hand on his shoulder. The ancient magic awakens. Stay calm, Harry. Magic surged through Harry in waves. He felt his body changing, adapting. His muscles tensed and relaxed of their own accord. Knowledge flooded his mind. Spells he'd never learned, histories he'd never read, potions he'd never brewed. Harry's hand shot out instinctively as one of the floating candles plummeted toward a first year. Wingardium Leviosa. The spell left his lips before he even realized he knew it, stopping the candle mid-fall. "He didn't even use a wand," someone exclaimed. Harry looked at his empty hand in shock. "Headmaster." McGonagall's voice sounded strained. "This is unprecedented." Murmurs rippled through the crowd as students rose from their seats for a better look. Harry felt overwhelmed by the attention, by the magic coursing through him, by the sheer impossibility of what was happening. "Silence." Dumbledore's voice carried throughout the hall without him raising it. The students immediately quieted. "Prefects, please escort your houses to your dormitories. Dinner will be served there tonight. Professors, to my office at once. Mr. Potter, you will come with me." As students filed out, throwing backward glances at Harry, Ron pushed through the crowd. "Harry! What was that? Are you okay?" "I don't know," Harry answered honestly. His body still hummed with unfamiliar energy. "I'll find you later." Ron nodded, looking worried, before Percy pulled him away with the other Gryffindors. "This way, Harry," Dumbledore said, guiding him toward a side door as the other professors followed. Dumbledore's office buzzed with agitated professors. Snape paced like a caged animal while McGonagall repeatedly adjusted her glasses. Flitwick stood on a stack of books, examining ancient texts. Sprout wrung her soil-stained hands. "Albus, this changes everything," McGonagall said. "For Founders. It's never happened before." "Indeed." Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled. "Harry, how do you feel?" Harry sat in an oversized chair, trying to process the sensory overload. "Strange. Like I'm about to burst. And I keep knowing things I shouldn't know." "Such as?" Snape asked sharply. "The draught of living death requires powdered root of asphodel, infusion of wormwood, valerian sprigs, and saprophyros bean," Harry recited automatically, then looked surprised at his own words. "But I've never studied potions." Snape's eyes narrowed. "That's correct. It's the Ravenclaw gift," Flitwick squeaked excitedly. "Rowena's descendants often displayed spontaneous knowledge acquisition." "Try to conjure something, Potter," McGonagall suggested. Harry focused on a blank spot on Dumbledore's desk. Without a wand, he waved his hand. "Avis." A flock of yellow canaries burst from his fingertips, circling the room before vanishing in puffs of smoke. "Merlin's beard," Sprout whispered. "The magic is raw, unrefined," Dumbledore observed. "You'll need training to control these gifts, Harry." "What exactly happened?" "The Sorting Hat said something about bloodlines converging." Dumbledore sighed. "The founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, were the greatest wizards and witches of their age. Each had unique magical gifts they passed to their descendants. But I'm not related to them. My parents were just. James Potter came from an old pureblood family with connections to Godric Gryffindor," McGonagall explained. "That much we knew. As for the others. Your mother's lineage was never fully traced," Dumbledore continued. "Being Muggle-born, or so we thought, no one investigated deeply. It seems she may have been descended from magical families that produced squibs generations ago." Snape made a strangled noise but said nothing. "So what happens now?" Harry asked. "First, we need to determine where you'll stay," McGonagall said. "You technically belong to all 4 houses. Perhaps we should let Mr. Potter choose," Flitwick suggested. All eyes turned to Harry. He thought of Ron, the first friend he'd made. "Gryffindor. I'd like to stay in Gryffindor." "Very well," Dumbledore nodded. "Though you'll need access to all common rooms to develop your abilities. Professors will need specialized training schedules. In the meantime, Harry needs rest. This awakening has surely drained him." As if on cue, exhaustion hit Harry like a bludger. His eyelids grew heavy. "Professor Sprout will escort you to the hospital wing," Dumbledore said. Madame Pomfrey should examine you. Tomorrow, we'll discuss your training. Harry nodded sleepily as Sprout guided him from the office. Before the door closed, he heard Snape's voice, "The Dark Lord will learn of this, Albus." Potter's life just became infinitely more dangerous. Harry. Harry. Wake up. Harry's eyes snapped open. Hermione Granger stood over his hospital bed, looking concerned. Ron hovered beside her, munching on a chocolate frog. "You've been asleep for 18 hours, Hermione informed him. "Everyone's talking about what happened at the sorting." Harry sat up, memories flooding back. "Where's Madame Pomfrey?" "Getting your discharge papers," Ron said. "Dumbledore said you can leave once you're awake." Harry examined his hands. They looked normal, but he could feel magic thrumming beneath his skin. "Did they explain what happened?" "Sort of," Hermione said. "Professor McGonagall told us you've awakened inherited magic from all 4 founders. It's absolutely fascinating." "I've been researching all night, give him a break, Hermione," Ron interrupted. "He just woke up." "How do you feel?" Hermione asked, ignoring Ron. Harry concentrated. "Different. Stronger. Like I've been seeing in black and white my whole life and suddenly everything's in color." "Can you do magic without a wand?" Ron asked eagerly. "Everyone says you stopped a falling candle without one." Harry glanced around, spotting a water glass on his bedside table. He focused, raised his hand, and the glass floated upward. "Apparently." "Wicked!" Ron exclaimed. "That's supposed to be incredibly difficult," Hermione said, eyes wide. "Wandless magic isn't taught until 7th year, and even then most wizards can't master it." Harry set the glass down, surprised by how natural it felt. "I think that's the Slytherin part. The magic feels different depending on what I'm doing. Like different channels of power." "What else can you do?" Ron asked. Before Harry could answer, the hospital wing doors swung open. Draco Malfoy strutted in, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Well. If it isn't the so-called heir of Slytherin," Malfoy drawled. "Father says it's impossible. No half-blood could carry Salazar's legacy." Harry felt a surge of irritation, but underneath it was something new, a cold analytical assessment of Malfoy, identifying weaknesses, pressure points, leverage. Words formed in his mind. "Your father might reconsider when he learns about the Chamber of Secrets," Harry said, the knowledge appearing in his mind from nowhere. "Salazar's greatest legacy, hidden beneath this very school. I can feel it calling to me." Malfoy's smug expression faltered. "You're bluffing. That's just a legend." Harry smiled, feeling the Slytherin aspect of his magic guiding him. "Then why do I know it contains a basilisk? Why do I know the entrance requires Parseltongue? Things only Slytherin's true heir would know." Malfoy paled visibly. "This isn't over, Potter." He retreated, his bodyguards following. "How did you know all that?" Hermione whispered after they left. Harry frowned. "I didn't, until I said it. It just came to me. That happens when I tap into Ravenclaw's knowledge." "Bloody brilliant," Ron grinned. "Did you see Malfoy's face?" "Mr. Potter." Madame Pomfrey bustled over. "Finally awake. Professor Dumbledore wants you to join him for breakfast in his office once you're dressed." Harry nodded, standing carefully. His body felt different, stronger, more balanced. "You guys go ahead to the Great Hall. I'll catch up later." "We'll save you a seat," Ron promised. "And mate? Whatever happens with all this heir business, we've got your back." Harry smiled gratefully. With everything changing, that reassurance meant more than Ron could know. Dumbledore's office looked different in daylight, less intimidating. The headmaster sat at a small round table laden with breakfast foods rather than behind his imposing desk. "Ah, Harry. Join me." Dumbledore gestured to an empty chair. Madame Pomfrey says you're physically well, though your magical signature has undergone significant changes. Harry sat, helping himself to toast. Sir, things keep happening. I know information I've never learned. My body reacts before I can think. The Founder's gifts, Dumbledore nodded. I've consulted with the portraits of previous headmasters and several historical texts. While there have been descendants who carried two bloodlines, most commonly Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, never have all four manifested in one wizard. What exactly are these gifts? Harry asked between bites. From what we understand, each founder passed distinct magical talents to their bloodlines. Godric Gryffindor's descendants possess enhanced combat abilities, dueling prowess, battle instincts, and occasionally the ability to call magical creatures to aid them. Harry remembered his unnaturally quick reflexes catching the falling candle. Rowena Ravenclaw's line carries inherent knowledge. Magical theory appears in their minds without study, particularly in crisis situations. They often develop eidetic memory and intuitive understanding of complex magical concepts. That explained the spontaneous knowledge about potions and the chamber. Helga Hufflepuff's descendants show remarkable healing abilities, both for themselves and others. They form deep magical connections with plants and earth magics, and can sense emotions and intentions of those around them. Harry hadn't experienced that yet. And Salazar Slytherin? Harry asked hesitantly. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Strategic thinking, political acumen, self-preservation instincts, and of course, Parseltongue, the ability to speak to serpents. Slytherin's descendants often excel at subtle magic, potions, wards, and mind arts. Harry thought of his interaction with Malfoy. I felt it when Malfoy challenged me. Like I could see right through him, know exactly what to say to unsettle him. Indeed. Each gift brings both power and responsibility, Harry. You must learn to control them rather than letting them control you. How? We've arranged specialized training. Professor McGonagall will work with your Gryffindor abilities, focusing on combat transfiguration and defensive magic. Professor Flitwick, once a dueling champion himself, will also assist. Harry nodded. Professor Sprout will nurture your Hufflepuff talents, healing magic, herbology, and emotional attunement. Professor Flitwick will help develop your Ravenclaw gifts through advanced magical theory and knowledge acquisition techniques. Dumbledore paused. As for Slytherin, Professor Snape has agreed to teach you potions, magical strategy, and mental discipline. Harry groaned internally. Snape hates me. Professor Snape, Dumbledore corrected gently, is struggling with this situation for personal reasons. But he is our foremost expert in the magical disciplines favored by Salazar. What about regular classes? You'll attend those as well. Your training sessions will be in the evenings and weekends. I should warn you, Harry, your life at Hogwarts will not be typical. That was becoming abundantly clear. There's another matter we must address, Dumbledore continued, his tone growing grave. The awakening of Founder magic attracts attention, both welcome and unwelcome. Voldemort will undoubtedly learn of this development. Harry felt a chill. He'll come after me. With greater motivation than before, Dumbledore agreed. The power of all four founders in one wizard would represent a significant threat to him, or opportunity, if he could somehow harness it. What do I do? For now, focus on mastering your gifts. The castle itself will protect you. Hogwarts recognizes founder blood. And while I hesitate to burden you further, there's something you should see. Dumbledore stood, approaching a seemingly ordinary wall. He placed his palm against the stone, whispering words in a language Harry didn't recognize. The wall shimmered and disappeared, revealing a narrow passageway. Follow me, the headmaster said, conjuring a light from his wand. The passage descended in a spiral, leading deep beneath the castle. After several minutes, they reached a circular chamber with 4 ornate doors, one red, one blue, one yellow, and one green, arranged around a central platform. The Founder's Sanctum, Dumbledore explained. Hidden from all but the headmaster and those carrying Founder blood. Each door leads to a private chamber containing knowledge and artifacts belonging to its respective founder. Have you been inside them? Harry asked, approaching the red door emblazoned with a golden lion. I cannot enter. Only those with the corresponding bloodline may pass through each door. Harry reached for the Gryffindor door. It swung open at his touch. Inside, he glimpsed a training room with weapons, books, and magical artifacts. The door closed when he stepped back. In time, you may explore each chamber, Dumbledore said. They contain secrets meant only for the Founder's heirs. But be cautious, some knowledge is dangerous before you're ready. Harry turned slowly, taking in all 4 doors. This is a lot to handle. Indeed. Perhaps too much for one so young. Dumbledore sighed. Yet the magic has chosen this moment to awaken, and we must adapt. Why now? Why me? Magic often works in response to need, Harry. Perhaps these gifts emerged because they are necessary for challenges ahead. That wasn't comforting. Harry recalled Snape's words, Potter's life just became infinitely more dangerous. Word spread quickly. By lunchtime, the entire school knew Harry Potter was heir to all 4 founders. The Great Hall fell silent when he entered with Ron and Hermione. Just keep walking, Hermione whispered. They sat at the Gryffindor table, but students from other houses approached almost immediately. Is it true you can do wandless magic? Asked a Ravenclaw girl. Can you really speak Parseltongue? A Hufflepuff boy questioned. Will you be joining the Slytherin Quidditch team instead of Gryffindor? Demanded an older Slytherin. Harry felt overwhelmed until a sudden surge of confidence, Gryffindor's gift, allowed him to stand and address everyone. I'm still learning what all this means, he said, his voice carrying naturally. I'm staying in Gryffindor House, but apparently I have connections to all 4 founders. That's really all I know right now. The simple, direct approach worked. Students nodded and gradually returned to their tables, though whispers continued. That was brilliant, Ron said as Harry sat down. Very leader-like. I didn't plan it, Harry admitted. It just happened. Fred and George Weasley slid into seats across from them. Heir of Hogwarts. Fred exclaimed. We're not worthy, George added with an exaggerated bow. Stop it, Harry muttered, embarrassed. Seriously though, Fred continued, half the school thinks you're the second coming of Merlin, and the other half thinks you're the next Dark Lord. Great, Harry sighed. Just what I need. We've got your back, George assured him. Though we wouldn't say no if you wanted to share any founder secrets about hidden passages. Harry laughed despite himself. The twins' humor broke some of the tension. As they ate, Harry noticed students at the Slytherin table watching him. Not just Malfoy and his cronies, but older students too. Their expressions ranged from calculating to openly hostile. Across the hall, Hufflepuffs seemed uncertain, some friendly, others wary. The Ravenclaws appeared mostly curious, whispering and taking notes. They'll get used to it, Hermione said, following his gaze. Once they see you're still just Harry. Am I, though? Harry wondered aloud. Everything feels different. I keep having these moments where I'm not entirely myself. What do you mean? Ron asked through a mouthful of chicken. Like with Malfoy in the hospital wing. The words came from me, but they didn't feel like mine. And this morning, I knew the entire layout of the castle suddenly, like I'd memorized the floor plans. Hermione looked thoughtful. Maybe the founder's knowledge and personalities influence you when you use their gifts. You should document these episodes, it could help you gain control. Harry nodded, then winced as a stabbing pain shot through his scar. For a split second, he saw a dark room, a gaunt hand holding a wand, heard a high-pitched voice, "Find it. I must know everything about the Heir awakening." Harry. What's wrong? Hermione's concerned voice pulled him back. Nothing, he lied, rubbing his scar. Just a headache. Before she could press further, Professor McGonagall appeared beside them. Mr. Potter, your special training begins tonight. 7 o'clock in my classroom. She handed him a schedule. Please review this and be punctual. Harry glanced at the parchment. Every evening and weekend was filled with sessions, Transfiguration with McGonagall, Charms with Flitwick, Herbology with Sprout, and Potions with Snape. Plus something called Founder's Studies, with Dumbledore himself. When am I supposed to do homework? Harry asked. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. We understand this is a heavy burden, Mr. Potter. Allowances will be made for your regular coursework. This training, however, is essential, not just for your education, but potentially for your survival. With that sobering thought, she departed. They're working you like a house elf, Ron commented, looking at the schedule. Reckon they'll give you a time-turner? A what? Harry asked. Never mind, Hermione interjected. I'll help you study. We can make a revision schedule that works around your training. Harry smiled gratefully, though his mind was still on the vision. Voldemort was interested in his awakening. That couldn't be good. Professor McGonagall's classroom looked different at night. The desks had been pushed aside, creating an open space in the center. Dueling targets lined one wall. Punctual, Mr. Potter. Good. McGonagall stood beside a cabinet containing various objects. Tonight we begin exploring your Gryffindor inheritance. Harry nodded nervously. Godric Gryffindor was known for 3 primary magical gifts: enhanced battle magic, particularly transfiguration in combat, the ability to call magical creatures in times of need, and an affinity for enchanted weapons. She gestured to the center of the room. We'll start with battle instincts. Stand there, please. Harry moved to the indicated spot. I'm going to cast harmless spells at you. Don't think about countering, just react. Godric's descendants often develop natural defensive abilities. Without warning, McGonagall flicked her wand. A bright yellow spell shot toward Harry. Before he could think, his body moved sideways and his hand came up, deflecting the spell without a wand. Good. McGonagall nodded. Again. She fired 3 spells in rapid succession. Harry dodged one, caught another in his palm, absorbing its energy, and instinctively transfigured a nearby chair into a shield that blocked the third. Excellent reflexes, McGonagall commented. The wandless transfiguration is particularly impressive. Let's continue. For the next hour, McGonagall increased the difficulty, faster spells, more complex patterns. Harry's body responded with increasing confidence, as if he'd trained for years. The knowledge is in your blood, McGonagall explained as they paused. Godric developed these techniques over decades. His descendants inherit the instincts, though typically only fragments. You appear to have received a more complete transfer. It feels like someone else is controlling my body, Harry admitted. That sensation will fade as you integrate the abilities. Now, let's try something different. McGonagall transfigured a desk into a stone golem that lumbered toward Harry. Magical creatures often respond to Gryffindor's line. Try to establish a connection. Harry stared at the golem, unsure what to do. As it raised a rocky fist, panic surged through him. I don't know how, he shouted. A warmth spread through his chest. Words formed in his mind, not English, but something older. Harry spoke them without understanding, his voice resonating with authority. The golem froze, then knelt before him. Remarkable, McGonagall whispered. Command it to move the cabinet. Harry focused on the golem, picturing what he wanted. The creature stood and obediently lifted the heavy cabinet, carrying it to the opposite wall. That will be all for tonight, McGonagall said, transforming the golem back into a desk. Practice focusing on your magical core, feel the different aspects of your power. Try to identify which feels like Gryffindor. As Harry turned to leave, McGonagall added, "And Mr. Potter? What happens in these sessions stays confidential. For your safety." Harry nodded, understanding the implications. The fewer people who knew the extent of his abilities, the better. The next evening found Harry in the greenhouse with Professor Sprout. Unlike McGonagall's structured approach, Sprout's teaching style was more intuitive. Hufflepuff's gift centers on connection, Mr. Potter, she explained, hands deep in rich soil. Connection to the earth, to plants, to magical creatures, and to people. From this connection springs healing magic and empathic abilities. She handed Harry a withered plant. "Hold this and close your eyes. Feel its life force." Hufflepuff's heirs can revive dying plants by sharing their own energy. Harry cradled the plant, feeling foolish. How was he supposed to share energy? "Stop thinking and start feeling," Sprout advised. Magic isn't always about incantations and wand movements. Sometimes it's about intent and connection. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the plant. Gradually, he became aware of a faint pulse, the plant's diminishing life force. Acting on instinct, he directed his own energy toward it, visualizing health and growth. Warmth flowed from his palms into the plant. When he opened his eyes, the withered leaves had turned green, unfurling toward him like a child reaching for comfort. "Well done." Sprout beamed. "That's Helga's touch, that is." For the remainder of the session, they practiced with increasingly difficult plants, culminating with a venomous tentacula that had contracted a magical fungus. Harry not only healed it but established a connection allowing him to handle the normally aggressive plant safely. "The empathic aspect extends to people too," Sprout explained as they cleaned up. Hufflepuff's heirs can sense emotions, sometimes even intentions. With practice, you'll develop healing abilities for witches and wizards as well. "Is that why I'm feeling everyone's emotions so strongly lately?" Harry asked. "It's overwhelming in the Great Hall." "Precisely. You need to develop shields. Try this, imagine your awareness as a dial you can turn up or down. Practice adjusting your sensitivity." Harry concentrated, visualizing a dial turning down. The constant buzz of emotions from Sprout and nearby students dimmed to a manageable level. "Better," he sighed. "Practice that control daily," Sprout advised. Hufflepuff's empathy is a powerful gift, but it can overwhelm if not properly managed. Flitwick's session the following night focused on Ravenclaw's legacy of knowledge acquisition and magical innovation. Ravenclaw's heirs have accelerated learning capabilities, the tiny professor squeaked excitedly. They absorb information at extraordinary rates and make intuitive connections between magical disciplines. He placed 7 books on different magical subjects before Harry. "Skim the first chapter of each. We'll test how much you retain." Harry moved through the books quickly, finding that information seemed to organize itself in his mind automatically. When Flitwick questioned him afterward, he recalled details with perfect clarity. "Excellent. Now for magical innovation." Flitwick demonstrated a standard Lumos charm, then challenged Harry to modify it. Ravenclaws excel at spell creation and adaptation. Try changing the light's properties. Harry focused on the spell structure, suddenly understanding how its components work together. He adjusted the magical formula in his mind. Lumos spectrum, he cast, creating a light that cycled through rainbow colors. "Marvelous." Flitwick clapped. Again. Different modification. Lumos orbis. This time, the light formed a floating sphere that Harry could direct around the room. "You're a natural, Mr. Potter. Rowena would be proud." By the end of the session, Harry had created 5 variations of the Lumos charm and understood the theoretical framework behind spell modification. "Your homework, analyze the levitation charm and develop 2 variations by our next session," Flitwick assigned. "Remember, innovation comes from understanding fundamental principles, not just changing words." Harry dreaded his session with Snape more than the others combined. The potions master's classroom was even more intimidating by night, shadows deepening around preserved specimens in jars. Potter. Snape's voice cut through the silence. Slytherin's gifts are subtle but powerful. Strategic thinking. Political acumen. Self-preservation. And the ability to access magical sources others cannot. Snape circled Harry like a predator. Unlike your other trainers, I won't coddle you. Slytherin's magic responds to pressure and necessity. Without warning, Snape cast a spell. Harry found himself unable to move, pressure building in his head. Legilimency, the art of navigating another's mind. Defend yourself, Potter. Pain spiked behind Harry's eyes as Snape invaded his thoughts. Memories flashed, the cupboard under the stairs, Dudley's gang chasing him, Hagrid telling him he was a wizard. Anger surged through Harry. Something cold and powerful unfurled in his mind, Slytherin's gift responding. Mental walls formed instinctively, pushing Snape out. Better than expected, Snape conceded, lowering his wand. Occlumency, mental defense, comes naturally to Slytherin's line. Harry gasped for breath as the pressure released. You could have warned me. Enemies won't warn you, Potter. Slytherin's magic thrives under threat. Now, again. The session continued brutally, Snape alternating between mental attacks and potions challenges that required strategic thinking and intuition. By the end, Harry was exhausted but had successfully brewed an advanced healing potion without a recipe and repelled most of Snape's mental intrusions. Your final task, Snape announced, placing a small snake on the desk. Parseltongue, the language of serpents, is Slytherin's most famous gift. Speak to it. Harry looked at the green garden snake. Unlike the boa constrictor at the zoo, this one seemed ordinary. He concentrated, trying to access whatever had allowed him to speak to snakes before. Hello, he said, but it came out as normal English. Focus, Potter. Feel Slytherin's magic. The language lies dormant in your blood. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the cold, calculating part of his new abilities. When he opened them, the snake appeared different, more defined, its patterns meaningful. Can you understand me? This time, a series of hisses emerged from his mouth. The snake raised its head. Speaker, it hissed back. After so long, a true speaker. Adequate, Snape said, though his expression showed he was more impressed than he admitted. Parseltongue allows access to magic others cannot use. Research snake-based spells for our next session. As Harry turned to leave, Snape added, and Potter. The Dark Lord is also a Parselmouth. Do not assume this makes you special. The weekend brought Harry's first session with Dumbledore. Unlike the other professors, the headmaster met him in the Founder's sanctum beneath the castle. Today we integrate what you've learned, Dumbledore explained. Each Founder's gift has value alone, but their true potential emerges when combined. He gestured to the 4 doors. Choose one to enter first. Harry approached the red door. It swung open at his touch, revealing a circular room with stone walls covered in weapons and shields. A life-sized statue of Godric Gryffindor stood in the center, sword raised. Godric's personal chamber, Dumbledore said from the doorway. Only you may enter. What do you see? Harry described the room, noting a pedestal holding a crystal orb beside the statue. The Founder's heart, Dumbledore explained. Each chamber contains an artifact containing the essence of its founder's magic. Touch it, Harry. Harry placed his hand on the crystal. It pulsed red, warming under his touch. Knowledge flooded his mind, battle strategies, weapon enchantments, creature languages. The statue animated, bowing to Harry. Heir of my blood, it spoke in a deep voice. My magic recognizes you. Return when you seek guidance in matters of courage and combat. The statue returned to stone. Harry stepped back, overwhelmed. Each heart will respond differently, Dumbledore said as they exited. Visit each chamber in turn to establish connections with all 4 founders. They repeated the process with each room. Ravenclaw's blue chamber contained towering bookshelves and magical instruments, her heart granting Harry insights into spell creation and magical theory. Hufflepuff's yellow chamber featured gardens of rare plants and healing stations, her heart enhancing Harry's empathic abilities. Slytherin's green chamber held alchemical equipment and preserved magical creatures, his heart unlocking subtle magical techniques and strategic thinking. Now comes the challenge, Dumbledore said when they returned to the central platform. No heir has ever possessed all 4 connections. You must learn to balance them, to prevent one aspect from dominating the others. He conjured 4 colored flames, red, blue, yellow, and green, floating before Harry. Focus on each gift simultaneously. Bring the flames together without extinguishing any. Harry concentrated, feeling 4 distinct types of magic within him. Gryffindor's burned hot and bright, wanting action. Ravenclaw's flowed cool and analytical, seeking patterns. Hufflepuff's pulsed warm and steady, offering connection. Slytherin's coiled cold and powerful, calculating advantage. The flames resisted, repelling each other like opposing magnets. Harry pushed harder, trying to force them together. Not through dominance, Dumbledore advised. Through harmony. Harry changed approach, treating the magic like different instruments in an orchestra, each with its own part in a greater whole. The flames responded, drawing closer. When they finally touched, they merged into a brilliant white light that briefly illuminated the entire chamber before fading. Excellent progress, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. With practice, you'll combine the Founder's gifts more naturally. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore grew serious. Harry, there's something else you should know. The awakening of all 4 bloodlines has triggered changes within Hogwarts itself. The castle was designed to respond to Founder magic. What kind of changes? Passages opening that were long sealed. Protections activating. And possibly. Dumbledore hesitated. Possibly drawing attention to certain artifacts the Founders left behind. Like what? Objects of power, Gryffindor's sword, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, and Slytherin's locket. Some are accounted for, others have been lost for centuries. Why does it matter? Because these artifacts, in the hands of the heir of all 4 founders, would amplify your abilities tremendously. And in the wrong hands. Dumbledore's expression darkened. They could be used against you. Harry remembered his vision of Voldemort, find it. I must know everything about the heir awakening. Voldemort's looking for them, isn't he? I fear so. Which is why your training must progress quickly. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Rest tonight, Harry. Tomorrow brings new challenges. The following week established a grueling routine. Regular classes by day, special training by night. Harry struggled to balance everything, frequently falling asleep over textbooks in the common room. His friends provided crucial support. Hermione created study schedules and researched Founder lore. Ron kept him grounded with chess games and Quidditch talk. Even Neville helped, sharing herbology notes that complemented Hufflepuff healing techniques. His abilities grew rapidly. In Transfiguration, he transfigured objects with mere gestures. In Charms, he mastered 4th-year spells within days. In Herbology, plants responded to his touch like pets to their owner. Even in Potions, Snape found little to criticize as Harry's intuitive understanding of ingredients improved. Only in controlling his empathic abilities did Harry struggle. Large gatherings overwhelmed him with emotional input. Hermione suggested a solution. You need a focus group, she proposed one evening in the common room. People from different houses you can practice with in smaller settings. Like a founder study group? Ron asked. Exactly. Hermione exclaimed. One student from each house. We could meet regularly to help Harry balance the different aspects. The idea took root. Hermione represented Ravenclaw's analytical approach, though she remained a Gryffindor. Ron embodied Gryffindor's loyalty and courage. They needed Hufflepuff and Slytherin representatives. What about Susan Bones for Hufflepuff? Harry suggested. She seems level-headed. Good choice, Hermione agreed. But Slytherin. Not Malfoy, Ron stated flatly. Definitely not, Harry agreed. What about Blaise Zabini? He's not openly hostile like Malfoy's group. They approached Susan and Blaise the next day. Susan agreed immediately, fascinated by the founder connections. Blaise proved more cautious but ultimately interested in the magical theory aspects. Their first meeting took place in an unused classroom McGonagall provided. Hermione outlined a study plan combining all four magical traditions. Each house approaches magic differently, she explained. Gryffindors through action and application, Ravenclaws through theory and analysis, Hufflepuffs through connection and intuition, Slytherins through strategy and efficiency. By understanding all approaches, Harry can better integrate his abilities, Susan added, catching on quickly. Blaise regarded Harry with calculating eyes. What exactly can you do, Potter? The rumors range from speaking to castle walls to shooting lightning from your fingers. Harry demonstrated a few abilities: wandless levitation, rapid healing of a small cut on his palm, intuitive understanding of a complex arithmancy problem, and strategic analysis of a wizard's chess position. Impressive, Blaise admitted. Though I'm still skeptical about the Slytherin connection. Can you actually speak Parseltongue? Harry nodded. Snape confirmed it. Prove it, Blaise challenged, conjuring a small snake. Harry focused, accessing the Slytherin aspect of his magic. He spoke to the snake, asking it to circle Blaise's wrist once then return to him. The snake complied perfectly. Blaise's mask of indifference slipped, showing genuine surprise. That settles it, he said quietly. No one can fake Parseltongue. The group developed a productive dynamic over subsequent meetings. Susan helped Harry refine his empathic shields, teaching meditation techniques from Hufflepuff tradition. Hermione challenged his Ravenclaw intellect with complex magical problems. Ron tested his Gryffindor reflexes in magical duels. Blaise, once convinced of Harry's legitimacy, provided insights into subtle magic and political strategy. Between regular classes, special training, and founder study sessions, Harry barely had time to breathe. Yet he felt more alive than ever, his magic developing in ways he'd never imagined possible. Until the dreams began. The nightmare struck 3 weeks after the sorting. Harry found himself in a dark chamber, surrounded by hooded figures. A pale, skeletal man addressed them, his voice high and cold. The boy's awakening changes our plans, Voldemort hissed. The Hogwarts artifacts must be acquired immediately. My lord, a familiar voice spoke, Lucius Malfoy. The diary is ready as you instructed. When planted, it will open the Chamber of Secrets. Good. The chamber contains more than just the beast. Slytherin left a record of the Founder's greatest secret, the Convergence Ritual. And the other artifacts, my lord? The cup is in Bellatrix's vault. The diadem remains at Hogwarts, hidden in plain sight. The locket. Voldemort paused. The locket requires special attention. What of Gryffindor's sword? Another Death Eater asked. It appears only to worthy Gryffindors in times of need, Voldemort sneered. But there are ways to force its manifestation. Ways involving the boy's blood. Harry woke gasping, scar burning. He knew this wasn't just a nightmare, it was a vision. Voldemort was plotting to obtain the Founder's artifacts. But why? What was the Convergence Ritual? He needed to tell Dumbledore immediately. Harry slipped from his bed, grabbing his invisibility cloak. The castle corridors were silent as he made his way toward the headmaster's office. As he passed a bathroom on the second floor, he heard sobbing. Hello, he called softly, forgetting he was supposed to remain hidden. A ghost girl with glasses popped through the door. "Who's there? Come to throw things at Myrtle again?" "No," Harry said, removing his cloak. "I heard crying. Are you all right?" Myrtle floated closer, peering at him. "You're Harry Potter. The heir of everyone." She giggled. "They're all talking about you." "Who's talking about me?" "The other ghosts. The paintings. The castle itself." She twirled playfully. "Even the chamber whispers your name." Harry froze. "The chamber? You mean the Chamber of Secrets?" "Ooh, you know about that?" She looked impressed. "It's where I died, you know. 50 years ago. Big yellow eyes, and then, poof, dead as a doornail." Harry's mind raced. Myrtle had been killed by Slytherin's monster, the basilisk he somehow knew about. And according to his vision, Voldemort planned to open the chamber again. "Myrtle, where exactly did you see the eyes?" She pointed to a sink. "Right there. I was crying because Olive Hornby teased me about my glasses, and then I heard strange hissing. When I opened the stall door to tell the boy to go away, I saw great big yellow eyes and died." Harry approached the sink. It looked ordinary, except for a tiny snake etched into one copper tap. Acting on Slytherin instinct, Harry hissed, "Open." The sink began to move, revealing a large pipe descending into darkness. "You speak snake language too?" Myrtle exclaimed. "The other boy did that. The handsome one who asked about my death." "What was his name?" Harry asked, though he suspected the answer. "Tom. Tom Riddle. Voldemort's birth name." Harry had learned it during one of Dumbledore's sessions. The confirmation sent chills down his spine. He needed to see the chamber, to understand what Voldemort sought there. But he couldn't go alone. "Myrtle, I need to close this for now. I'll come back, I promise." Harry hissed, "Close," and the sink reformed. He hurried toward Dumbledore's office with renewed urgency, his mind racing with implications. The Chamber of Secrets existed. Voldemort had opened it before. And now he planned to use it again, to obtain some ritual involving the Founder's artifacts. Whatever the convergence ritual was, Harry suspected it meant trouble for him and everyone at Hogwarts. Dumbledore listened gravely to Harry's account of both the vision and his discovery in Myrtle's bathroom. "This confirms my fears," the headmaster said when Harry finished. "Voldemort seeks the Founder's artifacts not just for their individual power, but for a specific purpose." "The convergence ritual," Harry nodded. "What is it?" Dumbledore sighed. "A theoretical magical process described in ancient texts. It was said the Founders created a ritual allowing their combined powers to be channeled into a single focus, either a person or an object. That's what's happening to me, isn't it? A natural version of this ritual? In essence, yes. Your bloodlines have converged naturally. What concerns me is Voldemort's interest in forcing an artificial convergence. Using the Founder's artifacts, Harry realized. That's why he wants them. Precisely. Each artifact contains a concentration of its creator's magic. Together, they could theoretically replicate what has occurred in you naturally. Giving Voldemort the powers of all four Founders, Harry concluded, feeling sick. Or something worse. Dumbledore stood, pacing. The ritual was never completed historically because it required an heir of all four bloodlines to activate. Without that key component. "Me," Harry whispered. "He needs me for the ritual." "I believe so. Which means we must accelerate your training and secure the Founder's artifacts before Voldemort can obtain them." Dumbledore returned to his desk, writing rapidly on several parchments. "I'm alerting the Order of the Phoenix, a group dedicated to opposing Voldemort. We'll begin searching for the artifacts immediately." "What about the Chamber of Secrets?" "I can get in now. We should see what's there before Voldemort does." "Too dangerous." The basilisk remains, and even with your abilities, you're not ready to face such a creature. But, Harry. Dumbledore's tone brooked no argument. I understand your desire to act. It's Gryffindor's influence. But we must be strategic, Slytherin's approach, while gathering knowledge, Ravenclaw's method, and protecting our allies, Hufflepuff's priority. Harry recognized the wisdom in balancing all four perspectives. What should I do then? Continue your training. Work with your study group. And be vigilant, Voldemort may have agents within Hogwarts itself. As Harry turned to leave, Dumbledore added, and Harry? The chamber's entrance should remain our secret for now. Knowledge is power, but so is controlling who possesses that knowledge. Harry nodded, understanding the subtext. Not everyone could be trusted, even at Hogwarts. The Founders Study Group met in their classroom the next evening. Harry, after consulting with Dumbledore, decided to share a modified version of his concerns. I think someone's trying to steal Founder artifacts, he told them. What artifacts? Susan asked. Hermione answered before Harry could. Each Founder left powerful objects behind. Gryffindor's sword, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, and Slytherin's locket. They're mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. Most are lost, Blaise added. The sword occasionally appears to worthy Gryffindors, but the others haven't been seen in centuries. What makes you think someone's after them? Ron asked Harry. Dreams, Harry replied carefully. Since the awakening, I've had visions. The Founders' magic connects me to their legacy, including their artifacts. Not a complete lie, but not the whole truth either. If these artifacts exist, they'd be immensely powerful, Hermione reasoned. Especially in relation to Harry's awakened abilities. Or they could be dangerous to him, Susan suggested. If the artifacts represent concentrated Founder magic, they might overwhelm your natural balance. Blaise studied Harry with calculating eyes. There's something you're not telling us, Potter. These aren't just random dreams, are they? Harry hesitated. How much should he reveal? Hufflepuff's empathic sense kicked in, allowing him to feel his companion's intentions. Ron's protective loyalty. Hermione's intellectual curiosity mixed with concern. Susan's genuine desire to help. And Blaise, complex ambition tempered with something like respect. They're connected to Voldemort, Harry admitted, noting how everyone except Hermione flinched at the name. He's seeking the artifacts for some ritual. I think he wants to replicate what happened to me, access all four Founders' powers. Silence fell as they processed this. We need to find them first, Ron said finally. Agreed, Hermione nodded. But where do we start? They could be anywhere. Not anywhere, Harry corrected, accessing Ravenclaw's knowledge. They're connected to Hogwarts. Even if they've been removed, they leave magical signatures. The castle might know, Susan suggested. Hufflepuff tradition says Hogwarts itself is partially sentient, especially in relation to Founder magic. Potter should be able to communicate with it then, Blaise said. If he's truly heir to all four. Harry hadn't considered this possibility. Could he actually speak with Hogwarts? How would I do that? The heart of the castle, Hermione said excitedly. There must be a central point where the Founders combine their magic during construction. The Founders' sanctum, Harry realized. Dumbledore showed it to me, a chamber beneath the castle with doors to each Founder's private room. That's where you need to go, Susan confirmed. Focus your magic on the castle itself, not just the individual Founder aspects. I'll try tonight, Harry decided. But in the meantime, we should research these artifacts. Learn everything we can about them. They divided responsibilities. Hermione would research the historical records, Ron would ask the Gryffindor ghost about the sword, Susan would check Hufflepuff traditions regarding the cup, and Blaise would discreetly investigate Slytherin connections to the locket. Be careful, Harry warned. If Voldemort's interested in these artifacts, anyone asking about them could attract unwanted attention. As they prepared to leave, Blaise held Harry back. "Potter, there's something you should know. Some Slytherins received letters from home this week, parents warning them to prepare for changes at Hogwarts." "What kind of changes?" "They didn't specify. But the timing, right after your awakening, it can't be coincidence." "Thanks for telling me." Blaise nodded. "I'm not doing this out of Gryffindor-like courage or Hufflepuff loyalty. It's pure Slytherin self-interest. Whatever's coming affects all houses." Harry smiled slightly. Sometimes different paths lead to the same destination. That night, Harry used his invisibility cloak to return to the Founder's sanctum. The spiral staircase seemed to anticipate his arrival, torches lighting as he descended. In the central chamber, Harry stood on the platform surrounded by the 4 doors. How did one communicate with a 1,000-year-old castle? Drawing on all 4 aspects of his magic, Harry placed his palms on the stone floor. "Hogwarts," he spoke, feeling slightly foolish. "I seek your wisdom." Nothing happened. Harry tried again, this time in the Founder's ancient language that occasionally surfaced in his mind during training. The words felt strange on his tongue, yet natural. The platform beneath him began to glow with golden light. The stone softened, reshaping into a raised dais with 4 pillars, 1 in each house color. At the center formed a crystalline basin filled with silvery liquid. "A pensieve?" Harry murmured, recognizing it from Dumbledore's office. But this was different. The liquid moved purposefully, forming patterns and symbols. As Harry watched, images appeared, Hogwarts through the centuries, changing, growing, adapting. Students from different eras passed through its halls. Teachers came and went. And through it all, the castle remained, semitescent and watchful. Harry dipped his fingers into the liquid. Immediately, knowledge flooded his mind, not like Ravenclaw's analytical information, but organic understanding of the castle's nature. Hogwarts wasn't just a building, it was a magical entity, shaped by the Founder's combined will and sustained by generations of students. And it recognized Harry. The heir of 4 bloodlines. The first in 1,000 years. Images shifted to show the Founder's artifacts. The sword in a chamber behind Gryffindor's portrait. The diadem hidden in a room that changed its nature to suit the Seeker's need. The cup, removed long ago, now secured in a vault deep beneath London. The locket, also taken, passing through many hands before disappearing decades ago. Harry saw Voldemort's connection to these objects, how he'd sought them, found some, transformed them through dark magic. The knowledge came without context, fragmented and confusing. More urgently, the castle showed Harry a growing darkness within its walls, something foreign and malevolent taking root. A diary carried by an unsuspecting student. A memory gaining strength. The connection broke suddenly, leaving Harry gasping on the dais. The basin returned to stone, the platform reforming to its original state. He needed to find Dumbledore immediately. Voldemort's plan was already in motion. As Harry raced through the corridors toward Dumbledore's office, a painful vision struck without warning. He fell to his knees, clutching his scar. Voldemort stood in a dark chamber, a diary open before him. "Find the heir, bring him to me," he commanded. "The chamber awaits its true master." A spectral figure emerged from the diary's pages, a handsome young man Harry somehow recognized as Tom Riddle. "I will find him, my future self. The basilisk will serve our purpose." "No." Harry gasped, fighting to break the connection. When the vision faded, Harry found himself face to face with Professor Quirrell, who had apparently discovered him writhing in pain in the hallway. Mr. P. Potter," Quirrell stuttered. "Are you ill? USH should be in bed." Something felt wrong. Harry's Slytherin senses detected deception, while Hufflepuff empathy registered malevolence beneath Quirrell's concerned expression. "Just a headache, Professor," Harry lied, standing carefully. I was heading back to my dormitory. Allow me to escort you, Quirrell insisted, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. The moment they touched, Harry's scar exploded with pain. Images flashed through his mind, Quirrell in a forest, drinking unicorn blood, Quirrell bowing before Voldemort, Quirrell unwrapping his turban to reveal. Harry jerked away. You're working for Voldemort. Quirrell's stutter vanished. Clever boy. Too clever for your own good. He drew his wand. The Dark Lord will be pleased when I deliver you to him. Harry's Gryffindor reflexes kicked in. He dodged Quirrell's stunning spell, rolling sideways while conjuring a shield. Ravenclaw knowledge provided the perfect counter-curse, which he cast wandlessly. Quirrell blocked it, but looked surprised by Harry's ability. Impressive, Quirrell sneered. But futile. He cast a barrage of increasingly dark spells. Harry defended himself admirably but found himself driven backward down the corridor. His fourfold magic, while powerful, remained unrefined compared to Quirrell's years of experience. As Harry neared exhaustion, Slytherin cunning suggested a different approach. Rather than continuing the magical duel, he switched tactics. I know about the diary, Harry bluffed. And the chamber. Dumbledore knows too. Quirrell faltered momentarily. Impossible. The diary is secure. Is it? Check your robe pocket. When Quirrell instinctively reached toward his pocket, Harry struck. Expelliarmus. Quirrell's wand flew from his grasp. Harry followed with a wandless binding spell he'd learned during Gryffindor training. Magical ropes wrapped around the professor, toppling him. You won't win, Potter, Quirrell snarled, struggling against the bonds. The Dark Lord is already within these walls. The chamber will open. The air will fall. Harry approached cautiously, wand trained on Quirrell. Where's Voldemort? How is he controlling you? Quirrell laughed, a high, cold laugh that didn't match his voice. His face began to contort, features shifting grotesquely. Harry Potter, came Voldemort's voice from Quirrell's mouth. We meet again. Before Harry could react, the corridor filled with professors. McGonagall led the group, followed by Snape and Flitwick. Potter. Stand back. McGonagall ordered. Snape moved forward, wand aimed at Quirrell. Whatever he saw caused even his impassive face to register shock. Possession, Snape stated flatly. Advanced dark magic. Secure him. Flitwick squeaked, casting additional binding charms. McGonagall turned to Harry. Are you hurt, Potter? How did you discover Quirrell's condition? My scar, Harry explained, still shaking from the encounter. It burns when Voldemort is near. And I can sense things now, intentions, deceptions. Hufflepuff's empathy, McGonagall nodded. Combined with your connection to you-know-who. Snape gave Harry an unreadable look. The Dark Lord must be desperate to attempt direct possession. It's unsustainable without a proper vessel. He's after founder artifacts, Harry told them. And something called the convergence ritual. The professors exchanged alarmed glances. To my office, McGonagall decided. Severus, secure Quirrell in the containment chamber. Filius, alert Albus to return from the ministry immediately. As they departed, leaving Snape with the bound Quirrell, Harry glanced back. For just a moment, he thought he saw a shadowy mist rise from Quirrell's body before dissipating. Voldemort wasn't finished. He'd lost one vessel but would find another. And the diary was still out there, waiting to open the Chamber of Secrets. The following days brought increased security measures. Professors patrolled corridors in pairs. Prefects escorted younger students between classes. Dumbledore, upon returning, implemented ancient wards around the castle that glowed visibly at night. Harry's training intensified. His sessions now focused on practical defense against dark magic, with all four founder aspects working in concert. The diary is key, Dumbledore explained during their latest meeting. It contains a memory of Tom Riddle preserved through dark magic, a piece of Voldemort capable of independent action. The Hogwarts pensieve showed me someone carrying it, Harry said. A student, I think, but I couldn't see who. We're checking student possessions discreetly, McGonagall added. But without knowing exactly what we're looking for. A black leather diary, Harry supplied. Small enough to fit in a robe pocket. Probably blank until written in. We'll focus our search, Dumbledore nodded. In the meantime, stay with your friends. Safety in numbers, Harry. The Founders Study Group became Harry's constant companions. They rotated between houses, studying in the Gryffindor Common Room one day, the Hufflepuff basement the next, occasionally the Ravenclaw Tower, and even, surprisingly, the Slytherin dungeon when Blaise arranged access. This unprecedented inter-house cooperation attracted attention. Other students began forming mixed-house study groups. House rivalries didn't disappear, but barriers softened. 2 weeks after the Quirrell incident, the group gathered in the library, researching Founder artifacts. I found something about the diadem, Hermione whispered excitedly. Ravenclaw's daughter, Helena, stole it and hid it in Albania. She's the Grey Lady now, Ravenclaw's ghost. Have you asked her about it? Ron inquired. She won't talk to me, Hermione sighed. She avoids most students. I could try, Harry suggested. As Ravenclaw's heir, she might respond differently to me. Worth attempting, Blaise agreed. Meanwhile, I've discovered Slytherin's locket passed through the Black family before disappearing about 50 years ago. My godfather is a Black, Harry mentioned. Sirius Black. He's in Azkaban, but maybe there's another family member who might know something. My Aunt Andromeda was born a Black, Susan offered. She married a Muggle-born and was disowned, but she might have information. Perfect, Harry nodded. And the cup? Last definitely owned by Hepzibah Smith, Susan reported. A distant relative of Helga Hufflepuff. She died mysteriously, and the cup vanished from her collection. When? Harry asked, suspicion forming. About 50 years ago, Susan answered. The same time the locket disappeared. That can't be coincidence, Ron said. Voldemort, Harry concluded. He was active then, as Tom Riddle. He must have obtained both artifacts. But why? Hermione wondered. What would he want with Founder relics decades ago, before you were even born? Before Harry could respond, a commotion broke out near the library entrance. Madame Pance's voice rose uncharacteristically loud, scolding someone. Harry approached to investigate, his friends following. A small crowd had gathered around a weeping Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister. What happened? Ron asked, pushing through to reach her. Someone stole my diary, Ginny sobbed. I just put it down for a minute to get a book, and when I turned back, it was gone. Harry felt a chill. What did this diary look like? Small, black leather cover, Ginny sniffled. Nothing special, really. Ron looked confused. I didn't know you kept a diary. I found it among my schoolbooks after Diagon Alley, Ginny explained. I thought Mum bought it for me. Harry exchanged alarmed glances with Hermione. Ginny, did anything strange happen when you wrote in this diary? Ginny hesitated. It wrote back to me. There was a boy named Tom inside it. He was my friend. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. We need to find Dumbledore, Harry said urgently. Now. In Dumbledore's office, Ginny tearfully explained how she'd found the diary among her schoolbooks and begun confiding in Tom, who responded with sympathy and advice. Recently, I started having blackouts, she admitted. Periods of time I couldn't remember. And when I came to, I'd be in strange places with no idea how I got there. The diary was possessing her, Dumbledore concluded grimly after Ginny finished. Likely planted by Lucius Malfoy during your family's encounter at Flourish and Blots, Mr. Weasley. But why target Ginny? Ron demanded. A first-year student from a prominent light-sided family would make an ideal vessel, Snape explained, his usual disdain tempered with genuine concern. Unsuspecting, trusting, and unlikely to be suspected of opening the chamber. The pressing question is who took the diary from Miss Weasley, McGonagall noted. It seems someone else may now be under its influence. Harry concentrated, drawing on Hufflepuff empathy to sense Ginny's residual connection to the diary. A faint magical thread extended from her, stretching toward the dungeons, Harry said suddenly. I can feel a connection leading there. Slytherin house? Snape asked sharply. No, deeper, Harry concentrated. Older passages. Unused. The original dungeon complex, Dumbledore realized. Predating the current Slytherin quarters. The chamber entrance moved, Harry concluded. It's not just in Myrtle's bathroom anymore. There's another way in. We must investigate immediately, Dumbledore decided. Minerva, alert the staff to begin student evacuation procedures. Severus, secure the potion store and meet us at the dungeon entrance. Harry, your connection to the Founders may be crucial, but you will follow my instructions precisely. Harry nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. What about me? Ginny asked in a small voice. Hospital wing, McGonagall answered firmly. Madame Pomfrey will monitor you for any lingering effects of the possession. As they prepared to leave, Harry pulled Ron and Hermione aside. Find the others. Tell them what's happening. And start researching basilisk weaknesses, just in case. Be careful, Harry, Hermione whispered. Even with founder powers, a basilisk is incredibly dangerous. That's why I'm bringing this. Harry revealed a small hand mirror. Ravenclaw wisdom. Can't be killed by reflection. The ancient dungeon complex lay abandoned, thick with dust and cobwebs. Harry led the way, guided by his magical senses, with Dumbledore and Snape following close behind. The Founders collaborated on Hogwarts construction, Harry explained as they descended a crumbling staircase. But each created private areas. Slytherins went deepest. How do you know this, Potter? Snape asked. Ravenclaw knowledge. It just appears in my mind when needed. They reached a circular chamber with several branching passages. Ancient snake carvings adorned the walls. This was Slytherin's original workspace, Harry continued. Before he built the Chamber of Secrets. Which passage? Dumbledore inquired, wand illuminating the options. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating. The Slytherin aspect of his magic resonated with one particular tunnel. There. They followed the passage to an ornate door covered in serpentine designs. No handle or keyhole was visible. Parseltongue password, Harry guessed, focusing on the central snake carving. Open, he hissed. The door remained sealed. It requires a specific phrase, Dumbledore suggested. Harry thought carefully, drawing on his growing connection to Slytherin's legacy. What would Salazar choose as a password? Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, he tried, recalling a phrase from the Founders' journals. The door shuddered but stayed closed. Partial match, Snape observed. The arrogance is certainly characteristic of Slytherin. Harry smiled despite himself. Then another phrase came to mind, one he'd seen in the Slytherin heart during his exploration of the Founder Chambers. Power through purity, wisdom through selectivity, magic through bloodline, he hissed in Parseltongue. The door swung open silently, revealing a dimly lit antechamber. As they entered cautiously, Harry noticed something alarming. Someone's been here recently, he whispered, pointing to fresh footprints in the dust. Wands ready, Dumbledore instructed. Stay behind me. They proceeded through the antechamber to another doorway, this one already open. Beyond lay the true Chamber of Secrets, an enormous hall with towering pillars carved as serpents. At the far end stood a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin, his stone face stern and imposing. Before the statue, a figure bent over an open diary. As they approached, the person turned. "Professor Lockhart?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. Gilderoy Lockhart, the flamboyant defense against the dark arts teacher, smiled unnaturally. "Ah, visitors. How delightful. We've been expecting you." "We?" Snape asked sharply. "Tom and I," Lockhart replied, gesturing to the diary. "He's been most instructive. Did you know I never actually performed any of the feats in my books? Memory charms were my only real talent, until now." "The diary possessed him after being stolen from Miss Weasley," Dumbledore concluded. "Gilderoy, fight this influence. The diary corrupts." Lockhart's expression hardened, losing its characteristic vainglory. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, younger, colder. "Dumbledore. How predictable you'd bring Potter here." The voice of Tom Riddle emerged from Lockhart's mouth. "The heir of 4, ready for harvest." "You won't succeed, Tom," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Your Horcrux will be destroyed." Harry started at the unfamiliar term, Horcrux, but kept his wand trained on Lockhart/Riddle. "Perhaps," Riddle conceded through Lockhart. "But not before I summon the Guardian." He turned toward Slytherin's statue, hissing in Parseltongue. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4. The statue's mouth began to open. From the darkness within, Harry heard movement, something massive stirring. "The basilisk comes," Riddle announced triumphantly. "Even Founder's blood won't save you from its gaze." "Mirrors ready," Dumbledore commanded, conjuring reflective surfaces for himself and Snape. "Harry, your Parseltongue may be our advantage. Try to command it to stop." Harry nodded, raising his mirror while reaching for Slytherin's aspect of his magic. As the basilisk emerged, an enormous serpent with poison-green scales, he called out in Parseltongue. "Stop! I command you as Slytherin's heir." The basilisk paused, its massive head turning toward Harry. Through his mirror, Harry saw its confusion. It recognized his Slytherin bloodline but had already been commanded by another Parselmouth. "Kill them," Riddle ordered through Lockhart. "The old man first." The basilisk lunged toward Dumbledore, who conjured a blinding light that momentarily disoriented the creature. Snape attacked with cutting curses aimed at its eyes. Harry focused on his connection to the Founders, drawing on all 4 aspects simultaneously. Gryffindor courage steadied his nerves. Ravenclaw knowledge identified the basilisk's vulnerable points. Hufflepuff empathy sensed the creature's confusion. Slytherin cunning formulated a strategy. "I challenge Tom Riddle's claim." Harry hissed in Parseltongue. "Test our blood to determine the true heir." The basilisk hesitated again, ancient magic responding to the challenge. Founder-created creatures recognized certain protocols. "Clever, Potter," Riddle snarled through Lockhart. "But futile. I've merged with this host. His blood now carries my essence." "Then let's test it," Harry countered, drawing on his Gryffindor reflexes to dodge a tail swipe from the increasingly agitated basilisk. He needed a direct comparison, his blood against Lockhart/Riddle's. But how to arrange it without getting killed by the basilisk or possessed by the diary? Ravenclaw inspiration struck. The chamber floor bore carved channels, an ancient blood ritual site. If both their blood flowed into those channels simultaneously, Slytherin's magic would identify the true heir. "Professor!" Harry called to Dumbledore. "The floor channels. We need to activate them." Dumbledore understood immediately. As he and Snape continued distracting the basilisk, Harry maneuvered closer to Lockhart/Riddle. "Afraid to face me directly, Tom?" Harry taunted, knowing Riddle's pride was his weakness. "I fear nothing, least of all a child playing with powers beyond his comprehension," Riddle replied, directing Lockhart's body to advance. Harry retreated strategically, leading Lockhart/Riddle toward the central channel. Once in position, he deliberately cut his palm with a conjured knife, letting blood drip into the stone groove. The channel glowed red, magic activating. Riddle's eyes widened as he realized Harry's plan. "Stop him!" Riddle commanded the basilisk, which turned from Dumbledore toward Harry. Harry switched tactics, calling on Hufflepuff's connection to magical creatures. Rather than commanding the basilisk, he sought to understand it, its long imprisonment, its loyalty to Slytherin warped by Riddle's influence. "You've been alone for centuries," Harry hissed sympathetically. "Used as a weapon when you should be revered. I can free you." The basilisk paused, conflicted. Harry sensed its ancient intelligence considering his words. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had maneuvered behind Lockhart/Riddle. With a precise spell, he caused Lockhart to stumble forward, his hand landing in the blood channel beside Harry's. The magic reacted instantly. Both blood samples glowed as the chamber assessed their claims. Harry's burned bright with 4 distinct colors swirling together. Lockhart's flickered weakly, Riddle's influence appearing as a dark corruption within. "The heir is acknowledged," came a deep voice from Slytherin's statue. "The pretender is rejected." The basilisk made its choice. It turned on Lockhart/Riddle, who screamed in Riddle's voice, "I am your master." "No longer," Harry hissed to the basilisk. "You serve the true heir now." The massive serpent bowed its head to Harry, then turned its deadly gaze on Lockhart. Only Dumbledore's quick shield prevented Lockhart's death, though the indirect exposure left him paralyzed. "The diary!" Harry shouted to Snape, who summoned it from Lockhart's rigid grasp. "How do we destroy it?" Snape asked Dumbledore. "Basilisk venom is one of few substances capable of destroying a Horcrux," Dumbledore replied grimly. "Harry, can you ask the basilisk to provide some?" Harry communicated the request. The basilisk lowered its head, allowing Snape to carefully collect venom from its fang in a conjured vial. "Place the diary in the central channel," Dumbledore instructed. Snape positioned the diary where both blood samples had mingled. Dumbledore added 3 drops of basilisk venom to the mix. The diary began to shriek, a high, inhuman sound. Black ichor seeped from its pages as it thrashed violently. Then, with a final piercing cry, it lay still, smoking slightly. "It is done," Dumbledore said softly. "One piece of Voldemort's soul destroyed." Harry turned to the basilisk, which awaited his command. "What should we do with it?" "We can't just let it stay here." "There's a sanctuary," Dumbledore suggested. "A protected location where magical creatures can live safely away from humans. The basilisk has been imprisoned here for centuries, perhaps it deserves freedom." Harry relayed this to the serpent, which seemed to appreciate the offer. It agreed to be relocated, though the logistics would prove challenging. As they prepared to leave the chamber, Harry examined Slytherin's statue more closely. Something about it called to him, a subtle magical signature similar to the founder's sanctum. "There's something hidden here," he told Dumbledore. "Something Slytherin left behind." "Another entrance?" Dumbledore suggested. Harry shook his head. "Information. Records." Following his instinct, Harry approached the statue's base. A small snake carving, almost invisible against the stone, caught his attention. "Reveal your secrets to Salazar's true heir," he hissed in Parseltongue. The stone shifted, revealing a compartment containing an ancient leather-bound book. Slytherin's personal grimoire, Harry realized as he carefully removed it. His research on the founder's magic and the convergence ritual. A significant discovery, Dumbledore noted. This may help us understand what Voldemort intends with the founder artifacts. With the grimoire secured, Lockhart's still form levitated before them, and arrangements made to transport the basilisk, they prepared to leave the chamber. "One question remains," Snape said. "Who placed the diary among the Weasley girls' possessions?" "Lucius Malfoy," Harry answered with certainty. During the bookshop confrontation with Mr. Weasley. I saw it in the Hogwarts pensive. He will face consequences, Dumbledore promised. But our immediate concern is preventing Voldemort from obtaining the remaining Founder artifacts. The Ravenclaw diadem is still in the castle, Harry recalled from his vision. Hidden in a room that changes. The Room of Requirement, Dumbledore nodded. We shall search it immediately after securing the basilisk. As they ascended from the chamber, Harry felt a strange mixture of triumph and foreboding. They prevented the diary from fully accomplishing its purpose and discovered valuable information about the convergence ritual. But Voldemort remained active, seeking the Founder's artifacts. And based on the chamber's revelation, Harry now understood why, with all 4 relics, Voldemort could perform a ritual to extract and claim the Founder powers from Harry's blood. His awakening had made him powerful, but also turned him into a target. The battle was just beginning. Harry spent the following days alternating between specialized training and helping Dumbledore translate Slytherin's grimoire. The ancient text contained extensive research on Founder bloodlines and magical inheritance. Slytherin suspected this might happen someday, Harry explained to his study group as they gathered in their classroom. The convergence of all 4 bloodlines in one person. What did he think about it? Susan asked. Surprisingly, he saw it as potentially positive. A way to reunify the Founder's magic that had been divided by their disagreements. That contradicts historical accounts of Slytherin opposing magical unity, Hermione noted, puzzled. The grimoire suggests his views evolved over time, Harry replied. His early extremism softened as he aged. What about the convergence ritual? Blaise asked. Have you discovered how Voldemort plans to use it? Harry nodded grimly. The ritual was designed to allow the Founders to temporarily combine their powers against a great threat. But Voldemort has corrupted its purpose. How? Ron inquired. By using the Founder artifacts as conduits, he could theoretically extract the Founder magic from my blood and claim it for himself. That's why he needs all 4 artifacts, Hermione realized. Each one represents a different Founder's power. Exactly. And we know he's already acquired at least 2, Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket. Then we need to secure the others before he can, Ron stated firmly. The sword and the diadem. The sword appears only to worthy Gryffindors in times of need, Harry explained. It's relatively safe. The diadem, however. I finally spoke with the Grey Lady, Hermione interrupted excitedly. She confirmed the diadem is hidden in the Room of Requirement. But she also said someone found it decades ago, a charming student named Tom Riddle. Voldemort already has the diadem? Harry asked, alarmed. Not exactly. She thinks he hid it again within the castle, after doing something terrible to it. Hiding in plain sight, Blaise mused. Classic Slytherin tactic. The last place anyone would look for a Founder artifact is inside Hogwarts itself. We need to find it immediately, Harry decided. Before Voldemort sends another agent to retrieve it. As they prepared to search the Room of Requirement, McGonagall entered their classroom, her expression grave. Potter, the headmaster requests your presence urgently. Alone, she added when the others rose to accompany him. What's happened? Harry asked as they hurried toward Dumbledore's office. Gringotts has been breached, McGonagall replied tersely. The Lestrange vault specifically. Albus believes Hufflepuff's cup was the target. In Dumbledore's office, they found the headmaster examining a swirling pensive memory. He looked up as they entered, his customary twinkle absent. Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming promptly. We face a development I feared but hoped to prevent. Voldemort has Hufflepuff's cup, Harry stated, sensing the confirmation. Indeed. A sophisticated infiltration of Gringotts occurred early this morning. The perpetrators focused exclusively on the Lestrange vault, ignoring greater treasures nearby. How did they get past the goblins and dragons? Imperio curse on key personnel. Polyjuice potion. And something more concerning, powers resembling founder abilities. Harry felt cold. He's already started absorbing founder magic. It appears so. The intruder demonstrated Hufflepuff's empathic manipulation to pacify the guardian dragon. And Ravenclaw's intuitive understanding to bypass complex ward schemes. But he needs all 4 artifacts and my blood for the complete ritual, Harry recalled from Slytherin's grimoire. Correct. However, each artifact provides a measure of its founder's power independently. By studying them, Voldemort has begun siphoning limited abilities. So he has the cup and probably the locket, Harry summarized. He's seeking the diadem, which is hidden in the room of requirement. And the sword remains protected by Gryffindor's magic. An accurate assessment, Dumbledore nodded. We must secure the diadem immediately. I was just planning to search for it with my study group. An excellent initiative. 6 searchers with different perspectives may succeed where individuals have failed. What about protection against Voldemort? McGonagall asked. If he's gaining founder abilities, Potter's safety becomes increasingly precarious. I've implemented additional wards, Dumbledore assured her. And Harry's own powers continue developing impressively. His training sessions show remarkable progress. I can defend myself, Harry stated with Gryffindor confidence. Perhaps, McGonagall acknowledged. But overconfidence has felled greater wizards than you, Mr. Potter. Harry recognized the wisdom in her caution. I'll stay with my group and alert you immediately if we find anything. Very well, Dumbledore agreed. But time grows short. Voldemort will not delay his plans now that he possesses 2 artifacts. Harry nodded gravely, understanding the stakes. The race to find the diadem before Voldemort could claim it had become critical. The room of requirement manifested as a cathedral-sized space filled with generations of hidden objects, a veritable maze of forgotten treasures. This is impossible, Ron groaned, surveying the endless piles. We'll never find one tiara in all this junk. Diadem, Hermione corrected automatically. And we need a systematic approach. I might be able to sense it, Harry suggested, drawing on his founder connections. Ravenclaw's legacy should resonate with me. He closed his eyes, extending his magical awareness throughout the room. Countless magical signatures responded, charmed objects, cursed trinkets, forgotten experiments. Sorting through them seemed daunting. Try this, Susan suggested, taking his hand. Hufflepuff's connection abilities might help focus your Ravenclaw senses. Harry felt Susan's magic intertwine with his, steady, supportive, grounding. It helped filter the overwhelming input, allowing him to search more specifically for Ravenclaw's signature. That way, he pointed after several minutes, indicating a path through the cluttered aisles. I sensed something with Ravenclaw's magical imprint. They followed Harry's directions, winding through towering stacks of discarded items. As they approached a particular section, Harry felt conflicting sensations, Ravenclaw's wisdom drawing him forward while Slytherin's self-preservation warned of danger. It's there, he indicated a dusty cabinet. But something's wrong with it. The magic feels corrupted. Like the diary? Hermione asked sharply. Similar but different. The diary contained Riddle's memory, a fragment of consciousness. This feels more like an infection of the original magic. Blaise approached cautiously, casting detection spells. Dark magic, definitely. Several layers of curses. Don't touch it directly, Harry warned as Ron reached toward the cabinet. Let me try something. Drawing on Hufflepuff's healing abilities, Harry extended his magical senses toward the cabinet. He felt the diadem inside, a beautiful creation of Ravenclaw's genius, now tainted by malevolent energy. Like a healer diagnosing disease, he identified the corruption's nature. It's a Horcrux, Harry realized, recalling the term Dumbledore had used in the chamber. Like the diary, but tied directly to the diadem instead of existing separately. What's a Horcrux? Susan asked. Dark magic, Hermione whispered, looking pale. I've read references, it involves soul fragmentation. Voldemort split his soul and attached a piece to the diadem, Harry confirmed. That's why it feels wrong. How do we destroy it? Ron asked practically. Basilisk venom worked on the diary, Harry recalled. But we'd need Dumbledore's help to access that safely. What about fiendfire? Blaise suggested. Ancient texts mention it destroys all magic, even the darkest kinds. Too dangerous in here, Hermione objected, gesturing to the flammable surroundings. We should secure it and bring it to Dumbledore, Harry decided. But we need protection from its influence. Using wandless magic, Harry transfigured nearby objects into a lead-lined box with protective runes. Carefully levitating the diadem without touching it, he guided it into the container. Ravenclaw's wisdom helps counter Voldemort's corruption, he explained as he worked. I can sense how to handle it safely. With the diadem secured, they hurried to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster examined their find with grave interest. Well done, he commended them. You've recovered a priceless artifact and identified its corruption. The diadem of Ravenclaw, thought lost for centuries. It's a Horcrux, isn't it? Harry asked directly. Like the diary. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Your understanding progresses rapidly, Harry. Yes, Tom Riddle created multiple Horcruxes, vessels containing fragments of his soul. It's why he didn't truly die when his killing curse rebounded from you as an infant. The artifacts, Harry realized. He didn't just want them for the convergence ritual. He turned them into Horcruxes. Precisely. A terrible desecration of founder heirlooms, but strategically brilliant. Objects of immense historical significance, already heavily protected by their nature, made further invulnerable by dark magic. So the cup and locket are probably Horcruxes too, Hermione concluded. Almost certainly, Dumbledore agreed. Which makes our task more complex. We must not only prevent Voldemort from obtaining the artifacts for the ritual but destroy the Horcruxes to weaken his immortality. Can basilisk venom destroy this one too? Harry asked, indicating the contained diadem. Yes, though obtaining it remains challenging despite our arrangement with the Chamber's guardian. There is another method, however. Dumbledore moved to a cabinet behind his desk, removing a familiar ruby-encrusted sword. The sword of Gryffindor, Harry breathed. Indeed. Goblin-made silver, it imbibes only that which strengthens it. Having been used to slay the Slytherin basilisk centuries ago by Godric himself, it absorbed the venom's properties. It can destroy Horcruxes, Harry understood. Would you do the honors, Harry? As heir to Gryffindor, the sword will respond most powerfully to your hand. Harry accepted the sword, feeling its perfect balance. The blade seemed to hum with recognition of his bloodline. Open the container but do not touch the diadem directly, Dumbledore instructed. With his friends watching intently, Harry raised the sword as Dumbledore magically opened the lead box. The diadem lay within, an exquisite silver tiara set with a stunning sapphire, marred by dark energy visibly swirling around it. Harry brought the sword down in a single powerful stroke, channeling Gryffindor's combat precision. The blade cleaved through the diadem with surprising ease. A terrible shriek filled the office as black smoke erupted from the broken artifact. For an instant, a face formed in the vapor, Voldemort's serpentine visage contorted in rage, before dissipating. Another piece of Voldemort's soul destroyed, Dumbledore stated. 2 Horcruxes eliminated. But he still has the cup, Ron pointed out. And potentially the locket, Blaise added. And we still don't know where Voldemort himself is, Hermione concluded worriedly. Harry stared at the broken diadem, a realization forming. He'll know, he said quietly. He'll feel his Horcrux being destroyed. Most likely, Dumbledore agreed. Which means we must prepare for his response. He'll come here, Harry predicted, Slytherin strategy combining with Ravenclaw analysis. Hogwarts contains the last founder artifact he needs, the sword. And I'm here too, the blood key to the ritual. A logical assessment, Dumbledore nodded. Though Hogwarts' defenses remain formidable. We need to be ready, Harry insisted, turning to his friends. All of us. Their expressions showed determination despite obvious fear. They'd come too far together to back down now. What's the plan? Ron asked simply. Harry looked to Dumbledore, who smiled encouragingly. I believe Harry should take the lead here. His unique connection to the Founders provides perspective even I cannot match. Drawing on all four aspects of his awakened heritage, Harry outlined a strategy. Gryffindor's courage demanded direct confrontation of the threat. Hufflepuff's loyalty insisted on protecting every student. Ravenclaw's wisdom required careful preparation. Slytherin's cunning suggested using Voldemort's expectations against him. We create a controlled battlefield, Harry proposed. Somewhere away from the main castle where students won't be endangered. Somewhere we can set the terms of engagement. The Quidditch pitch, Blaise suggested. Open space, clear sight lines, away from dormitories. Good, Harry nodded. But we need to lure Voldemort there specifically, not just anywhere on the grounds. The sword, Susan realized. If he believes it's being kept there temporarily during some renovations to Dumbledore's office. Planted information, Ron grinned. Through Slytherin channels that would naturally reach Death Eater families. I can arrange that, Blaise confirmed. Certain housemates regularly report to their parents. Meanwhile, we prepare defenses, Hermione added. Not just magical barriers, but strategic positioning of our strongest fighters. And we evacuate most students, Harry insisted. Through the Room of Requirement passage to Hogsmeade. A comprehensive approach, Dumbledore approved. Balancing offensive capability with defensive precaution. There's one more thing, Harry said hesitantly. I think I know how to counter the convergence ritual if Voldemort attempts it. All eyes turned to him expectantly. Slytherin's grimoire contains the original ritual design. It was meant for cooperation, not theft. If Voldemort tries to extract Founder magic from my blood, I can redirect the flow back to me, and potentially drain his corrupted versions of the powers he's already absorbed from the artifacts. Extremely dangerous, Dumbledore cautioned. Magical backlash could be fatal. It's a risk I have to take, Harry replied with quiet determination. The Founder's power awakened in me for a reason. I need to ensure it's used as they intended, for protection, not conquest. As the planning continued into the night, Harry felt a strange calm descend. For distinct aspects of his magic, courage, wisdom, loyalty, and cunning, had finally aligned in perfect balance. Whatever came next, he would face it not as four separate legacies but as their unified heir. The storm was coming. But for the first time since the Sorting Hat had changed his life, Harry felt truly ready. Word spread through carefully selected channels that the Sword of Gryffindor had been temporarily relocated to a special display pavilion near the Quidditch pitch. Blaise's Slytherin connections ensured the information reached those most likely to report to Death Eater parents. Meanwhile, preparations accelerated. Professors strengthened wards around the chosen battlefield while weakening those specific pathways leading to it, creating a funnel effect. The Order of the Phoenix, alerted by Dumbledore, positioned members in strategic locations throughout Hogsmeade and the school grounds. Harry's Founder study group expanded, incorporating trusted students from all houses who showed aptitude for defensive magic. Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, the Weasley twins, and several others joined daily training sessions where Harry shared techniques from all four Founder traditions. Hufflepuff magic isn't just healing, Harry explained during one session. It's about connection and support. Try channeling your magic through each other, one person's shield strengthening another's spell. Susan demonstrated, linking her magic with Neville's to produce a shielding charm that glowed with unusual stability. Ravenclaw's approach emphasizes adaptation, Harry continued. Don't just cast standard spells, modify them for specific purposes. Hermione and Luna showcased this principle, transforming simple charms into tactically versatile variations. Slytherin's strategy means using your environment, Harry demonstrated, magically manipulating nearby objects into defensive positions. Nothing is just an obstacle, everything is a potential resource. Blaise and surprisingly, the Weasley twins, excelled at this approach, their prankster creativity translating effectively to battlefield tactics. And Gryffindor courage isn't about fearlessness, Harry concluded. It's about acting despite fear. Trusting your instincts when logic falters. Ron and Ginny demonstrated this principle in paired dueling, their intuitive movements compensating for their opponent's greater technical skill. As Harry observed his friends incorporating founder techniques, he felt a surge of pride. They might not carry the bloodlines, but they embodied the founder's best qualities nonetheless. On the fourth night after discovering the diadem, Harry's scar erupted with searing pain. His consciousness was pulled into Voldemort's mind, witnessing a gathering of Death Eaters. The boy has destroyed another soul vessel, Voldemort raged, his fury palpable. He will pay for this transgression. My lord, Lucius Malfoy ventured cautiously, my son reports that Dumbledore has moved the sword of Gryffindor to the Quidditch area for some ceremony. Convenient, Voldemort's anger cooled to calculating malice. Perhaps too convenient. A trap, someone suggested. Undoubtedly. Yet sometimes the best response to a trap is to spring it deliberately, with preparations of your own. Voldemort turned to a shadowy figure. You understand what must be done. Yes, my lord. The cup and locket are prepared. We need only the sword and Potter's blood to complete the convergence. Then we attack tomorrow at dusk, Voldemort decided. Let Dumbledore believe his trap successful, until we turn it against him. Harry pulled free from the vision, finding himself in his dormitory with Ron shaking him urgently. Harry! You were screaming, mate. It's happening, Harry gasped. Tomorrow at dusk. Voldemort's coming, and he knows it's a trap. Dawn found the castle in controlled evacuation mode. Younger students were escorted to safety through the room of requirement passage to Hogsmeade, while older volunteers remained to support the defense. In Dumbledore's office, Harry reported his vision to a war council consisting of professors, order members, and his core study group. Voldemort anticipates our strategy, Harry explained. He plans to spring our trap deliberately, turning it against us. Then we prepare a trap within a trap, Moody growled, his magical eye spinning vigilantly. Let him think he's outsmarted us while we position our true defenses elsewhere. The pavilion containing the sword is already heavily warded, Flitwick noted. But we could create a secondary containment area designed to activate only after they breach the primary defenses. What about Hogwarts itself? Hermione asked. Harry's connection to the founders might allow the castle to help directly. Harry considered this. During recent sessions in the founders' sanctum, he'd strengthened his connection to the semi-sentient magic permeating Hogwarts walls. I think that's possible, he confirmed. The castle responds to founder blood, especially in times of threat. Then we have our approach, Dumbledore decided. A layered defense culminating in Harry's founder connection activating Hogwarts' deepest protections. As the meeting concluded, Harry held back his closest friends. There's something else, he told them quietly. Something I didn't mention to the full council. What is it? Hermione asked, concerned. The convergence ritual. If Voldemort attempts it, I'll have one chance to reverse the flow, to reclaim any founder magic he's already absorbed and possibly destroy his connection to the Horcruxes. That sounds incredibly dangerous, Susan observed. It is, Harry admitted. Slytherin's grimoire warns that magical backlash could be fatal to both participants. Then you can't risk it. Ron exclaimed. I may have to, Harry replied steadily. This goes beyond just defeating Voldemort temporarily. We need to end his Horcrux immortality. You're talking about sacrificing yourself, Hermione whispered, tears forming. Only if necessary, Harry assured her. But I need your help preparing. Each of you represents aspects of the Founder's approaches that strengthen me. Despite their obvious concerns, his friends nodded in determination. They spent the remaining hours before dusk finalizing preparations, not just for the coming battle, but for the ritual counter-strategy Harry might need to employ. As the sun began its descent, Harry stood atop the astronomy tower, surveying the grounds. The pavilion near the Quidditch pitch gleamed in the fading light, its magical defenses subtly visible to his enhanced perception. Order members and trusted teachers had taken strategic positions throughout the area, disillusioned or concealed by Weasley twins' inventions. Within the pavilion, the Sword of Gryffindor waited, a genuine artifact, though not the Horcrux-destroying original, which remained secured in Dumbledore's office. This decoy would serve its purpose in attracting Voldemort's attention while disguising their true strategy. Harry closed his eyes, extending his awareness into Hogwarts itself. The castle responded immediately, its ancient magic recognizing the heir of all four founders. He felt its defenses strengthen, portraits and statues preparing for activation, passages shifting to create tactical advantages. "It's time," Dumbledore's voice came from behind him. Harry turned to find the headmaster watching him with a mixture of pride and concern. "Are you certain about the ritual counter-strategy, Harry? The risk is substantial." "I'm sure," Harry replied. "The Founder's magic awakened in me for this purpose. I can feel it." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Then let us proceed. But remember, no victory is worth the sacrifice of your future. The world needs Harry Potter alive, not just as a hero of prophecy, but as the remarkable young man you've become." Together, they descended to join the defenders gathered near the pavilion. Harry's friends waited with expressions of nervous determination. "They're coming," Luna announced dreamily, looking skyward. "The Raxburts are fleeing." Harry had learned not to discount Luna's unusual perceptions. Focusing his Hufflepuff empathy, he sensed approaching malevolence beyond the castle boundaries. "Positions everyone," he said quietly. "It begins." The attack came not as a frontal assault but as multiple simultaneous breaches across the defensive perimeter. Death Eaters apparat to predetermined locations just outside the anti-apparition wards, moving with coordinated precision toward the pavilion. The Order's outer defenses engaged immediately. Spellfire erupted across the grounds as hidden defenders revealed themselves. The Death Eaters, prepared for resistance, responded with brutal efficiency. Harry watched from his position, analyzing patterns with Ravenclaw clarity. The attacking force showed unusually sophisticated tactical coordination, evidence of Voldemort's growing Slytherin strategic abilities. "They're hurting our defenders," Harry realized. "Creating a corridor directly to the pavilion. That's where you should be," Ron reminded him. "For the plan to work." Harry nodded, moving with his core group toward the pavilion. As they approached, a chill descended, unnatural cold that froze breath and dampened hope. "Dementors," Hermione warned. At least a dozen glided from the Forbidden Forest, their hooded forms converging on the battlefield. "Patron uses ready," Harry commanded. 5 wands raised simultaneously. Expecto Patronum. A stag, otter, terrier, badger, and falcon erupted in silver light, charging the approaching Dementors. The creatures scattered before the combined assault, though Harry noted they regrouped rather than retreating fully. Inside the pavilion, Harry took position beside the displayed sword. His friends formed a protective circle around him, not just for physical defense, but for the ritual support they might need to provide. "Second wave incoming," Blaise warned, monitoring a magical sensor they'd placed. Through the pavilion's enchanted walls, they watched Death Eaters breach the outer defenses. Order members fell back in seemingly desperate retreat, luring the attackers forward. "They think they're winning," Ron observed grimly. "Let them maintain that illusion," Harry replied, Slytherin calculation guiding his strategy. The pavilion's primary wards activated as the first Death Eaters tested them. Flitwick's intricate spellwork flared brilliantly, repelling the initial assault. As expected, the attackers responded with progressively more powerful countermeasures. 3 minutes until breach, Hermione estimated, monitoring the ward degradation. Harry centered himself, drawing all four aspects of founder magic into perfect balance. Gryffindor courage steadied his nerves. Hufflepuff empathy connected him to his friends and the castle. Ravenclaw wisdom analyzed tactical options. Slytherin cunning prepared counter-strategies. When the pavilion wards finally collapsed in a shower of magical sparks, Death Eaters poured through the breach, only to trigger Dumbledore's secondary trap. Concentric circles of golden light erupted from the floor, encasing the intruders in containment fields. All except one figure who moved with impossible speed, avoiding each magical trigger with preternatural awareness. Voldemort had arrived. His appearance shocked Harry. No longer the spectral presence from Harry's visions, Voldemort had manifested a new body, tall and powerful, with traces of his former handsome features restored. Only his eyes remained inhuman, crimson orbs radiating malevolence. Harry Potter, Voldemort's voice carried unusual resonance. How considerate of you to arrange this gathering. Harry stood firm, wand ready. Hello, Tom. I see you've been busy with the founder artifacts. Anger flashed across Voldemort's face at the use of his birth name, quickly controlled. Perceptive. Yes, Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket have proven instructive. Their magic responds to my command now. Corrupted versions, Harry corrected. You've twisted their purpose, just as you twisted your own soul with Horcruxes. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You understand more than you should, child. Dumbledore has been generous with forbidden knowledge. Not Dumbledore, Harry replied. The founders themselves. Their blood awakened in me remembers what you've done. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Voldemort's features. The Sorting Hat's declaration was unexpected, I admit. But blood can be taken, Potter. Power can be transferred. With blinding speed, Voldemort drew two artifacts from his robes, a golden cup and a silver locket, both emanating corrupted magical signatures. The convergence ritual requires 4 artifacts and founder blood, Voldemort continued. I have 2 artifacts, you have the sword, and you are kind enough to provide your blood. A productive arrangement. Except that's not the real sword, Harry revealed, stepping away from the display. Just a transfigured replica. Fury contorted Voldemort's features. With a violent gesture, he shattered the display case, confirming Harry's claim as the fake sword dissolved into base materials. No matter, Voldemort recovered quickly. The ritual can proceed with 3 artifacts. It will merely require more blood. He gestured sharply. Harry's friends were suddenly immobilized by invisible forces, Voldemort's wandless magic demonstrating the enhanced abilities he'd gained from the artifacts. Now, Potter. We begin. Voldemort placed the cup and locket on the floor, arranging them in specific positions. With another gesture, he summoned the diary and diadem, or rather, their remains. Even destroyed, they retain traces of both my soul and founder magic, he explained conversationally. Sufficient for our purposes. Harry remained outwardly calm while inwardly activating his counter-strategy. Drawing on Slytherin's grimoire knowledge, he recognized Voldemort's ritual configuration, and its critical weaknesses. The convergence requires willing participation, Harry noted, playing for time. The founders designed it as a cooperative ritual. Partially true, Voldemort acknowledged. But pain can substitute for willingness. A principle I've extensively tested. With frightening speed, Voldemort closed the distance between them. His hand, unnaturally strong, grasped Harry's throat. I'll take what's rightfully mine, Potter. The power you stumbled into by accident. As Voldemort forced Harry to his knees within the ritual arrangement, Harry made eye contact with each of his immobilized friends. They understood the signal, when the moment came, they would channel their magic to support his counter-ritual. Voldemort conjured a ritual dagger, its blade gleaming with dark enchantments. Your mother's sacrifice protected you once from my killing curse. Let's see if it shields you from a different kind of magic. The blade sliced across Harry's palm. Blood welled immediately, dripping onto the floor where the artifacts were arranged. As each drop touched the corrupted founder objects, they began to glow with unnatural light. Yes, Voldemort hissed in satisfaction. The blood recognizes the founder's magic. The connection forms. Harry felt it, a pulling sensation as the ritual attempted to draw the founder powers from his blood. Voldemort began chanting in ancient language, words twisted from the original ritual Harry had studied in Slytherin's grimoire. The moment had come. As Voldemort focused on extracting power, Harry initiated his counter-strategy. Drawing on Ravenclaw's perfect recall, Harry silently recited the true convergence incantation. With Hufflepuff empathy, he connected to the founder magic within the artifacts, recognizing their true nature beneath Voldemort's corruption. Gryffindor courage strengthened his will against the pain. Slytherin cunning guided his timing. Something's wrong, Voldemort suddenly realized as the ritual's energy flow wavered. Not wrong, Harry contradicted, his voice gaining strength. Corrected. With supreme effort, Harry reversed the magical current. Instead of his blood feeding power to Voldemort, the ritual began drawing the corrupted founder energies from Voldemort and the artifacts back toward Harry, their rightful heir. No. Voldemort raged, increasing the ritual's power. The magical backlash crackled visibly in the air between them. Pain seared through Harry's body as conflicting magical forces battled for dominance. In that critical moment, Harry's friends broke through Voldemort's immobilization spell. United in purpose, they channeled their magic to Harry, not directly interfering with the ritual, but strengthening his connection to the founder's true legacy. Hermione provided Ravenclaw's analytical precision. Ron supplied Gryffindor's unyielding courage. Susan channeled Hufflepuff's steadfast loyalty. Blaise contributed Slytherin's adaptive strategy. Their combined support tipped the balance. The ritual's flow reversed completely, drawing not just the founder magic but the Horcrux fragments from the artifacts into Harry's bloodstream. For one terrible moment, Harry felt Voldemort's soul pieces within him, alien, malevolent, seeking to corrupt. But the founder's magic, now fully awakened and balanced, recognized the intrusion. Like antibodies attacking infection, the four magical traditions united to purge the corruption. Light erupted from Harry's body, red, blue, yellow, and green streams intertwining into brilliant white. The Horcrux fragments screamed as they were consumed by the founder's pure magic. Voldemort collapsed, his enhanced body deteriorating as the stolen founder powers were stripped away. The cup and locket, freed from Horcrux corruption, glowed with their original magic. "What have you done?" Voldemort gasped, his restored appearance reverting to the serpentine form Harry recognized from visions. "Completed what the founders started," Harry answered, standing despite excruciating pain. "United what you tried to divide." The pavilion's walls shimmered as Dumbledore and the Order members entered, having dealt with the remaining Death Eaters outside. They found Harry standing over a severely weakened Voldemort, the founder artifacts arranged around them. "It's over, Tom," Dumbledore stated quietly. "Never," Voldemort snarled. With his remaining strength, he cast a final desperate spell, not at Harry or Dumbledore, but at the ground beneath them. The explosion ripped through the pavilion floor, creating chaos that allowed Voldemort to escape through a previously prepared portal. In the confusion, Harry lunged forward, managing to grasp the cup and locket before they could be reclaimed. As the dust settled, the defenders regrouped. Voldemort had fled, but many Death Eaters remained captured. More importantly, the founder artifacts had been secured, and the Horcrux fragments within them destroyed. "Did we win?" Ron asked, helping Hermione to her feet amid the debris. Harry looked down at the artifacts in his hands, feeling their magic harmonize with his own. "Not completely," he answered honestly. "Voldemort escaped. He still has other Horcruxes out there. But we stopped the convergence ritual and reclaimed 2 founder artifacts." "And you survived," Hermione pointed out, embracing him tightly. "That's no small victory." "We all did," Harry acknowledged, looking around at his friends. Together. Later, in Dumbledore's office, Harry placed the cup and locket on the desk beside the repaired diadem and the true sword of Gryffindor. For the first time in centuries, all 4 founder artifacts were reunited. What happens now? Harry asked Dumbledore. Voldemort will retreat to recover his strength, the headmaster replied. Without the founder magic he'd absorbed, he significantly weakened. The destruction of 3 Horcruxes further diminishes him. But he's still out there. Yes. And we must remain vigilant for his return. But today, Harry, you achieved something remarkable, something beyond defeating a dark wizard. What's that? Dumbledore gestured to the artifacts. You reunited the Founder's legacy. For generations, Hogwarts has been divided by house rivalries reflecting the Founder's disagreements. Your awakening as heir to all 4 bloodlines offers a chance to heal those divisions. Harry considered this, feeling the balanced Founder magic flowing harmoniously through his veins. No longer did the 4 traditions compete for dominance, they complemented each other, creating something greater than their individual parts. I think that's what they intended all along, Harry realized. Not for one tradition to dominate, but for all to work in balance. A wise insight, Dumbledore smiled. Perhaps that is your true inheritance, Harry, not just magical power, but the wisdom to use it in bringing unity where there was division. As Harry left the office, his friends waited in the corridor, not just his core group, but students from all 4 houses who had participated in the defense. They looked to him not with the awe due to the boy who lived or the heir of 4 founders, but with the respect earned through shared struggle. In that moment, Harry understood that his awakening had begun something far more significant than he'd initially realized. The Sorting Hat hadn't just identified his bloodlines, it had initiated a transformation that extended beyond him to Hogwarts itself. The battle against Voldemort would continue. But today, a different victory had been won, one the Founders would have recognized and celebrated. Not through conquest or dominance, but through unity and balance. Harry Potter, heir of 4, had taken the first step toward healing the wizarding world's oldest division. And in doing so, he'd begun to fulfill the true purpose of his awakening. Chapter 2, The Gathering. The summer heat pressed down on Grimmauld Place like a heavy blanket. Harry sprawled across his bed, surrounded by ancient texts and scrolls detailing founder bloodlines. 2 months since the battle at Hogwarts, and his dreams still echoed with Voldemort's promise, "I'll return for what's mine." A knock interrupted his thoughts. Still buried in those dusty books. Sirius leaned against the doorframe, looking healthier than he had when Harry first arrived. The Ministry had finally cleared his name after Peter Pettigrew was captured during the Hogwarts battle. "Found something interesting," Harry replied, holding up a genealogy chart. "Look at this branch of the Potter family tree." Sirius crossed the room and squinted at the faded parchment. Helena Gryffindor married to Hardwin Potter in 1437. Well, that explains one bloodline. And here, Harry pointed to another section. Turns out my mom wasn't Muggleborn after all. Her family squibbed out generations ago, but traces back to Hufflepuff through this line, and possibly Ravenclaw through this one. And Slytherin? Harry flipped to another scroll. That's the weird part. There's no direct line I can find, but the magic clearly recognized me. Dumbledore thinks Voldemort might have accidentally transferred some founder essence when his killing curse rebounded. Sirius whistled. Magical inheritance by attempted murder. That's a new one. Harry laughed despite himself. Living with Sirius had been the best part of summer, someone who treated him like a normal kid despite the extraordinary circumstances. Speaking of inheritance, Sirius continued, I've been going through the Black family vault. Found something you might be interested in. He tossed a small package onto Harry's bed. Inside lay an ancient-looking compass, its needle spinning wildly instead of pointing north. What is it? Harry asked, feeling magic pulse from the device. Founder's compass. Family legend says it points to artifacts created by the Hogwarts founders when activated with the right kind of magic. Harry's eyes widened. You're kidding. This could help find any remaining artifacts Voldemort's searching for. Thought you'd like it. Sirius grinned. Figured if anyone has the right kind of magic to make it work, it'd be you. Harry held the compass, focusing on his balanced founder abilities. The needle continued spinning erratically. Needs more than just founder blood, Harry mused. Probably requires specific activation. Something to research back at school, Sirius suggested. Speaking of which, your friends are arriving in an hour for your birthday dinner. Might want to shower before then. You've got ink on your face. Harry touched his cheek and grimaced at the black smudge on his fingers. Thanks for the heads up. After Sirius left, Harry carefully packed away the scrolls and placed the compass in his trunk. 2 days until they returned to Hogwarts for his second year. He wondered how different things would be now that everyone knew about his founder status. Last year had ended in chaos. After defeating Voldemort's ritual attempt and reclaiming Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, Harry had barely had time to process everything before exams and the end-of-term feast. Dumbledore had kept the artifacts secured in his office while researching any remaining Horcruxes. The Daily Prophet had gone wild with speculation about the fourfold heir, publishing increasingly outlandish stories about Harry's powers. The latest claimed he could transform into magical creatures representing each house at will. Harry glanced at himself in the mirror as he prepared to shower. He looked different, taller, more confident, with an intensity to his eyes that hadn't been there before. The founder magic had changed him physically, enhancing his natural abilities and accelerating his growth. But the biggest changes were internal. His mind processed information with Ravenclaw clarity. His body moved with Gryffindor precision. His emotions registered others' feelings with Hufflepuff sensitivity. His instincts calculated advantages with Slytherin acuity. Harry stepped under the shower, letting hot water wash away ink stains and tension. He'd mastered the basics of founder magic over summer through correspondence lessons with his Hogwarts professors. McGonagall sent weekly transfiguration challenges. Flitwick provided theoretical puzzles. Sprout delivered rare plants to practice healing. Even Snape grudgingly sent potions problems, though his feedback remained caustic. But Harry knew he'd barely scratched the surface of his potential. The real training would resume at Hogwarts, where he could access the founder's sanctum and continue specialized lessons. Clean and dressed in jeans and a simple green shirt, Harry headed downstairs to the renovated kitchen. Sirius had transformed the once gloomy house into a surprisingly comfortable home, stripping away dark artifacts and centuries of magical grime. There he is. Ron's voice boomed as Harry entered. His friend had shot up several inches over summer, now towering over Harry despite being the same age. Hermione rushed forward to hug him. Happy birthday, Harry. You look wonderful. Thanks, Harry replied, suddenly self-conscious as he noticed another figure hanging back slightly. Ginny Weasley watched him with a mixture of curiosity and something else he couldn't quite identify. Hi Ginny, he greeted, feeling an unexpected flutter in his stomach. She'd changed over summer too, more confident after recovering from the diary incident. Happy birthday, she replied with a small smile. Nice place. More guests arrived in quick succession, Neville bringing a rare magical plant, Luna with a bizarre but thoughtful charm made from butterbeer caps, Susan Bones carrying a Hufflepuff scarf she'd knitted herself. Even Blaise Zabini appeared, looking distinctly uncomfortable until Harry welcomed him warmly. The gathering reflected Harry's new reality, friends from all houses, united by shared experiences. As they enjoyed Sirius's surprisingly excellent cooking, Harry felt a contentment he'd rarely experienced. His Hufflepuff empathy registered genuine affection from everyone present, with no ulterior motives or false pretenses. After dinner, they gathered in the newly refurbished living room where Sirius had arranged Harry's presents in a pile. Open mine first. Ron insisted, shoving a messily wrapped package forward. Inside was a wand holster made from dragon hide. Quick draw enchanted, Ron explained. After seeing you fight Voldemort, figured you needed proper gear. Hermione's gift was predictably book-shaped, but the content surprised Harry, a hand-bound collection of founder research she'd compiled herself, including rare excerpts from historical texts. This is incredible, Harry said sincerely, flipping through the meticulously organized notes. Must have taken all summer. Only most of it, Hermione replied, looking pleased. As Harry worked through the pile, each gift revealed thoughtful connections to his unique situation. Neville's plant had healing properties aligned with Hufflepuff traditions. Luna's charm supposedly helped balance conflicting magical influences. Susan's scarf contained subtle protective enchantments. Blaze's contribution, an elegant silver pocket watch, included a secret compartment for emergency resources. Ginny hung back until last, finally stepping forward with a small box. It's not much, she warned. Inside lay a simple leather bracelet with 4 tiny gemstones, ruby, sapphire, emerald, and amber. One for each house, Harry realized, immediately slipping it on. I charmed it myself, Ginny explained. It warms up when your magic gets unbalanced toward one founder aspect. Helps you maintain equilibrium. Harry stared at her in surprise. That's complex spellwork. She shrugged, cheeks pink. Asked Bill for help with the framework, but I did the attunement part. Having Tom in my head left me with some weird magical knowledge. It's perfect, Harry said sincerely, feeling the bracelet adjust to his magical signature. The genuine appreciation in his voice made Ginny's blush deepen. Sirius broke the moment by announcing it was time for cake, but Harry caught Ginny's eye again later as everyone played Exploding Snap. Something had shifted between them, a connection he hadn't anticipated but found himself wanting to explore. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with even more excitement than usual on September 1st, students openly stared and pointed as Harry made his way toward the Hogwarts Express with Ron and Hermione. You'd think they'd never seen me before, Harry muttered. They haven't, Hermione replied pragmatically. Not as the confirmed heir of all 4 founders. You're practically magical royalty now. Great, Harry sighed. Just what I needed. A flash went off in his face. Colin Creevey, a small boy clutching a camera, bounced excitedly. Hi Harry. I'm Colin. I'm starting Hogwarts this year. Can I have your picture? Before Harry could respond, a drawling voice cut in. Celebrity status gone to your head, Potter. Draco Malfoy stood nearby, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. Something had changed in his demeanor, less swagger, more caution. Not in the mood, Malfoy, Harry replied, Slytherin instincts assessing Draco's body language. The blonde boy was putting on a show of confidence but radiating anxiety. My father says your little stunt last year doesn't prove anything, Draco continued, though with less conviction than his usual taunts. Anyone can claim ancient bloodlines. Harry stepped closer, lowering his voice. How is your father, Draco? Recovered from the Ministry questioning about his Death Eater activities? Malfoy paled slightly. The aftermath of the battle had included investigations into Death Eater identities. Lucius had narrowly escaped charges through his political connections, but his reputation had suffered. Watch yourself, Potter, Draco hissed. Things are changing. The Ministry isn't as enamored with you as you think. He stalked away, leaving Harry thoughtful. The warning seemed almost genuine, less threat, more information. That was weird, Ron commented as they boarded the train. He's scared, Harry replied, Hufflepuff empathy having detected Draco's genuine fear beneath the bravado. They found a compartment already occupied by Neville and Luna. Susan joined them shortly after, followed by Blaze who entered with a casual nod as if his presence were perfectly normal despite the curious looks from passing Slytherins. I've been thinking about our study group, Hermione announced once the train started moving. We should formalize it this year, maybe even register as an official club. What would we call it? Ron asked skeptically. The Harry Potter Appreciation Society? How about the Founders Circle? Susan suggested. Focused on integrated magical approaches from all four houses. I like it, Harry approved. Open to anyone wanting to learn, not just about my situation. Political move, Blaise observed. Shifts narrative from you being special to you sharing knowledge. Smart. I wasn't thinking politically, Harry objected. Blaise raised an eyebrow. Your Slytherin side was, whether you realized it or not. The compartment door slid open again, revealing Ginny. Room for one more. Always, Harry replied automatically, feeling that strange flutter again as she sat beside him. The journey passed pleasantly with discussions about the upcoming year interspersed with exploding snap games and sharing of chocolate frogs. When the trolley which had gone, Harry noticed Ginny examining his bracelet. It's working perfectly, he told her quietly while the others argued about Quidditch prospects. Helped me 3 times already when my magic started leaning too Ravenclaw during summer research. Ginny smiled, looking pleased. I wasn't sure it would. The calibration was tricky. Where'd you learn to create something like this? Harry asked curiously. I've always been good with charms, she replied with a small shrug. Mom says I take after her side of the family. And after Tom, I wanted to understand more about magical balances. How darkness and light interact. Harry nodded, understanding perfectly. His own experiences had similarly driven his magical education in specific directions. Would you want to join the Founders Circle? He asked. We could use someone with your charm expertise. Something flickered in her expression, surprise followed by determination. I'd like that. If you're sure I wouldn't be intruding. You fought Voldemort's diary for months, Harry said seriously. That makes you more qualified than most 7th years. The train slowed as they approached Hogsmeade Station. Looking out at the gathering dusk, Harry felt both excitement and apprehension. His 2nd year promised new challenges, but also opportunities to explore his awakened abilities more fully. One thing was certain, it wouldn't be boring. The welcoming feast brought immediate changes. After the sorting concluded, with the hat maintaining a respectful distance from Harry, Dumbledore introduced new staff members. Please welcome Professor Remus Lupin, who will be taking over defense against the dark arts following Professor Quirrell's unfortunate departure. Harry smiled at seeing his father's old friend at the staff table. Sirius had mentioned Dumbledore's offer to Remus but wasn't sure he'd accept given his furry problem. Additionally, we have Ministry Representative Dolores Umbridge joining us as educational consultant. This announcement drew confused murmurs. A toad-like woman in pink stood, simpering at the students. Harry immediately felt his Slytherin instincts trigger warning signals. Something about her radiated danger despite her saccharine appearance. She works directly for Fudge, Susan whispered. My aunt says she's dangerous, believes in pureblood superiority but hides it behind policy speak. Why is she here? Harry wondered. His question was partially answered when Umbridge interrupted Dumbledore's speech, an unprecedented breach of protocol, to deliver her own address. Beneath flowery language about progress and tradition, her message became clear: the Ministry was interfering at Hogwarts. The Ministry feels certain educational approaches require review, she simpered, her gaze lingering on Harry. Particularly regarding extraordinary claims about magical inheritance and special abilities. Harry maintained a neutral expression while internally all 4 founder aspects analyzed the threat. Gryffindor urged direct confrontation, Hufflepuff counseled caution to protect his friends, Ravenclaw dissected political motivations, and Slytherin plotted counter-strategies. After the feast, Professor McGonagall intercepted Harry before he reached Gryffindor Tower. The headmaster wishes to see you immediately, Potter. The password is Acid Pops. Harry found Dumbledore in his office with Professor Lupin and, surprisingly, Snape. Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming promptly. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. I believe you know Professor Lupin. Good to see you, Harry. Remus smiled warmly. Sirius has told me all about your summer studies. We must discuss your training schedule, Dumbledore continued after pleasantries. Given Madame Umbridge's presence, we require additional discretion. She's here to interfere with my founder training, Harry guessed. Precisely, Snape confirmed. The Ministry fears your developing abilities. Fudge believes Dumbledore is grooming you as some weapon against the Ministry. That's ridiculous, Harry objected. I'm just trying to control these powers, not use them against anyone. Fear rarely responds to logic, Dumbledore replied sadly. Nevertheless, we shall continue your education more subtly. The revised schedule maintained Harry's specialized training but disguised it within existing structures. Battle magic with McGonagall became Advanced Transfiguration Study Hall. Healing practice with Sprout transformed into Endangered Magical Plants Club. Ravenclaw knowledge development with Flitwick hid within Theoretical Charms Research. Even Snape's strategic training continued under the guise of Remedial Potions, a cover no one would question given their public relationship. What about the Founder's Sanctum? Harry asked. I need access to continue studying the heart artifacts. I've modified the entrance, Dumbledore explained. It now connects to various locations throughout the castle, changing daily. This should prevent Madame Umbridge from noticing your regular visits to one particular spot. And my Founder's study group? Register it officially, Dumbledore advised. Transparency about harmless activities provides excellent cover for necessary secrets. After the meeting concluded, Lupin held Harry back. I wanted a private word, he said once the others had gone. About your father. What about him? Harry asked eagerly. Your Founder awakening explains something that always puzzled us. James occasionally displayed magical abilities beyond normal explanation, combat instincts that bordered on precognition, transfiguration innovations that shouldn't have been possible at his age. Gryffindor's bloodline, Harry realized. Exactly. But dormant, or partial, nothing like your full awakening. Lupin smiled nostalgically. He would have been fascinated by what's happening to you. Harry swallowed past the sudden tightness in his throat. Thanks for telling me. I've brought something else, Lupin added, producing a worn leather book from his robes. Your father's personal spellbook. It contains combat techniques he developed that seem to draw unconsciously on Gryffindor traditions. Might help with integrating that aspect of your magic. Harry accepted the book reverently. This means a lot. That's what I'm here for, Remus replied. Officially to teach defense, unofficially to help with your Gryffindor training. Sirius would have come himself if his aura reinstatement wasn't still being processed. The first month of term established new rhythms. Regular classes during the day, specialized training in evenings, Founder's Sanctum studies late at night. Harry slept less but found his enhanced physiology required less rest anyway. The Founder's Circle became an immediate success, drawing students from all houses interested in cross-disciplinary magical approaches. Harry carefully structured sessions to share genuine magical insights without revealing the full extent of his abilities. Umbridge observed these meetings with poorly disguised suspicion but could find nothing objectionable about students practicing standard curriculum spells, albeit with innovative combinations. She's looking for excuses to restrict you, Hermione warned after one particularly intense observation session. Be careful. I'm all about careful, Harry replied, though his Gryffindor aspect chafed at the restraint. His personal training progressed rapidly. McGonagall pushed his combat transfiguration to new levels, teaching him to transform battlefield elements instantaneously. Sprout advanced his healing abilities from plants to small animals and eventually human minor injuries. Flitwick's theoretical sessions expanded Harry's spell repertoire exponentially through underlying magical principles rather than rote learning. Even Snape's training proved valuable, though still unpleasant. The potions master focused on strategic thinking and occlumency, protecting Harry's mind from both Voldemort's intrusions and potential Ministry legitimacy. Again, Snape commanded after successfully breaching Harry's mental defenses. Your Slytherin abilities should make this effortless. You're still relying too much on Gryffindor brute force. Harry adjusted his approach, utilizing Slytherin cunning to create subtle misdirections rather than walls. This time when Snape attacked, he found himself navigating a labyrinth of false memories and looping pathways. Better, Snape acknowledged grudgingly. Though still lacking subtlety. From anyone else, this would barely qualify as praise. From Snape, it represented significant approval. Throughout these sessions, Harry continued studying the Founder's compass Sirius had given him. The device remained stubbornly inert despite various activation attempts combining Founder magics. Then, during a late-night sanctum session in early October, Harry had a breakthrough. Instead of focusing Founder magic into the compass, he placed it sequentially on each Founder's heart artifact, absorbing their unique magical signatures. The compass needle suddenly stabilized, pointing northeast. "It works!" Harry exclaimed to the empty chamber. The needle's direction suggested something beyond Hogwarts grounds, perhaps in the Forbidden Forest or even further. He needed to investigate, but not alone. This discovery merited sharing with his core group. A treasure hunt? Ron summarized after Harry explained his compass discovery to the inner circle of the Founder's Circle: Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Susan, and Blaise. Essentially, Harry confirmed. The compass seems to be pointing to another Founder artifact, something not documented in historical records. Or someone's moved a known artifact to that location, Hermione suggested practically. Either way, we should investigate carefully. The direction suggests the compass is pointing toward the mountains beyond Hogsmeade, Blaise noted, examining a map of the area. That's a lot of territory to search, Susan observed. And we can't exactly wander off school grounds with Umbridge watching your every move. Hogsmeade weekend is coming up, Neville suggested. We could use that as cover to get closer and narrow down the location. Good thinking, Harry approved. We'll need equipment for exploring rough terrain. And protective gear in case we're not the only ones looking for Founder artifacts. You think Death Eaters might be searching too? Ginny asked. Voldemort lost 2 artifacts in our last encounter, but he's still after the convergence ritual. He'll be looking for replacements or alternatives. They spent the next week preparing, gathering supplies discreetly and researching the geographical area. Hermione created synchronized communication journals, enchanted books where written messages appeared simultaneously in all copies, allowing the group to coordinate if separated. When Hogsmeade weekend arrived, they implemented their plan. The larger Founder's Circle gathered conspicuously at 3 broomsticks, providing cover while the core group slipped away in pairs toward the village outskirts. Harry and Ginny took the compass, following its increasingly strong signal toward a rocky path leading into the mountains. Whatever it's tracking is getting closer, Harry reported, feeling the compass vibrate in his hand. Ginny stayed alert, wand ready. Over the past weeks, she'd proven herself one of the most capable members of their group, her spell execution precise and powerful. There's some kind of structure ahead, she pointed, squinting at a stone formation partially hidden by trees. They approached cautiously, contacting the others through their journals. The structure revealed itself as the remains of an ancient building, perhaps once a small castle or watchtower, now reduced to foundations and partial walls. This predates Hogwarts, Hermione breathed when the group reunited at the site. Look at the stonework, early medieval at least. The compass led them to a specific section of ruins where the needle spun in rapid circles. It's below us, Harry realized, sensing Founder magic through the ground. There's a chamber underneath. Combining their skills, they located a hidden entrance, a stone trapdoor with Founder symbols carved around its perimeter. Harry traced each symbol, feeling the corresponding magic respond to his touch. With a grinding sound, the door unsealed. I'll go first, Harry insisted, illuminating his wand before descending stone steps into darkness. The underground chamber was surprisingly well preserved, a circular room with 4 alcoves, each bearing the crest of a Hogwarts house. In the center stood a stone pedestal supporting a crystalline orb about the size of a quaffle. The founder's orb, Luna stated matter-of-factly as the group gathered around. Daddy wrote about it once. Everyone thought he was making it up. What does it do? Ron asked, staring at the swirling colors within the crystal, red, blue, green, and yellow intermingling like slow-motion lightning. It's a magical repository, Harry answered, knowledge surfacing from his Ravenclaw abilities. The founders created it to store spells and magical discoveries too dangerous or complex for regular teaching. Like a magical library, Hermione whispered reverently. More interactive, Harry corrected, reaching toward the orb. It responds to founder blood, showing different knowledge depending on which bloodline accesses it. As his fingers touched the crystal surface, all 4 colors brightened simultaneously. Images flooded Harry's mind, spells, rituals, magical theory beyond anything taught at Hogwarts. Incredible, he breathed, absorbing information faster than he could consciously process. It contains their collective research, things they developed together after Hogwarts was established. Can anyone else access it? Blaise asked, practical as always. In limited ways, Harry explained, still connected to the orb. Non-founder magic users could extract specific knowledge with the right approach, but not the full contents. We should bring it back to Hogwarts, Neville suggested. Keep it safe in the founder's sanctum. It's too valuable to leave unprotected, Susan agreed. Harry reluctantly withdrew his hand from the orb, the knowledge flow subsiding. There's just one problem. It's bound to this location by powerful magic. Moving it would require breaking enchantments placed by all 4 founders. Could you do it? Ginny asked. Since you carry all 4 bloodlines. Harry considered this, analyzing the orb's protections with his combined abilities. Possibly, but it would take significant magical effort. And might alert anyone attuned to founder magic signatures. Like Voldemort, Hermione concluded grimly. We should secure this location instead, Blaise proposed. Add our own protections while keeping the original ones intact. They spent the next hour establishing additional wards, combining their magical specialties into layered defenses. Harry added founder-specific enchantments that would recognize their group while repelling others. We should visit regularly, Harry decided as they prepared to leave. The knowledge in that orb could be crucial for understanding the convergence ritual and countering Voldemort's plans. As they climbed back to the surface, Harry felt the magical signature of the orb imprint on his awareness, a new connection to the founder's legacy. Something about the timing of their discovery felt significant, as if the orb had revealed itself precisely when needed. Their return to Hogsmeade seemed uneventful until they approached the village outskirts. A cold sensation washed over Harry, a familiar magical signature he'd felt during the battle last year. Death Eaters, he warned quietly, stopping the group. 2 of them, watching the path back to Hogwarts. How do you know? Ron whispered. Slytherin sense for magical signatures. Same reason Voldemort can track his followers through the dark mark. Options? Blaise asked tersely. We split up, Harry decided. Multiple targets are harder to track. Pairs, different routes back to the castle. They separated quickly, Harry with Ginny taking the most direct path to draw attention while the others circled around through less obvious routes. As predicted, the Death Eaters focused on Harry, believing he would lead them to whatever founder artifact the group had discovered. They're following, Ginny confirmed, glancing back casually as they walked. 2 men in regular robes, but their magical signatures feel wrong. Just keep walking normally, Harry advised. When we reach that bend ahead, be ready to move fast. As they rounded the curve in the path, temporarily out of sight from their pursuers, Harry pulled Ginny behind a large boulder. Drawing on Gryffindor speed, he transfigured 2 nearby branches into decoys that continued down the path, glamour to resemble them from behind. Clever, Ginny whispered appreciatively as they watched the Death Eaters hurry past, following the decoys. That won't fool them for long, Harry replied. We need another route back. Ginny pointed toward a narrow deer trail leading through denser forest. Fred and George showed me this shortcut. Comes out near the Shrieking Shack. They moved quickly through underbrush, staying low. Harry's enhanced senses detected the moment their pursuers realized the deception. Angry voices carried through the trees, followed by the distinctive cracks of apparition. They're trying to cut us off, Harry warned, picking up the pace. They emerged from the forest to find themselves face to face with one Death Eater, a broad-shouldered man with a scarred face Harry didn't recognize. Well, well. The famous Heir, out for a stroll. The man's wand leveled at Harry's chest. The Dark Lord will be pleased when I bring you to him. Harry felt his founder abilities surge in response to the threat. Gryffindor combat reflexes assessed the situation, Ravenclaw knowledge catalogued potential spells, Hufflepuff senses detected the second Death Eater approaching from behind, and Slytherin strategy formulated a plan. Stupefy. Ginny cast suddenly, forcing the Death Eater to shield rather than attack. Harry used the distraction to transfigure the ground beneath the man's feet into quicksand while simultaneously spinning to face the second attacker. Protego, he cast wandlessly, deflecting a cutting curse from the newcomer, a thin woman with wild eyes. Together. Harry called to Ginny, falling into the synchronized dueling technique they'd practiced in Founders Circle sessions. They moved as one unit, Harry's shields protecting them both while Ginny launched precisely timed offensive spells through gaps in his defense. The combination overwhelmed their opponents, who clearly hadn't expected such coordination from teenagers. The male Death Eater, still struggling in the transfigured quicksand, took a stunning spell to the chest and collapsed. The woman lasted longer, displaying greater skill, but fell to a cleverly angled impediment jinx from Ginny that bounced off Harry's shield at an unexpected angle. We need to alert the teachers, Harry said, quickly binding the unconscious Death Eaters. And check if the others encountered trouble. A quick check of their communication journal showed messages from all pairs. Ron and Hermione had reached the castle safely, as had Neville and Luna. Blaise and Susan reported spotting suspicious figures but avoiding confrontation. Professor Lupin arrived minutes after Harry's Patronus message, accompanied by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Death Eaters in Hogsmeade, McGonagall fumed as Aurors were summoned to take custody of the captives. The Ministry assured us security was adequate. They were tracking us specifically, Harry explained once they'd returned to the castle. I think they detected Founder magic when we found the artifact. In Dumbledore's office, with the full group assembled, Harry described their discovery of the Founder's orb and subsequent confrontation. This confirms our concerns, Dumbledore said gravely. Voldemort is indeed seeking additional Founder artifacts to replace those he lost. The orb represents exactly the kind of power he would covet. But he can't access it fully without Founder blood, Hermione pointed out. True, but even partial access would provide dangerous knowledge. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Your additional protections were wise, Harry, though I fear they may only delay determined efforts. Should we try moving it to Hogwarts after all? Harry asked. Not yet. Attempting to break the Founder's binding enchantments would create a magical surge visible to anyone monitoring for such energy. For now, regular visits to study its contents seem the prudent approach. As the meeting concluded, a new complication arose. Professor McGonagall entered looking distinctly annoyed. Madam Umbridge is demanding to interview Mr. Potter and his friends immediately regarding the Hogsmeade incident. She's waiting in her office with a ministry recorder. On what authority? Dumbledore inquired mildly. Educational Decree No. 23, apparently signed this morning, granting her investigative powers regarding student safety matters. Harry exchanged concerned glances with his friends. This felt like a setup. We'll go, he decided. But together, not separately. A wise precaution, Dumbledore agreed. Remember your occlumency, Harry. Madam Umbridge may not possess legilimency skills herself, but she could have brought someone who does. Umbridge's office assaulted the senses, sickeningly pink, covered in kitten plates, and reeking of artificial floral scent. She sat behind her desk wearing a false smile that didn't reach her eyes, while a stern-looking wizard with a dictacle stood nearby. "Mr. Potter," she simpered. "How kind of you to join us. Although I requested individual interviews. We were all involved in the same incident," Harry replied politely but firmly. "It makes sense to provide our accounts together to ensure accuracy." Umbridge's smile tightened. "Very well. Please explain why you were in an unauthorized area beyond Hogsmeade village limits." "We were hiking," Harry answered truthfully if incompletely. "Exploring the historical sites in the area." "Hiking," Umbridge repeated skeptically. "And somehow encountered wanted criminals who just happened to be in the same remote location?" "They followed us from the village," Ginny interjected. "We noticed them watching and tried to avoid confrontation." How curious that Death Eaters would take interest in ordinary students on a hiking trip. Umbridge's voice dripped with disbelief. "Not that curious considering who I am," Harry pointed out reasonably. "They've targeted me before." "Yes, your claims about you-know-who's return. Most convenient for explaining away your unusual activities." Harry maintained his composure, feeling Ginny tense beside him. "The Ministry acknowledged Voldemort's return after the battle at Hogwarts last year," he reminded her. "Even if they've been downplaying it publicly." Umbridge flinched at the name. "The Ministry acknowledges a magical disturbance occurred. Interpretations vary." She leaned forward. "What I'm more interested in is what you found during your hike." Harry blinked innocently. "Found? Mr. Potter, witnesses report your group examining ruins and spending considerable time out of sight. The Ministry has reason to believe you may have discovered a magical artifact." "Just old stones," Ron shrugged. "Hermione gets excited about historical stuff. Made us look at broken walls for ages." Hermione adopted her lecture tone. "The architectural elements suggest pre-Norman construction techniques, possibly dating to—" "Yes, thank you, Miss Granger," Umbridge interrupted. "Mr. Potter, I remind you that concealing the discovery of magical artifacts of historical significance is a violation of Ministry preservation statutes." Harry felt a trap closing. Deny too strongly and appear suspicious, admit the truth and risk the orb falling into Ministry hands, or worse, being reported to Voldemort by his Ministry infiltrators. "We found some interesting ruins," he acknowledged carefully. "Took some notes for history of magic. Professor Binns encourages independent research. And performed magic at this location?" Umbridge pressed. "Simple illumination charms to see inside dark corners," Hermione supplied. "Standard exploration spells within educational parameters." The questioning continued for nearly an hour, Umbridge probing for inconsistencies while the group maintained their story. Harry's Slytherin instincts noted her growing frustration at their united front. "Very well," she finally concluded with poorly concealed irritation. "You may go for now. But the Ministry will be investigating those ruins thoroughly." "Of course," Harry agreed pleasantly. "We marked the location on our map if that would help." Blaise subtly pressed a folded parchment into Harry's hand, a map showing similar ruins in the opposite direction from the orb's actual location. Harry presented it helpfully. "How thoughtful," Umbridge smiled falsely, accepting the misdirection. "The Ministry appreciates student cooperation." As they filed out, Harry felt Umbridge's hateful stare boring into his back. They'd won this round, but her suspicion had only increased. "She's going to be watching us even more closely now," Hermione whispered as they headed back to Gryffindor Tower. "Let her watch," Harry replied, Gryffindor confidence overtaking Slytherin caution momentarily. "We haven't broken any rules. Technical compliance isn't protection against someone determined to find violations," Blaise countered. "Slytherins understand this better than most. Rules can be rewritten. Then we adapt," Harry decided. "The Founder's Circle becomes more visible, more obviously educational. Our private research continues with better security." And we establish contingency plans for accessing the orb if Hogsmeade visits get restricted. Ginny nudged him gently. Your Slytherin is showing. Harry grinned. Good. We'll need all 4 founder approaches to handle whatever comes next. The following weeks brought escalating tension. As Harry had predicted, Umbridge intensified her scrutiny, attending every Founders Circle meeting and questioning participants afterward. She also implemented new, educational decrees, granting herself increasing authority over student activities. Harry countered by making the Founders Circle meetings impeccably educational, focusing on curriculum-relevant spellwork while shifting real training to secret sessions in the Room of Requirement. They called this group, Dumbledore's Army, a name suggested jokingly by Ginny but adopted with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Harry continued studying both the Founders' Hearts in the Sanctum and the Orb during carefully planned excursions. The knowledge he gained accelerated his magical development exponentially. His relationship with Ginny evolved naturally during these activities. Their complementary magical styles, her precise, creative spellwork balancing his raw founder power, created a partnership that extended beyond training sessions. They found themselves spending free time together, discussing magical theory, practicing dueling, or simply enjoying each other's company by the lake. You're different with her, Ron observed one evening after Ginny had left the common room. More normal. What do you mean? Harry asked, genuinely puzzled. With everyone else, there's always this intensity, like you're processing everything through 4 different perspectives at once. With Ginny, you seem more integrated. Just Harry. Harry considered this insight. She doesn't treat me like the fourfold heir. I'm just a boy who happens to have complicated magic. And you fancy her, Ron stated matter-of-factly. Well, Harry stammered, suddenly finding his Ravenclaw eloquence deserting him. Ron laughed. Relax, mate. Could be worse. At least I know you're not an evil overlord in training if you're getting tongue-tied over my sister. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Harry replied dryly, though secretly relieved at Ron's apparent approval. November brought the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Despite his intensive training schedule, Harry had maintained his position as Seeker, finding that his enhanced reflexes and magical senses actually improved his flying. The match began in typical fashion, with Slytherin employing aggressive tactics while Gryffindor relied on superior teamwork. Harry circled above, scanning for the snitch while keeping an eye on Draco Malfoy, who had retained his position as Slytherin Seeker despite his father's political setbacks. 20 minutes into the game, with Gryffindor leading 70-30, Harry spotted the snitch hovering near the Hufflepuff stands. He dove instantly, Malfoy following seconds later. As they raced neck and neck, Harry's Hufflepuff senses suddenly triggered, detecting malevolent intent from the ground below. Without conscious thought, he swerved sharply, pulling Malfoy with him just as a sickly purple spell shot through the space they'd occupied. Someone's casting at us. Harry shouted to Malfoy as they pulled up, momentarily forgetting their rivalry. Draco's eyes widened as a second spell narrowly missed him. That's not a student jinx, that's dark magic. Harry scanned the crowd, his enhanced vision detecting a disillusioned figure near the base of the Ravenclaw stands. Without hesitation, he abandoned the snitch pursuit and dove toward the attacker, wandlessly casting a revealing spell. The disillusionment charm shattered, exposing a masked Death Eater who immediately began firing curses at the approaching Harry. Students screamed and scattered as magical combat erupted amid the Quidditch pitch. Drawing on Gryffindor battle reflexes, Harry dodged spell fire while returning precision casting. He landed hard, rolling to absorb impact, and came up with shield already formed. Bombarda, the Death Eater cast, targeting the nearby stands rather than Harry directly. Harry redirected the explosion upward with a sweeping gesture, protecting the fleeing students. The distraction cost him as a cutting curse sliced his shoulder, but Hufflepuff healing immediately began closing the wound. Teachers were racing toward them, but too distant to intervene immediately. Harry pressed his advantage, combining founder abilities in rapid succession. Gryffindor-enhanced stunners broke through the Death Eater's shields. Ravenclaw analysis identified the magical signature of a port key being activated. Slytherin cunning directed a binding hex to entangle the figure before they could escape. Incarcerus Maxima. Harry cast magically reinforced ropes wrapping the Death Eater completely just as Professors McGonagall and Lupin arrived with wands drawn. Potter. Are you injured? McGonagall demanded, eyeing his bloody shoulder. Already healing, Harry assured her, focusing on their captive. Check for portkeys or suicide triggers. They tried to activate something when they realized they couldn't win. Lupin quickly disarmed the bound figure and removed their mask, revealing an unfamiliar woman with a fanatical expression. Who sent you? Harry demanded, allowing his combined founder aura to flare visibly, a technique he discovered intimidated even hardened opponents. The woman spat at his feet. The heir's blood will feed the convergence. My death means nothing. Before anyone could question her further, she bit down hard. A capsule concealed in her tooth ruptured, and she convulsed violently before going still, foam bubbling from her lips. Poison, Lupin confirmed grimly after a quick diagnostic spell. Fast-acting neurotoxin. Harry stared at the dead assassin, processing implications. She wasn't trying to kill me. She said, the heir's blood will feed the convergence. They need me alive for the ritual. An extraction team, perhaps, McGonagall suggested. The attack may have been meant to wound, not kill, allowing others to capture you during the confusion. Harry scanned the grounds again, sensing no other immediate threats. We should check the wards. If one got in. Already underway, Lupin assured him. Dumbledore activated the Founder Ward stones the moment the attack began. As professors secured the area and led students back to the castle, Harry found himself surrounded by his friends. Ginny immediately examined his injured shoulder. I'm fine, he insisted as she prodded the nearly healed wound. Hufflepuff healing took care of it. You flew directly at a Death Eater, she replied, unimpressed. Your Gryffindor is overriding your common sense again. Actually, that was Hufflepuff, Harry corrected. Couldn't let them hurt other students. Ginny rolled her eyes but squeezed his hand briefly. Just, be careful. These attacks are getting more frequent. She was right. The Hogsmeade incident, now this Quidditch pitch assassination attempt, Voldemort was growing bolder despite his setbacks last year. The most unsettling part came later, after security reviews and debriefings. Harry was summoned to Dumbledore's office to find the headmaster examining a small device removed from the dead assassin. A blood collector, Dumbledore explained, showing Harry the needle-like apparatus. Designed to extract and magically preserve blood samples. So they weren't trying to capture me, just get my blood for the ritual? It appears so. Which suggests Voldemort may have found an alternative approach to the convergence that requires your blood but not your physical presence. The orb, Harry realized suddenly. It contains founder knowledge we haven't accessed yet. What if there are multiple versions of the ritual described there? A distinct possibility. I suggest your next visit prioritize searching for such information. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of urgency increasing. The race to understand the convergence ritual had entered a new phase, one where his blood might be the only component Voldemort still needed. December brought snow and increased security measures. After the Quidditch incident, Aurors patrolled Hogwarts grounds, and Hogsmeade visits were restricted to supervised groups. This complicated access to the Founder's Orb, forcing Harry's group to develop new approaches. The Room of Requirement might be able to create a passage, Hermione suggested during a DA meeting in that very room. It can't violate fundamental magical laws, Harry reminded her. Creating a tunnel through space to a location miles away exceeds its capabilities. What about the existing secret passages? Ron proposed. Fred and George know at least 4 ways out of the castle. All being monitored now, Ginny sighed. I checked with Fred yesterday. There must be founder passages we haven't discovered, Harry mused. Ways they traveled between Hogwarts and important locations. This speculation led to intensive research in the Founder's Sanctum, where Harry eventually discovered reference to a network of waypoints, magical transportation nodes established by the Founders for emergency movement. Like specialized apparition points, he explained to his core group. The Founders created them to bypass standard anti-transportation wards. Could you activate them? Blaise asked. With your Founder blood? Theoretically. The hearts contain activation sequences for each Founder's personal waypoints. If I combine them. The process proved challenging. Each Founder had created their transportation network differently, Gryffindor using courage-based challenges, Ravenclaw implementing riddles, Hufflepuff requiring empathic attunement, and Slytherin demanding blood verification. After days of preparation, Harry attempted to access the integrated system from the Sanctum. Standing before the central platform where he'd first communicated with Hogwarts, he combined activation sequences from all 4 traditions. For a tense moment, nothing happened. Then the platform transformed, revealing a circular dial with destination markers in Founder script. It worked! Harry exclaimed to Ginny, who had accompanied him for this attempt. The waypoint network is active. Consulting the ancient markings, Harry identified a destination near the orb's location. We can transport directly there without passing Hogsmeade security or leaving magical traces Voldemort could track. The discovery transformed their research capabilities. Small groups could now travel safely to the orb, studying its contents without risking exposure. Harry established a rotation system ensuring the artifact was regularly monitored while maintaining normal school activities as cover. During these expeditions, Harry systematically explored the orb's knowledge regarding the convergence ritual. As feared, he discovered multiple variations, including one requiring only blood from a Founder heir rather than their direct participation. Voldemort's version corrupts the original purpose, Harry explained during an emergency meeting in Dumbledore's office. Instead of temporarily sharing power between Founders, it permanently extracts Founder essence from blood and binds it to artifacts. Could this work without the original Founder artifacts? Dumbledore asked, concerned. Yes, if substitutes hold sufficient magical similarity. Harry indicated his notes. The blood acts as a catalyst, identifying compatible magical signatures. With enough Founder blood, even approximations of the original artifacts would function. This explains Voldemort's continued attacks despite losing the cup and locket, Snape concluded. He's seeking alternatives while attempting to obtain your blood. We need to prevent both, Harry stated firmly. Protect the orb and secure any potential substitute artifacts. What would qualify as substitutes? McGonagall asked practically. Objects with strong connections to Founder magic, Harry explained. The Sorting Hat itself. The House Hourglasses. Even Hogwarts ward stones. All within the castle, Dumbledore noted grimly. Which makes Hogwarts itself Voldemort's likely target. The implications were sobering. Rather than individual assassination attempts, they faced the prospect of a direct assault on Hogwarts, putting every student at risk. We must accelerate evacuation preparations, Dumbledore decided. And strengthen key defenses without alerting Madame Umbridge to our concerns. The DA can help, Harry suggested. Many members have achieved significant skill levels. A student defense force? McGonagall looked skeptical. Not frontline fighters, Harry clarified. But they could secure evacuation routes, provide early warning systems, and protect younger students if necessary. Dumbledore considered this thoughtfully. A reasonable precaution, provided their roles emphasize protection rather than confrontation. Planning accelerated as Christmas break approached. The DA received specialized training in evacuation procedures and defensive positioning. Founder Circle sessions incorporated subtle preparation for potential threats without alerting Umbridge to their true purpose. Meanwhile, Harry's personal abilities continued advancing. Regular sessions with the orb provided Founder knowledge unavailable anywhere else, while his specialized training integrated these insights into practical applications. His relationship with Ginny deepened amid these preparations. Her fierce determination and magical creativity complemented his founder abilities perfectly. During DA practices, they often demonstrated dueling techniques as partners, their movements so synchronized they appeared choreographed. "You two are scary together," George Weasley commented after one particularly impressive demonstration. "Like you're sharing a brain." "More like sharing magic," Harry explained, exchanging a smile with Ginny. "We've practiced linking our casting." This was an understatement. They discovered a technique described in the orb allowing compatible magical signatures to reinforce each other, creating effects greater than either could achieve alone. With Harry's founder magic and Ginny's unusually pure magical core, possibly enhanced by her experience with the diary, they could generate spell combinations of remarkable power. As the final week before Christmas break began, Harry felt simultaneously more prepared and more concerned than ever. His abilities had grown tremendously, but so had the threats facing them. Something told him Voldemort wouldn't wait much longer to make his move. The attack came not with dramatic confrontation but silent infiltration. 3 days before Christmas break, Harry woke suddenly at 2 a.m., his founder senses detecting magical disturbance within Hogwarts walls. "Ron," he hissed, shaking his friend awake. "Something's wrong. Wake Neville and Dean. Use the DA galleons to alert others." While Ron roused their dormmates, Harry accessed the castle's defensive awareness, a connection he'd strengthened through regular communion with Hogwarts in the sanctum. The information that returned confirmed his fears. Multiple intruders had bypassed outer wards through a previously unknown passage beneath the Quidditch pitch. Harry sent his Patronus to Dumbledore with a concise warning, then dressed quickly. By the time he reached the common room, Ginny, Hermione, and several other DA members had assembled, alerted by the enchanted galleons they carried. "Death Eaters in the castle," Harry explained quietly. "At least 6, maybe more. They're heading toward the headmaster's office and the founder's sanctum simultaneously." "Split targets," Hermione noted. "One group after Dumbledore, one after founder artifacts." "Exactly. We need to implement the evacuation plan for younger students while alerting professors." Harry quickly assigned responsibilities. "Ron, Hermione, coordinate the evacuation through Room of Requirement. Neville, Luna, secure the hospital wing in case we have injuries. Ginny, you're with me, we need to protect the sanctum entrance." As the DA members dispersed to their assignments, Harry and Ginny raced through secret passages toward the current sanctum entrance, today disguised as a broom closet near the Transfiguration classroom. For signatures approaching from the south corridor, Harry whispered as they positioned themselves. "Disillusionment charms, but I can sense their magical cores." Ginny nodded, casting detection spells to confirm his assessment. They disillusioned themselves and prepared ambush positions on opposite sides of the corridor. The Death Eaters moved cautiously, led by a tall figure using detection spells of their own. As they approached the disguised entrance, Harry and Ginny implemented their practiced attack pattern. "Now!" Harry signaled through their linked communication charms. They struck simultaneously, Harry transfiguring the floor into quicksand while Ginny cast wide-area stunning spells. The combination caught 3 Death Eaters immediately, but the leader reacted with surprising speed, conjuring a floating platform beneath his feet. "Potter," he snarled, firing curses toward Harry's position despite his disillusionment. The voice was familiar, Antonin Dolohov, one of Voldemort's most dangerous followers. Harry rolled away from the curses, dropping his disillusionment to draw fire away from Ginny's position. "Bit late for a castle tour, Dolohov," Harry taunted, casting a powerful shield as he moved. "The Dark Lord requires certain artifacts," Dolohov replied, continuing his assault with impressive spell chains. "Along with a sample of Heir blood." "Still on about that?" Harry deflected a curse toward the ceiling. "Didn't work out well for your colleague at the Quidditch match." While Harry kept Dolohov occupied, Ginny maneuvered behind him. Her stunner would have connected if another Death Eater hadn't arrived from an adjoining corridor, warning Dolohov just in time. The duel intensified as reinforcements joined both sides, Professor McGonagall and Flitwick arriving from one direction while more Death Eaters emerged from another. The narrow corridor erupted into magical combat, spells ricocheting off walls and shields. Harry and Ginny maintained their synchronized fighting style, creating openings for each other through coordinated movements. McGonagall and Flitwick, themselves former dueling partners, displayed similar harmony in their combat approach. Thereafter the sanctum, Harry called to McGonagall between spell exchanges. "We need to secure it. The headmaster is activating Founder defenses now," she replied, transfiguring a suit of armor into a combat golem that engaged a Death Eater. The battle shifted as both sides adjusted tactics. Death Eaters, realizing they couldn't easily reach the sanctum, began retreating strategically while maintaining offensive pressure. They're falling back toward the Great Hall, Harry realized, sensing their movement patterns. But why? The answer struck with horrifying clarity. The hourglasses. They're after the House Point hourglasses as substitute artifacts. These massive containers, filled with enchanted gemstones representing house points, contain some of Hogwarts' oldest continuous magic, directly tied to the Founder's original enchantments. "Ginny, with me!" Harry shouted, breaking away from the corridor battle. "Professors, they're targeting the entrance hall." They raced through shortcuts, Harry drawing on Gryffindor's speed enhancement. As they emerged into the entrance hall, they found another battle already underway, Dumbledore himself confronting Voldemort while Death Eaters attempted to detach the house hourglasses from their mountings. "Stop them." Harry directed Ginny toward the Death Eaters while he moved to support Dumbledore. Voldemort looked different again, his form somewhere between the handsome version from the Quidditch pitch and his serpentine appearance. Red eyes widened at Harry's arrival. "The heir arrives," he hissed, momentarily shifting focus from Dumbledore. "How convenient." "Leave the hourglasses," Harry commanded, gathering his Founder magic. "They won't work for the ritual without my willing participation." "A technical obstacle only," Voldemort replied, casting a spell Harry had never encountered, a yellow-black energy that split into multiple tendrils, attacking from different angles. Harry defended with a combination shield, drawing simultaneously on multiple Founder techniques. The resulting barrier glowed with four-colored light, completely neutralizing Voldemort's attack. "Your Founder magic develops impressively," Voldemort acknowledged, genuine interest in his voice. "A shame it must be harvested rather than allowed to mature." "You still don't understand," Harry replied, maintaining his defensive position while assessing options. "The Founder's gifts can't be taken by force. They respond to worthy heirs, not power-hungry thieves." Voldemort's expression darkened. "Philosophy from children. I expected better." He launched another attack, this one combining elemental magic with direct magical pressure. While Harry engaged Voldemort directly, the battle for the hourglasses continued. Ginny fought alongside Professors Lupin and Sprout against Death Eaters attempting to magically detach the massive artifacts. More DA members arrived, implementing their defensive training with surprising effectiveness. Harry maintained awareness of both confrontations while focusing primarily on Voldemort. The Dark Wizard's power remained formidable despite his setbacks, his spell repertoire vast and creative. Yet Harry found himself matching the assault through balanced application of Founder abilities, Gryffindor's combat prowess, Ravenclaw's spell innovation, Hufflepuff's defensive techniques, and Slytherin's strategic counters. "You cannot win this, Tom," Dumbledore stated calmly, rejoining the duel after addressing a separate threat. "The castle itself rejects your presence." As if responding to Dumbledore's words, Hogwarts stones began to vibrate. Suits of armor throughout the entrance hall animated, moving to intercept Death Eaters. Staircases rearranged to block escape routes. Portraits called warnings and directions to defending students. Voldemort snarled in frustration as his forces found themselves increasingly contained by the castle's semi-sentient response. "Enough. Dolohov." At this command, Dolohov broke from his engagement with Professor Flitwick and cast a spell toward the ceiling, not an attack but a summoning. A hidden device activated, ripping through the castle's defensive wards with sudden, violent energy. A swirling portal formed above the hourglasses, similar to the waypoint network Harry had activated, but corrupted with dark magic. Through it emerged hooded figures, at least a dozen fresh Death Eaters, led by Bellatrix Lestrange. "We have what we need, my lord," she called, holding aloft a crystalline container filled with swirling silver-red liquid. Harry recognized it with horror, founder essence extracted from the Hufflepuff hourglass, which now displayed a cracked panel. "Fall back," Voldemort commanded his forces. "The primary objective is secured." Harry launched a desperate offensive, combining founder magic into a concentrated attack. Voldemort barely deflected it, visibly straining against the raw power Harry projected. "Impressive," Voldemort acknowledged, creating distance. "But ultimately futile. The convergence requires only one complete artifact, the others need merely contain traces of founder magic. Your hourglasses have provided exactly that." "You still need my blood," Harry reminded him, maintaining pressure through continued spell chains. Voldemort smiled coldly. "Indeed. Bella." Bellatrix cackled and gestured toward one of the Death Eaters behind her. The figure stepped forward, lowering their hood to reveal a face Harry recognized with shock. "Marietta?" Ginny gasped from nearby, equally stunned. Marietta Edgecombe, a Ravenclaw who had joined the Founder's Circle early in the term, smiled apologetically. In her hand, she held a small vial of red liquid. "From your injury during dueling practice last week," she explained to Harry's horrified expression. "I volunteered to help clean up for a reason." The betrayal struck like physical pain. Harry had trusted her, included her in their expanded circle, taught her defensive magic she was now using against them. "Why?" he demanded, even as he maintained his defensive position against Voldemort. "My mother works for the Ministry," Marietta replied, her expression hardening. Umbridge made certain promises regarding her career advancement in exchange for information. One thing led to another. "From Ministry spy to Death Eater is quite a leap," Hermione noted bitterly, having arrived with reinforcements. "The Dark Lord offers more concrete rewards than empty Ministry promotions," Marietta responded. "Power recognizes power." She tossed the blood vial to Bellatrix, who caught it deftly. "All components acquired," Bellatrix confirmed to Voldemort. "The ritual site awaits." Voldemort maintained his defensive position while his forces converged around the portal. "Our business concludes for now, Potter. When next we meet, the Founder powers will have new ownership." Harry launched a final desperate attack, combining all four magical aspects into a concentrated beam of pure magical force. Voldemort conjured a black shield that fractured under the impact but held long enough for him to reach the portal. "Destroy it!" Harry shouted to anyone who could respond. "Don't let them escape with the essence." Multiple spells targeted the portal simultaneously, destabilizing its structure. Death Eaters rushed through, Voldemort last among them, just as the magical gateway collapsed with an explosive shockwave that knocked defenders from their feet. Silence fell across the battle-damaged entrance hall. Harry picked himself up, assessing the situation with grim clarity. They'd prevented the theft of the hourglasses themselves, but Voldemort had obtained Founder Essence from at least one, along with Harry's blood. "We need to find their ritual site," Harry stated as Dumbledore approached. "They have everything they need for a corrupted convergence." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed, his expression grave. "Though perhaps not immediately. The ritual requires specific astronomical alignments according to your research." Harry nodded, consulting his Ravenclaw knowledge. "The winter solstice. 3 days from now. Then we have limited time to locate their position and prepare countermeasures." As the immediate crisis subsided, the full extent of what had transpired became clear. Several students and 2 professors had sustained injuries, though thankfully none fatal. The Hufflepuff hourglass remained damaged, its magic partially extracted. Most disturbingly, they'd identified a traitor in their midst, someone who had systematically gathered intelligence while pretending to support their cause. In the hospital wing later, as Madame Pomfrey treated those injured, Harry sat beside Ginny's bed. She'd taken a cutting curse to her leg while protecting younger students. "Marietta," she said quietly, speaking the name that weighed on everyone's minds. "I never suspected her." "None of us did," Harry replied, helping apply healing salve to her wound. "She played her role perfectly. She had access to everything, meeting schedules, training plans, even patrol rotations. Which explains how Death Eaters bypassed security so easily," Harry concluded bitterly. Hermione joined them, her expression unusually vindictive. "At least the secrecy jinx I placed on the DA register worked. Have you seen her face?" Harry hadn't, having been focused on Voldemort during the confrontation. "Sneak written in boils across her forehead," Hermione explained with grim satisfaction. "Permanent unless I remove it, which I have no intention of doing." "Small consolation considering what they escaped with," Harry sighed. "We'll stop them," Ginny said firmly, squeezing his hand. "We know when they're performing the ritual. We just need to find where." This became the immediate focus. Dumbledore mobilized the Order of the Phoenix to investigate possible locations, while Harry worked with his core group to identify potential ritual sites based on knowledge from the Founder's Orb. "The corrupted convergence requires ley line intersections," Harry explained during an emergency planning session in the Room of Requirement. "Specifically, a junction point connecting to all 4 Founder birthplaces. That narrows possibilities considerably," Hermione noted, consulting a magical map they'd enhanced with ley line information. "There are only 3 such intersections in Britain." "Stonehenge is one," Luna observed, pointing to the ancient monument. "But too public, even with Muggle-repelling charms." "This point in Yorkshire is remote enough," Blaise suggested, indicating a rural location. "Near an abandoned castle ruin." "And this one in Scotland," Susan added, highlighting a 3rd intersection. "Close to where we found the Founder's Orb, actually." Harry studied the map, drawing on his combined Founder instincts. "It's the Scottish location. The proximity to the orb isn't coincidental. The Founders established their secondary research site there precisely because of the ley line confluence. So Voldemort will perform the ritual at the same ruins where we found the orb." Neville asked for clarification. "Near there, but not exactly the same spot," Harry corrected. "The orb chamber itself isn't positioned directly on the intersection. There should be a ritual circle somewhere nearby, probably deliberately separated from the knowledge repository for safety." With the likely location identified, they developed intervention plans. Dumbledore would lead a primary strike team of Order members and professors, while Harry's group would approach from a secondary angle using the Waypoint network. "We can't prevent them from beginning the ritual," Harry cautioned during final preparations. "They have the components and will be heavily protected. Our objective is disruption, not prevention." "How do we disrupt a magical ritual of that magnitude?" Ron asked practically. "I've been studying counter-rituals in the Founders' Hearts," Harry explained. "There's a technique to reverse magical flow similar to what I used against Voldemort last year, but more targeted." "Sounds dangerous," Hermione observed. "Extremely," Harry acknowledged. "But it's our best option. If Voldemort completes this ritual, he'll gain corrupted versions of Founder abilities, perhaps not as natural as mine, but potentially more focused toward destructive applications." As they finalized preparations, Dumbledore pulled Harry aside for a private conversation. "I must caution you, Harry," the headmaster began seriously. "The counter-ritual you're proposing carries significant personal risk. Magical backlash could be severe." "I understand," Harry replied. "But the alternatives are worse." "There is another option," Dumbledore suggested carefully. "I could attempt the counter-ritual myself. My magical reserves, while not Founder-enhanced, exceed what most wizards can access." Harry appreciated the offer but shook his head. "It requires Founder blood to redirect Founder magic. Anyone else attempting it would simply be overwhelmed. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You've grown remarkably this past year. Not just in magical ability, but in wisdom and courage. Fourfold perspective helps with decision-making, Harry replied with a small smile. Indeed. Nevertheless, promise me you'll exercise appropriate caution. Victory means little if the cost is too high. Harry nodded, though privately he had already accepted certain possibilities. The Founder's knowledge had made one thing abundantly clear: some magical confrontations required sacrifice. He hoped it wouldn't come to that, but he would do whatever necessary to prevent Voldemort from corrupting the Founder legacy. The winter solstice dawned clear and cold. Final preparations accelerated as astronomical calculations confirmed the ritual's optimal timing, sunset, when day yielded to longest night. Harry spent the morning in the Founder's sanctum, communing with each heart artifact to gather any final insights. The Founders had faced their own dark wizards, their own existential threats. Their experiences resonated through the artifacts, providing both technical knowledge and philosophical perspective. Gryffindor's heart emphasized direct confrontation of evil, not reckless engagement but principled opposition backed by preparation. Ravenclaw's stressed understanding an enemy's methodology to identify leverage points. Hufflepuff's focused on protecting allies and maintaining one's core values even in darkness. Slytherins advocated strategic patience, striking decisively at the perfect moment rather than reacting to provocations. By mid-afternoon, both intervention teams had moved into position. Dumbledore's force established observation points around the Scottish ruins, confirming Death Eater preparations underway at a previously unnoticed stone circle half a mile from the orb chamber. Harry's group, consisting of himself, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Luna, gathered in the sanctum to access the Waypoint network. They would emerge at a secondary location, approaching from an unexpected angle during the ritual itself. Everyone clear on their roles? Harry confirmed one final time. Each nodded with determined expressions. They had trained extensively, knowing their specific responsibilities. Ron would coordinate defensive positions. Hermione would analyze and counter magical protections. Neville and Luna would manage containment measures preventing Death Eater reinforcements or escapes. Ginny would partner directly with Harry, maintaining their synchronized magic to support the counter-ritual. Stay safe, Harry told them sincerely. If things go wrong, prioritize getting yourselves out. The Order can handle worst-case scenarios. Same goes for you, Ron replied seriously. No heroic last stands. Harry smiled but made no promises he might not be able to keep. At precisely 4 o'clock, with sunset approaching, they activated the waypoint. The sanctum dissolved around them, replaced by momentary dimensional compression before they emerged in a small stone chamber built into a hillside overlooking the ritual site. Perfect timing, Hermione whispered, checking her enchanted watch. 15 minutes to sunset. Through concealment charms, they observed the scene below. Death Eaters had established a perimeter around an ancient stone circle consisting of 11 monoliths surrounding a central altar. Voldemort himself stood at the center, directing preparations with Bellatrix and other inner circle members. On the altar lay 4 objects: the damaged essence container from Hufflepuff's hourglass, what appeared to be Ravenclaw's quill from the Hogwarts trophy room, a sword that clearly wasn't Gryffindor's but bore similar enchantments, and a locket that resembled Slytherin's but lacked its distinctive markings. Substitute artifacts, Harry noted quietly. Magical items with sufficient similarity to channel Founder magic when catalyzed by my blood. Dumbledore's team is in position, Neville reported, monitoring their communication device. Waiting for your signal. Harry studied the ritual configuration, comparing it to what he'd learned from the Founder's orb. Voldemort had arranged everything according to corrupted instructions, similar enough to work but fundamentally perverted from the Founder's original design. They'll begin at sunset exactly, Harry explained. We let them start the ritual, interrupting prematurely would cause a magical backlash endangering everyone. Once the founder energies begin flowing into the substitute artifacts, I'll initiate the counter-ritual. And we maintain a protective barrier around you while you work, Ginny confirmed, reviewing her role. Exactly. Dumbledore's team engages external defenses while we focus on the ritual itself. As sunset approached, activity at the stone circle intensified. Death Eaters took position at specific points, channeling magic into the ground to activate ancient ley lines. Voldemort began preliminary incantations, his voice carrying eerily across the windswept landscape. "It's starting," Hermione whispered as the sky darkened and the first stars appeared. Voldemort raised the vial of Harry's blood, speaking in an ancient language that predated Latin, the founder's original magical tongue. As he poured the blood onto the central altar, connecting it to each substitute artifact, power surged visibly through the ley lines, glowing tracks of magical energy converging on the stone circle. "Now!" Harry signaled both to his team and through the communication device to Dumbledore's forces. Chaos erupted simultaneously from multiple directions. Order members and professors attacked the outer Death Eater defenses while Harry's team moved swiftly to their designated positions around the inner circle. Disillusionment charms dropped as they engaged. Ron and Hermione created a diversion on the eastern approach, drawing defender attention while Neville and Luna established anti-transportation wards preventing easy escape. Harry and Ginny moved directly toward the ritual center, combining shield charms to deflect increasingly desperate attacks from inner circle Death Eaters. "Potter!" Voldemort snarled, maintaining his position at the altar where founder energies had begun swirling between the substitute artifacts. "Always interfering in matters beyond your understanding." "I understand perfectly," Harry replied, advancing steadily with Ginny beside him. "You're corrupting magic meant for unity and protection, turning it toward domination." Harry could see the ritual approaching its critical phase. The 4 substitute artifacts now glowed with distinctive colors: Hufflepuff yellow, Ravenclaw blue, Gryffindor red, and Slytherin green, as they absorbed founder essence channeled through his blood. "Bellatrix, Dolohov, keep them back," Voldemort commanded, focusing on maintaining ritual control. The 2 Death Eaters launched a coordinated attack. Harry and Ginny responded with their practiced synchronization, her offensive casting flowing through gaps in his defensive patterns. They moved as a single unit, approaching the ritual circle step by determined step. Around them, the larger battle raged. Dumbledore himself engaged multiple Death Eaters simultaneously, his casting demonstrating why he was considered the greatest wizard of the age. Order members and professors pressed forward against diminishing resistance as Death Eaters realized their defensive perimeter was collapsing. "My lord, we cannot hold them," someone shouted from the outer circle. "Maintain the ritual." Voldemort replied, his concentration visibly split between the magical process and the battle surrounding it. "The convergence is nearly complete." Harry felt it, the distinctive pull of founder magic being channeled unnaturally. The substitute artifacts were actually working, drawing on his blood's inherent connection to all 4 bloodlines to activate their magical resonance. They reached the edge of the inner circle just as the ritual entered its final phase. Power surged between the artifacts and Voldemort, who stood with arms outstretched, absorbing the converging energies. His form began to change, growing more substantial, more physically imposing, as corrupted founder magic infused his reconstructed body. "Now, Ginny!" Harry called, initiating their planned response. Ginny took up position directly behind him, placing her hands on his shoulders. Their magical signatures synchronized instantly, a technique they'd perfected during training. Her power flowed into him, stabilizing his magical core for what came next. Drawing on everything he'd learned from the hearts and the orb, Harry activated the counter-ritual. He spoke the same ancient language Voldemort had used, but with critical differences, restoring original pronunciations and correcting purposeful corruptions. Harry extended his hands toward the ritual altar, focusing founder magic through his body. The counter-ritual created a competing magical current, not attempting to stop the energy flow but reverse its direction. "What are you doing?" Voldemort demanded, feeling the shift in magical currents. Stop him. Bellatrix and Dolohov redoubled their attacks, only to be intercepted by timely spells from Ron and Hermione, who had fought their way to supporting positions. The magical tug-of-war intensified. Voldemort had already absorbed significant founder energy, providing him unprecedented power to resist. Harry countered by drawing deeply on his natural founder abilities, enhanced by Ginny's supporting magic. The substitute artifacts began to vibrate as conflicting magical currents passed through them. Cracks appeared in the Hufflepuff essence container. The false Ravenclaw quill smoked ominously. "It's working," Hermione called encouragingly. "The artifacts can't handle the conflicting energies." Voldemort snarled in frustration, abandoning ritual formality for brute magical force. He directed raw power against Harry's countercurrent, creating a visible confrontation of energies above the altar, his corrupted four-color magic against Harry's purer version. The strain on Harry intensified exponentially. Without Ginny's stabilizing influence, he might have been overwhelmed immediately. Even with her support, he felt his magical reserves depleting dangerously fast. "I can't hold this indefinitely," he warned through gritted teeth. "The artifacts need to break to release the contained energy." "On it." Ron responded, directing Hermione and newly arrived Neville toward strategic positions. While Harry maintained the counter-ritual and Ginny supported him, their friends targeted the substitute artifacts directly. Hermione's precisely calculated blasting curse struck the false Ravenclaw quill, shattering it completely. Neville followed with a well-placed reducto at the Hufflepuff essence container, releasing its contents in a spectacular spray of magical energy. Each broken artifact released founder magic in violent surges, destabilizing the entire ritual. Voldemort fought desperately to maintain control, but as the Slytherin locket substitute cracked under Luna's surprisingly powerful curse, the balance shifted decisively. "One more," Harry called, feeling victory within reach. The fake Gryffindor sword remained intact, channeling diminished but still dangerous levels of founder magic toward Voldemort. As Ron prepared to target it, Bellatrix intercepted him with a vicious cutting curse that opened a gash across his shoulder. "Blood traitor!" she shrieked, preparing a killing blow. Before she could cast, Dumbledore arrived at the inner circle, having finally broken through the outer defenses. His spell caught Bellatrix mid-motion, encasing her in crystalline magic that immobilized her completely. "Harry!" Dumbledore called, assessing the situation instantly. "The ritual is destabilizing dangerously." He was right. With 3 artifacts destroyed and 1 still partially functional, magical energies spiraled increasingly out of control. Harry sensed imminent catastrophic collapse, a magical backlash that would devastate everyone within hundreds of yards. A Slytherin calculation formed in Harry's mind: cold, strategic, necessary. He met Dumbledore's eyes briefly, conveying understanding without words. "Everyone back!" Harry shouted. "Maximum distance now." "Harry?" Ginny questioned, still maintaining their connection. "Trust me," he said quietly. "But you need to go too." She hesitated, then nodded reluctantly, squeezing his shoulders once before breaking their magical link. The sudden absence of her supporting energy hit Harry hard, but he maintained the counter-ritual through sheer determination. As his friends retreated with Dumbledore ensuring their withdrawal, Harry modified his approach. Rather than continuing to counter Voldemort's ritual, he deliberately destabilized it further, channeling founder magic in chaotic patterns designed to trigger premature collapse. "What are you doing?" Voldemort demanded, sensing the change. His newly enhanced form began deteriorating as founder energies fluctuated unpredictably. "Ensuring you don't get what you want," Harry replied simply. The remaining substitute artifact, the fake Gryffindor sword, began to glow white-hot as conflicting magical currents overloaded its capacity. Harry poured his remaining magical reserves into forcing catastrophic failure, knowing he likely couldn't escape the resulting explosion. Voldemort realized the implications simultaneously. "You'll die too, Potter." "Maybe," Harry acknowledged. "But you'll lose the founder magic you've stolen," and the ritual will be disrupted beyond recovery. For the first time, Harry saw genuine fear in Voldemort's red eyes. The Dark Lord abandoned the ritual entirely, attempting to flee, only to discover anti-apparition wards still active around the entire area. The sword artifact reached critical instability. Harry maintained his position, channeling magic to ensure complete ritual collapse while containing the imminent explosion as much as possible to minimize wider damage. In the final moments before detonation, a hand grasped Harry's shoulder from behind. "Not alone," Ginny's voice stated firmly as her magic once again linked with his. Before Harry could protest, the sword artifact detonated. Founder magic released in a spectacular explosion of four-colored light. Harry instinctively created the strongest shield he could muster, drawing on Ginny's additional power. The blast engulfed them completely. Harry regained consciousness gradually, first aware of whispered voices, then antiseptic smells, and finally the distinctive feel of hospital wing sheets. "He's waking up," someone said. "Hermione," he thought. He opened his eyes slowly, wincing at even the dim light. Blurry figures resolved into friends surrounding his bed, Ron with his arm in a sling, Hermione looking exhausted, Neville sporting several healing cuts, Luna somehow unblemished, and Blaise with uncharacteristic concern visible on his usually composed face. "Where's Ginny?" Harry asked immediately, his voice raspy. The group exchanged glances before parting to reveal another bed adjacent to his. Ginny lay there, pale but breathing steadily, her mother holding her hand while speaking quietly to Bill Weasley. "She's stable," Hermione assured him quickly. "Magical exhaustion like you, but Madame Pomfrey says you'll both recover fully." "How long?" 3 days, Ron supplied. "You missed Christmas, mate." Harry struggled to sit up. "Voldemort? The ritual?" Completely disrupted, came Dumbledore's voice as the headmaster entered their conversation circle. "Your counter-strategy worked perfectly, Harry, though at greater personal risk than I would have preferred. The explosion. Contained primarily within the ritual circle, thanks to your remarkable shielding efforts. Voldemort was caught in the backlash but unfortunately escaped when his remaining followers created a diversion. His enhanced powers significantly diminished, Dumbledore confirmed. The founder magic he had absorbed was forcibly extracted during the explosion. While he remains dangerous, his attempt to claim founder abilities has been thoroughly thwarted." Relief flooded through Harry. The cost had been high, he could feel magical depletion throughout his body, but they had prevented Voldemort from corrupting the founder's legacy. "I told you to leave," he said to the still unconscious Ginny, though everyone heard. "Did you really expect her to listen?" Ron asked with a small smile. "My sister's as stubborn as you are." "Her decision likely saved your life," Dumbledore added. "The combined shield you created was remarkably effective. Without it, the magical backlash would have been unfortunate." Harry reached out, taking Ginny's limp hand in his. He could feel their magical signatures still resonating subtly, permanently altered by their repeated synchronization and the intensity of their final shield. "What happens now?" he asked Dumbledore. "Rest and recovery, first and foremost. Beyond that." The headmaster glanced around at the gathered students. "Your actions have demonstrated that the founder's greatest legacy isn't magical power but the strength found in unity." Harry understood the significance. His friends represented all 4 houses, all 4 founder approaches to magic and life. Together they had accomplished what none could have achieved alone. "The founder's circle continues then," he stated rather than asked. "With official sanction," Dumbledore confirmed. "Even the Ministry has recognized its value following recent events. Madame Umbridge has been reassigned." This news brought smiles to everyone's faces. Harry leaned back against his pillows, exhaustion returning despite his brief wakefulness. "Rest now," Dumbledore advised. "There will be time for planning once you've recovered." As his friends reluctantly departed at Madame Pomfrey's insistence, Harry maintained his hold on Ginny's hand. He sensed her consciousness stirring, responding to his magical signature. Her eyes fluttered open briefly, focusing on him with effort. "Told you, no heroic last stands," she whispered weakly. Harry smiled. "Technically it wasn't last. We're still here." A ghost of her usual smile appeared before her eyes closed again, sleep reclaiming her. Harry followed soon after, their connected hands maintaining a bridge between their recovering magical cores. The Founder's magic continued its work, healing and strengthening. Whatever challenges awaited, Harry knew they would face them together, not just as heir of 4 founders, but as part of something equally powerful, friendship that transcended house boundaries, just as the founders themselves had originally intended. Chapter 3, The Confrontation. Spring came to Hogwarts with unusual warmth, as if nature itself rushed to heal the scars of winter's battles. Harry stood atop the astronomy tower, watching students cross the grounds below. 3 months since the ritual confrontation, and the castle had found a new normal, albeit one where 5th years practiced shield charms alongside their OWL revisions and 1st years traveled in protective clusters. "There you are," Ginny said, climbing the last steps to join him. "Ron thought you might be brooding up here." "Not brooding," Harry corrected with a small smile. "Strategizing. Same thing with you these days." She leaned against the stone parapet beside him, their shoulders touching comfortably. The casual contact sparked a now familiar resonance between their magical cores, a permanent connection forged in the ritual explosion. Harry's fingers found hers naturally. "How was training?" "Good. The new 4th years are finally getting the hang of synchronized shielding." Ginny had taken over training younger Founders Circle members while Harry focused on advanced defensive preparations. Justin's group mastered the perimeter alarm network, and Luna did something weird but apparently brilliant with the detection stones. "Weird but brilliant pretty much sums up Luna," Harry agreed. Below, Hagrid led a class of 3rd years toward the forest edge. 2 Order members patrolled nearby, a constant presence since the Ministry finally acknowledged the escalating threat and assigned Auror support to the school. The spring term had brought significant changes. After the ritual site battle, with multiple Death Eaters captured and Voldemort's plans publicly exposed, the Ministry had abandoned pretense. Fudge resigned in disgrace, replaced by Amelia Bones, Susan's aunt and a staunch supporter of proactive defense measures. Umbridge disappeared back to some Ministry basement office, her educational decrees ceremoniously burned in the Great Hall during a particularly satisfying feast. Most importantly, the unified response to December's attack had permanently altered house dynamics at Hogwarts. The Founders Circle, once Harry's small study group, now encompassed nearly 200 students across all houses and years. They trained regularly, maintaining protective measures throughout the castle while developing emergency response protocols. "You still haven't told me what's bothering you," Ginny prompted, nudging his shoulder. Harry sighed. "Dreams again. Voldemort's recovering faster than we hoped." Since the ritual explosion, Harry had experienced fewer direct visions, but recent nights brought increasing glimpses of Voldemort's activities, planning sessions, recruitment efforts, and most concerningly, research into alternative approaches to Founder magic. "He's found something," Harry continued. "Something that has him excited despite his setbacks." "Any specifics?" "Just fragments. A chamber beneath an ancient manor. Texts written in Founder script that he's translating. And something about the original source, whatever that means." Ginny squeezed his hand. "Have you told Dumbledore?" "Meeting him tonight. But there's something else." Harry hesitated. "The Founder's orb is changing. Last time I visited, the knowledge it presented seemed different. More urgent, like it's responding to Voldemort's research." This concerned him deeply. The orb had become a crucial resource during winter term, providing advanced magical knowledge that accelerated training for the Founders Circle. Harry visited bi-weekly via the Waypoint network, each time absorbing information that he then adapted for defensive preparations. "Different how?" Ginny asked. "It's showing me older magic, rituals and spells from before Hogwarts was founded." And focusing increasingly on something called the primal convergence. Sounds ominous. Yeah. Apparently the ritual we stopped was a corrupted version of a more ancient ceremony. The founders adapted it for their purposes, but its origins go back much further. Harry pushed away from the parapet, restless energy driving him to move. We need to understand what Voldemort's found. If he's located older documentation about the original ritual, then he might try again with a different approach, Ginny finished. One we're not prepared for. A bell rang across the grounds, signaling afternoon classes. Students below hurried toward the castle entrance. We should go, Ginny said. Double defense with Lupin, and he promised dueling practice today. Harry nodded, though his mind remained on troubling possibilities. As they descended the tower stairs, he felt the now familiar harmony of his four founder aspects working in concert: Gryffindor alertness scanning for threats, Hufflepuff empathy sensing nearby students' emotional states, Ravenclaw intellect analyzing defensive vulnerabilities, and Slytherin cunning formulating contingency plans. The balance came more naturally now. After months of intensive training and real combat experience, Harry had integrated the four magical traditions into a unified approach that felt increasingly like his own unique style rather than borrowed abilities. As if reading his thoughts, Ginny said, "Your aura's different lately. More cohesive." Thanks to their magical connection, Ginny could perceive aspects of Harry's founder abilities that remained invisible to others. She described his magic as four-colored light that once flickered between distinct hues but now blended into something new. The hearts have been helping, Harry explained as they navigated a shortcut behind a tapestry. Each founder experienced similar integration challenges. Apparently it's normal for inherited abilities to synthesize over time. They emerged on the third floor, joining a stream of students heading to various classrooms. Conversations hushed briefly as Harry passed, not from fear but respect. His status had evolved from curiosity to earned authority, especially among younger years who had witnessed his leadership during December's crisis. Defense against the dark arts had transformed under Professor Lupin's guidance. The classroom now featured dueling platforms, practice dummies, and extensive reference materials. Advanced classes focused on practical combat techniques rather than theoretical discussions, a change appreciated by students increasingly aware of dangers beyond school walls. "Ah, Harry, Ginny," Lupin greeted as they entered. "Perfect timing. I was hoping you'd demonstrate the countering sequence we discussed last week." The classroom filled quickly, students arranging themselves efficiently without the house divisions that once dominated seating arrangements. Seventh-year Slytherin sat comfortably beside Gryffindor fifth years, united by shared training experiences in the Founders' Circle. Even Draco Malfoy, whose father remained imprisoned following the ritual site battle, had shifted his position in recent months. While not friendly, he had ceased active antagonism and occasionally contributed useful insights during training sessions. "Today we're focusing on defensive counters against combination attacks," Lupin announced once everyone settled. Death Eaters increasingly employ synchronized spellcasting to overwhelm standard shields. Harry and Ginny will demonstrate effective responses. They took positions on the dueling platform. Lupin would cast attack sequences while they demonstrated various defensive techniques developed through Founders' Circle training. "Ready?" Lupin asked, raising his wand. Harry and Ginny nodded, establishing their magical connection with practiced ease. They stood back to back, wands extended, a unified defensive unit rather than individual duelists. Lupin launched the first sequence, 3 spells in rapid succession, each targeting different heights. Harry and Ginny rotated smoothly, their shields overlapping to create a continuous defensive barrier while simultaneously preparing counterstrikes. "Notice the efficiency," Lupin commented to the class. "Minimal power expenditure, maximum coverage, with offensive capability maintained." The demonstration progressed through increasingly complex attack patterns. Harry and Ginny responded with synchronized movements that showcased techniques from all 4 founder traditions: Gryffindor's aggressive counterstriking, Ravenclaw's analytical spell modification, Hufflepuff's supportive shielding, and Slytherin's strategic positioning. Excellent, Lupin approved after a particularly challenging sequence. Now pair up and practice the basic rotational shield pattern, stages 1 through 3 only. As students formed dueling pairs, Harry noticed Draco watching him with unusual intensity. "Something on your mind, Malfoy?" he asked directly. Draco approached after a moment's hesitation. "That last counter pattern, it's similar to something I've seen in my family's library. Old magic from before standardized dueling. Founder-era defensive techniques," Harry confirmed. "They're more efficient than modern approaches because they integrate multiple magical traditions. My father said." Draco paused, glancing around before continuing more quietly. "Before he was arrested, he mentioned that the Dark Lord was researching ancient magic predating the Founders. Something that would change everything." Harry's attention sharpened. "Did he mention specifics? Any locations or artifacts? Just a name?" "Artorias Chamber." Draco's expression remained carefully neutral. "Supposedly contains records from when magic was still wild, before standardized wand use." "Why tell me this?" Draco's mask slipped briefly, revealing complicated emotions. "My father chose his side. I'm considering alternatives." Before Harry could respond, the classroom door burst open. Professor McGonagall stood in the entrance, her expression grave. "Professor Lupin, Mr. Potter, the headmaster requires your immediate presence." Her tone conveyed urgency that silenced the practicing students. Harry exchanged glances with Ginny, who nodded understanding. "The rest of you, continue practicing the sequences demonstrated," Lupin instructed before following McGonagall with Harry close behind. "What's happened?" Harry asked once they were in the corridor. "Hogsmeade is under attack," McGonagall replied tersely. "Death Eaters have overwhelmed the village defenses and are moving toward the school." Harry's Founder senses immediately heightened, scanning for magical disturbances. He detected nothing unusual yet, the castle's enhanced wards still held. "Direct assault?" Lupin asked, surprised. "That's uncharacteristically bold without Voldemort himself leading." "He is leading," McGonagall confirmed grimly. "Witnessed personally by Auror advance teams before they were forced to retreat. They reached Dumbledore's office to find it transformed into a command center. Maps covered the desk, magical monitoring devices hummed from every surface, and several adults conferred urgently, Dumbledore, Snape, Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and to Harry's surprise, Sirius. Harry. Sirius broke from the group to embrace him briefly. "Just got here through the emergency flu. Situation's developing quickly." Dumbledore looked up from the main map, his expression serious but composed. "Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming promptly. We face a significant escalation." "Voldemort's attacking directly?" Harry confirmed, approaching the map. "Yes, though with unexpected tactics." Dumbledore indicated several moving markers representing Death Eater forces. "Rather than a frontal assault on the castle, they've established a perimeter around Hogsmeade and appear to be conducting a specific operation near the ruins where you discovered the Founder's orb." Harry felt cold realization. "He's after the orb." "It appears so. And given your recent reports about its changing knowledge presentation, they've found information about the original convergence ritual," Harry concluded. "The orb must contain crucial details they need." Moody growled agreement. "Makes tactical sense. Failed with one approach, trying another. Question is whether we defend Hogwarts or counterattack to protect the orb." "Both," Harry stated firmly. "We need split forces. The school's improved defenses can hold against secondary attacks with reduced personnel, while a targeted team intervenes at the orb site." The adults exchanged glances, considering this assessment. Harry continued, Slytherin strategic analysis flowing naturally. "Voldemort expects us to prioritize the castle, standard defensive posture protecting students. He's counting on that to give him time with the orb. We need to disrupt that calculation." "The boy's right," Moody acknowledged grudgingly. Tactical surprise is our best advantage. Who would lead this intervention team? Kingsley asked. We're already spread thin. I will, Harry said without hesitation. With core members from the Founders' Circle. We've trained specifically for this kind of operation. Absolutely not, Sirius objected immediately. You're staying in the castle where it's safe. I'm the only one who can fully access the orb, Harry countered calmly. And I've studied its defenses extensively. Anyone else would be working blind. Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. You've anticipated this possibility, haven't you, Harry? Yes, sir. The Founders' Circle has contingency plans for various attack scenarios, including orb site defense. Of course you do, Sirius muttered, though pride mingled with his concern. After brief but intense discussion, a compromise emerged. Harry would lead a small team to the orb site via the Waypoint network, accompanied by Sirius and Lupin for adult support. Meanwhile, Hogwarts defenses would activate fully under Dumbledore's command, with Order members and senior Founders' Circle students maintaining security. I need 10 minutes to assemble my team, Harry requested. You have 5, Moody corrected. Death Eaters are already approaching the ruins. Harry sent his Patronus with messages to core team members, directing them to the room of requirement where emergency equipment was stored. As he prepared to leave the office, Dumbledore called him back. Harry, a moment. When the others had moved toward the door, Dumbledore spoke quietly. I sense there's something about the orb you haven't shared. Harry hesitated briefly. It's been showing me personal visions. About the Founders themselves and why they created the convergence ritual. What kind of visions? They faced a threat similar to Voldemort, a dark wizard seeking to harness wild magic from before standardized practices. The convergence was designed to counter that threat, combining their different approaches into something greater than individual traditions. And you believe Voldemort has discovered this original wild magic? The Artorias Chamber, Harry confirmed. Draco Malfoy just mentioned it. Supposedly predates Founder-era magical codification. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. This changes the stakes considerably. Wild magic is extraordinarily dangerous, unpredictable, resistant to modern countermeasures. All the more reason I need to reach the orb before Voldemort can extract its knowledge. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Be cautious, Harry. The Founders themselves struggled to contain wild magic. Even your enhanced abilities may be challenged. I understand. Harry turned to leave, then paused. Professor. If something happens to me, we will ensure Hogwarts stands, Dumbledore assured him. But I expect you to return, Harry. The Founders' legacy has chosen you for a reason, perhaps precisely for this moment. The room of requirement had transformed into an equipment staging area when Harry arrived. Core team members already gathered, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna, all donning specialized gear developed during winter training sessions. Battle robes, Hermione directed, tossing Harry his custom set. Enhanced protection charms activated this morning. Harry changed quickly while Sirius and Lupin received mission briefing from Ron, who had taken charge of tactical planning for the Founders' Circle. Deployment in 3 phases, Ron explained, indicating a magical model of the ruins and surrounding area. Phase 1, secure arrival point and establish perimeter. Phase 2, advance to orb chamber under disillusionment. Phase 3, counter-extraction operation depending on what we find. Death Eater numbers? Lupin asked. Latest report indicates 20 plus Voldemort himself, Hermione reported, checking a communication journal linked to Order members in the field. They've established anti-apparition wards extending 2 miles from the ruins. That's why we're using the waypoint, Harry confirmed, joining them. It bypasses standard transportation restrictions. He surveyed his team with pride and concern. Each wore battle robes in neutral gray rather than house colors, a symbolic and practical choice for unified operations. Equipment belts carried specialized tools, communication mirrors, emergency port keys, though these might not work within Death Eater wards, medical supplies, and magical sensors developed by the Ravenclaw contingent of the Founders Circle. Everyone clear on objectives? Harry verified, receiving determined nods. Primary goal is protecting the orb from knowledge extraction. Secondary is disrupting whatever ritual preparation Voldemort has underway. We're not seeking direct confrontation unless necessary. Observation and strategic intervention, Hermione summarized. Not heroics. Exactly. Harry made eye contact with each team member. Stay with your assigned partners. Maintain communication protocols. If separation occurs, rally at waypoint entrance. Sirius approached, looking unusually serious in his Auror battle gear. Ready when you are, Harry. Harry nodded, then led them through a concealed door that appeared in the room's wall, a direct connection to the Founder's sanctum he'd established months earlier after December's infiltration proved the need for multiple secure access routes. In the sanctum, Harry activated the waypoint platform while Ginny monitored their magical signatures to ensure proper calibration. Approaching the optimal exit point, she confirmed, consulting a specialized detection device. 5-degree adjustment eastward to avoid direct overlap with Death Eater patrols. Harry made the adjustment, feeling Founder magic respond to his commands. The platform glowed with four-colored light, forming the now familiar transportation dial. Everyone together, he instructed as they gathered on the platform. Waypoint transition is smoother than apparition but still disorienting first time. The sanctum dissolved around them. Momentary compression, a sensation of traveling through layers of magical barriers, then rematerialization in a small stone chamber built into the hillside overlooking the ruins, the same arrival point they'd used during the ritual confrontation. Perimeter check, Sirius whispered, casting detection spells immediately. Clear immediate vicinity, but heavy magical activity 200 yards southeast, directly at the ruins. Harry extended his Founder senses, scanning the area. They've already breached the outer defenses of the orb chamber. Voldemort is there. He pointed toward a concentration of dark magical energy. Working on the chamber's secondary seals. How much time do we have? Lupin asked. Minutes at most. He's using brute force rather than proper Founder authentication, less efficient but eventually effective. Harry quickly outlined their approach. 2 teams. Sirius, Lupin, Ron, and Hermione establish containment positions around the ruins, focus on anti-escape measures and communication disruption. Ginny, Neville, Luna, and I will infiltrate directly to counter whatever extraction method Voldemort's attempting. They moved quickly under disillusionment charms, navigating the rough terrain with practiced coordination. The outer team branched off to establish their perimeter while Harry led his group toward the chamber entrance. Death Eaters had established a security cordon around the ruins, but their attention focused inward rather than scanning for external threats, a tactical error Harry's team exploited to move between patrol patterns. As they approached the chamber entrance, Harry sensed the complex magical barriers the Founders had established centuries ago, now damaged but not completely broken. Voldemort had forced a passage through rather than properly deactivating the protections. Wait, Harry whispered, halting the group behind a fallen column. Something's wrong. He studied the magical signatures more carefully, drawing on Ravenclaw analytical abilities. The pattern of the breach seemed off, too precise for brute force, suggesting greater understanding of Founder magic than Voldemort had previously demonstrated. It's almost like... Harry's eyes widened with realization. He's using Founder blood. How? Neville asked. You're here. Not mine, Harry clarified grimly. But there are distant descendants of individual Founders. Voldemort himself carries Slytherin blood. If he's found others and combined their blood. A synthetic approximation of fourfold heir blood, Luna concluded with unusual directness. Clever but unstable. And dangerous, Harry added. Using forced blood combination without proper magical harmonization risks unpredictable backlash. They needed to move quickly. Harry signaled the plan. Neville and Luna would secure the entrance while he and Ginny proceeded directly to the orb chamber. Through their communication mirrors, they coordinated with the outer team, who reported complete perimeter establishment. "Ready?" Harry asked Ginny, who nodded with steady determination. They descended into the chamber, following the magical disruption left by Voldemort's forced entry. Ancient defense mechanisms lay shattered or temporarily neutralized, evidence of powerful dark magic. The tunnel opened into the familiar circular chamber housing the Founder's orb, but the scene there stopped them cold. Voldemort stood at the center platform, but not alone. Before him knelt three bound figures, two elderly wizards and a middle-aged witch, all bleeding from ritual cuts on their palms. Their blood flowed into channels surrounding the pedestal where the orb now glowed with unstable, flickering light. "Descendants," Harry whispered in horrified understanding. "He's found descendants from the other three Founder bloodlines." Voldemort's tall figure looked more substantial than during their December confrontation, his recovery progressing despite setbacks. He chanted in ancient language while conducting complex wand movements over the captives and the orb. "We need to stop the blood ritual," Ginny murmured. "If he completes the artificial combination." Harry nodded, signaling their practiced intervention strategy. They would separate, Ginny targeting the ritual channels to disrupt blood flow while Harry directly confronted Voldemort to break his concentration. They moved simultaneously from opposite sides of the chamber entrance. Ginny slipped along the shadows toward the bound captives while Harry approached more directly, dropping his disillusionment as he cast a powerful disruption spell at the chamber ceiling. Rock and dust exploded downward, breaking Voldemort's ritual focus. Red eyes snapped toward Harry with momentary surprise followed by cold calculation. "Potter. How predictable." Voldemort's voice carried new resonance, deeper, more physically present than before. "Always rushing toward danger rather than away. Kidnapping elderly wizards for blood rituals." Harry responded, maintaining combat stance while scanning for immediate threats. "That's low even for you, Tom. Not kidnapping, recruiting." Voldemort smiled thinly. "These distinguished individuals understand the importance of restoring magical heritage. They contribute willingly." The captive's expressions suggested otherwise, though Harry noted magical compulsion signatures around them, likely Imperio curses or similar control methods. "The orb won't respond to forced blood combinations," Harry stated with more confidence than he felt. The Founders established safeguards against exactly this approach. "Perhaps against methods they could anticipate," Voldemort conceded. "But I've discovered older techniques. Wild magic predating their structured limitations." While maintaining conversation to distract Voldemort, Harry tracked Ginny's progress through their magical connection. She had nearly reached the ritual channels, her wand prepared for precise intervention. "You mean the Artorias chamber," Harry said, deliberately revealing knowledge to extend the distraction. "Pre-Founder wild magic is notoriously unstable. Even you can't control it fully." Voldemort's expression flickered with surprise before settling into smug satisfaction. "Your intelligence network improves." Yes, the Artorias chamber provided valuable insights into magic before wand standardization corrupted its potential. Harry needed a few more seconds for Ginny to reach position. "And what potential is that, exactly?" "Unpredictable results. Magical backlash that affects caster as much as target. Limitations perceived by weak minds," Voldemort dismissed. "True power requires embracing chaos before imposing order." The Founders understood this initially, before they grew cautious and created artificial constraints on magical practice. Harry sensed Ginny reaching the ritual channels. Now came the dangerous part. "So what's your plan?" he asked, simultaneously sending the signal through their connection. "Destabilize the orb to extract knowledge the Founders deliberately contained." "Precisely." Voldemort raised his wand toward the orb. "And you're just in time to witness," he cut off abruptly as Ginny cancelled her disillusionment and cast a specialized disruption charm directly into the blood channels. The carefully constructed ritual patterns fractured as blood flow reversed, breaking connections between the captives and the orb. The chamber trembled as magical energies destabilized. Voldemort snarled in frustration, redirecting his wand toward Ginny, but Harry was already moving, founder-enhanced reflexes carrying him across the chamber in a blur of speed. Protego Maxima. Harry's shield materialized between Ginny and Voldemort's curse, deflecting dark magic into the chamber wall. Chaos erupted as multiple events collided. The orb's energies fluctuated wildly, releasing pulses of multicolored light. The blood ritual collapsed completely, freeing the captives from both physical and magical restraints. And Death Eaters responding to Voldemort's rage poured through the chamber entrance, engaging Neville and Luna who defended the position. "Get the captives out!" Harry shouted to Ginny as he confronted Voldemort directly, wands clashing in explosive magical discharge. Unlike previous encounters, Harry now matched Voldemort's raw power. Months of intensive training with Founder magic had integrated his abilities into a cohesive fighting style that flowed between traditions seamlessly: Gryffindor's aggressive casting, Ravenclaw's spell innovation, Hufflepuff's defensive techniques, and Slytherin's tactical adaptability. Voldemort responded with growing fury, unleashing increasingly dark spells. The chamber shook from magical impacts as they dueled across the circular space, neither gaining decisive advantage. "You've improved, Potter," Voldemort acknowledged during momentary disengagement. "But still lack fundamental understanding. The Founder's gifts are mere fragments of original magical potential. And you think wild magic offers greater power?" Harry countered, maintaining combat stance. "The Founders contained it for good reason. They feared what they couldn't control," Voldemort corrected, circling strategically. "As all weak wizards do." Through peripheral awareness, Harry tracked the wider battle developing throughout the chamber. Ginny had reached the captives and was guiding them toward extraction, while Neville and Luna held the entrance against Death Eater reinforcements. Communication mirrors indicated the outer team had engaged perimeter forces, preventing additional enemy support. But the orb itself presented the greatest immediate concern. Its unstable energy continued building, crystal structure pulsing with increasingly erratic patterns. The disrupted ritual had triggered some kind of fail-safe mechanism, or perhaps failure state. "The orb is destabilizing," Harry warned, genuine concern overriding tactical considerations. "If it ruptures, the magical discharge could kill everyone here." "Then surrender," Voldemort proposed coolly. "Allow me to complete the extraction, and I'll stabilize it afterward." "You can't control this," Harry insisted. "Even with Artorias chamber knowledge." The Founders combined 4 magical traditions specifically to contain wild magic surges. Something flickered in Voldemort's expression: uncertainty. For all his confidence, even he recognized the escalating danger as the chamber's ancient stones began glowing with activation patterns unused for centuries. The tactical situation deteriorated rapidly. Death Eaters breached the entrance defense, forcing Neville and Luna to fall back toward central positions. Ginny had moved the captives to relative safety but remained cut off from extraction routes. The outer team reported increasing pressure as additional enemy forces converged on the ruins. Harry made a split-second decision based on Ravenclaw analysis and Hufflepuff priority for protecting others. "We need to work together," he stated, lowering his wand slightly. "Just to stabilize the orb. Fight afterward if you want, but this threatens everyone." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed suspiciously. "An interesting proposal from Dumbledore's champion." "I'm not offering alliance," Harry clarified. "Just temporary cooperation to prevent magical catastrophe. Even you can't achieve your goals if you're obliterated by Founder backlash." The orb pulsed with increasingly frantic energy, crystal structure visibly cracking under internal pressure. Harry sensed ancient containment magics failing as wild energies long suppressed sought release. After momentary calculation, Voldemort nodded curtly. "Acceptable. Temporary cessation of hostilities until the artifact stabilizes." He barked commands to his Death Eaters, who reluctantly ceased offensive operations while maintaining defensive positions. Harry similarly directed his team to hold positions without further engagement. "What's the plan?" Ginny asked through their magical link, understandably skeptical about cooperating with Voldemort. "We need to reinforce the containment matrix," Harry explained, approaching the orb cautiously. 4-point stabilization drawing on Founder magic. Voldemort joined him at the pedestal, maintaining cautious distance. The original binding used blood from each Founder, he observed clinically. Willing contribution under specific astronomical alignment. "We don't have that luxury," Harry noted, studying the failing containment patterns. "But I carry all 4 signatures naturally, and you have Slytherin blood plus artificial access to the others through your ritual preparations. Suggesting we combine our approaches?" Voldemort raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Rather trusting, Potter." "Practical," Harry corrected. "Neither of us can stabilize this alone. You lack natural fourfold integration, and I lack ritual enhancement." The pragmatic assessment seemed to satisfy Voldemort's suspicion. They established positions on opposite sides of the pedestal, Harry instructing his team to maintain vigilance while they worked. What followed was perhaps the strangest cooperative magical working in modern wizarding history. Harry and Voldemort, mortal enemies, combining their considerable magical abilities to contain an ancient power neither fully understood. Harry directed energy flow based on Founder knowledge absorbed from the hearts and orb over months of study. Voldemort contributed ritual framework derived from Artorias chamber research. Their magic interacted cautiously at first, then with increasing synchronization as the immediate threat overrode personal animosity. The original binding used harmonic resonance, Harry explained, guiding magical currents through specific patterns. Each Founder tradition contributing complementary frequencies. Crude but effective, Voldemort acknowledged. The Artorias approach employs phase manipulation rather than harmonic limitation. They worked for several intense minutes, sweat beading on Harry's forehead as he channeled Founder magic in precise combinations. Gradually, the orb's violent pulsations subsided, crystal structure stabilizing as reinforced containment matrices re-established control over the wild magic within. Just as stabilization approached completion, Harry sensed a subtle shift in Voldemort's magical approach, from cooperative containment to something else entirely. "Now!" Voldemort suddenly commanded, abandoning stabilization patterns for extraction configuration. Harry realized the deception instantly. Voldemort had never intended cooperation, merely using the stabilization process to position himself advantageously for knowledge extraction once immediate destruction threat passed. Death Eaters responded to their master's signal, resuming offensive operations against Harry's team. Simultaneously, Voldemort directed concentrated dark magic directly into the partially stabilized orb, forcing connection pathways through its weakened defenses. "No!" Harry shouted, recognizing the danger. The orb's contents, ancient knowledge deliberately contained, would respond catastrophically to forced extraction. Acting on instinct guided by Founder knowledge, Harry countered with the only option available. Rather than fighting Voldemort's extraction directly, he modified it, redirecting energy flow patterns to create a controlled release rather than violent breach. The orb responded to Harry's Founder blood, recognizing his authority to access contents in emergency situations. But Voldemort's continuing assault prevented proper protocol, creating dangerous interaction between authorized and unauthorized access attempts. "Stop!" Harry warned urgently. "You're creating cross-phase disruption." Either Voldemort didn't understand the warning or chose to ignore it. His assault intensified, dark magic forcing pathways deeper into the orb structure while Harry desperately attempted to maintain controlled release parameters. The inevitable collision occurred. Authorized and unauthorized access patterns met within the orb's crystalline matrix, creating magical resonance cascade. The crystal structure fractured along multiple axes simultaneously, releasing contained knowledge not as information but as raw magical discharge. Blinding light erupted from the orb, engulfing both Harry and Voldemort in swirling vortex of Founder magic and ancient wild energy. Harry felt his consciousness expanding beyond physical limitations, connecting directly to knowledge the Founders had sealed away centuries ago. Visions overwhelmed him, the Founders themselves confronting wild magic practitioners, developing the Convergence ritual as defense against chaotic forces, creating Hogwarts as structured magical training system to prevent dangerous experimentation. Most importantly, he witnessed their final decision to contain rather than destroy the most dangerous knowledge, sealing it within the orb with fourfold protection, accessible only by heir carrying all bloodlines who approached with proper intent. These revelations flashed through Harry's mind in seconds while physical reality continued disintegrating around him. The chamber shook violently as magical backlash rippled outward from the fractured orb. Death Eaters fled in panic while Harry's team maintained positions, protected partially by his Founder's shield extending through their magical connections. Through the chaotic energy discharge, Harry perceived Voldemort similarly overwhelmed by information flood, but responding differently. Where Harry integrated the knowledge within existing magical understanding, Voldemort attempted to seize and control it directly, fighting against the Founder's established safeguards. In that critical moment, Harry understood the fundamental difference between them. Not good versus evil in simplistic terms, but approach to power itself, respectful stewardship versus dominating control, integration versus subjugation, harmony versus discord. The orb's final containment failed completely. Wild magic fully released from centuries of Founder constraint exploded outward in devastating wave. Harry instinctively extended maximum protection around his friends, drawing on all four Founder traditions simultaneously while bracing for impact. Instead of destruction, something unexpected happened. The released wild magic recognized Harry's fourfold nature, testing, evaluating, then accepting his magical signature as authorized recipient. Rather than overwhelming him, it flowed into his magical core in controlled stream, integrating with his existing abilities. Voldemort experienced the opposite reaction. His attempted domination triggered rejection protocols embedded within the Founder's containment design. Wild magic rebelled against his controlling approach, overwhelming his considerable defenses and ravaging his partially restored physical form. His scream echoed through the disintegrating chamber as magical backlash consumed him, not destroying completely but severely damaging his reconstituted body and disrupting his magical stability. In the chaos that followed, Harry maintained consciousness through sheer determination. His expanded awareness perceived everything simultaneously, his friends' positions, Death Eaters fleeing, captives huddled in protective alcove, Voldemort racked by wild magic backlash. Everyone out, he commanded, voice carrying unusual authority as Founder magic amplified his natural leadership. Chamber collapse imminent. Ginny reached him first, her own magic resonating with his enhanced state. Harry. Your eyes. He couldn't see himself, but felt the change, Founder magic visibly manifesting as his irises shifted between four distinct colors in rapid sequence. I'm okay, he assured her, though okay inadequately described his transformed state. Get everyone to the waypoint. The evacuation proceeded with surprising efficiency despite continuing magical disruption. Neville and Luna guided the freed captives while Ron and Hermione's outer team secured their retreat path. Sirius and Lupin provided covering fire against remaining Death Eaters who hadn't fled with their master. Harry remained last, maintaining stabilizing influence over the chamber's accelerating collapse. Across the ruined central platform, Voldemort struggled to his feet, physically diminished but radiating cold fury. This isn't finished, Potter, he rasped, voice damaged but determination intact. What you've gained, I will take. You still don't understand, Harry replied, feeling unusual calm despite the destruction surrounding them. The Founder's knowledge can't be taken, only earned through approach they recognized as worthy. Voldemort snarled wordlessly, then disapparated with unusual effort, likely to emergency extraction point beyond standard anti-transportation wards. Harry allowed himself one final glance at the ruined chamber before following his friends. The Founder's orb no longer existed as physical artifact, its crystalline structure completely disintegrated. But its contents lived on, transferred to the heir the Founders had intended all along. The return to Hogwarts brought no rest. Even as Harry's team arrived through the waypoint, castle alarms sounded throughout corridors and grounds. Direct assault underway, McGonagall informed them when they reached Dumbledore's office. Death Eater forces attacking from multiple directions simultaneously. The command center displayed concerning tactical situation. While Harry's team had engaged Voldemort's primary force at the orb site, secondary teams had positioned for coordinated attack on Hogwarts itself. Diversionary action became primary assault when their leader withdrew injured, Moody assessed gruffly. Standard contingency activation. Targeting pattern? Harry asked, studying the tactical displays with new clarity, his enhanced perceptions processing information with unprecedented efficiency. Focused on traditional weaknesses, Forbidden Forest boundary, Quidditch approach, and boathouse access, Kingsley reported. Defensive teams deployed to all locations, but pressure increasing. Dumbledore studied Harry with piercing intensity, immediately recognizing his transformed state. The orb. Destroyed, Harry confirmed. Contents transferred rather than lost. To you, Dumbledore deduced from Harry's altered magical signature. And Voldemort? Rejected. Violently. Harry summarized the chamber confrontation briefly, explaining the critical difference in their approaches to the Founder's knowledge. Dumbledore nodded understanding. The Founders designed their legacy with specific intent. Power balanced by wisdom, courage tempered by loyalty, ambition guided by ethics. Exactly. Harry turned toward the tactical displays. We need unified defense rather than segregated response. The Founders faced similar coordinated attacks, that's why they developed integrated defensive systems. What do you suggest? McGonagall asked, recognizing Harry's unique perspective. Harry outlined a comprehensive approach drawing on newly acquired Founder knowledge. Rather than treating Hogwarts defenses as separate systems, they would activate the castle's original unified protection matrix, dormant for centuries but still functional within the ancient stonework. Each house approaches defense differently, Harry explained. Gryffindors through direct confrontation, Ravenclaws through tactical anticipation, Hufflepuffs through supportive reinforcement, and Slytherins through misdirection and counterattack. And you propose combining all approaches simultaneously, Dumbledore concluded, understanding immediately. Yes. The castle was designed for it originally, before house divisions deepened. Harry approached the central map. We need representatives from each house at key activation points. Founders Circle members already trained in integrated magical approaches. The plan developed rapidly. Experienced students from each house would establish a defensive network connecting dormant Founder enchantments throughout the castle. Harry would coordinate from the central hub, the heart of Hogwarts itself, located beneath the Great Hall. This approach requires house unity beyond anything attempted in centuries, Dumbledore cautioned. Historical attempts failed due to house rivalries and magical incompatibilities. We've been preparing for this all year, Harry replied confidently. The Founders Circle has already broken down those barriers. Implementation began immediately. While conventional defenses maintained pressure against the attacking forces, Harry assembled key Founders Circle members from all houses, Hermione organizing Ravenclaw participants, Ron coordinating Gryffindors, Susan directing Hufflepuffs, and surprisingly, Draco taking charge of Slytherin involvement after brief but intense conversation with Harry. Your father chose his side, Harry had reminded him. Now prove you've chosen differently. Draco had responded with uncharacteristic sincerity. Some traditions deserve preservation, Potter. Hogwarts is one of them. As darkness fell across the battlements, students positioned themselves at key locations throughout the castle, towers, gateways, courtyard junctures, and ancient foundation stones. Each group included representatives from all four houses, their magical signatures complementing rather than competing. Harry, accompanied by Ginny, descended to the heart of Hogwarts, a chamber unknown to most, accessed through a concealed entrance behind the staff table in the Great Hall. Here, at the castle's magical center, the Founders had established the core enchantments that sustained Hogwarts for a millennium. The circular chamber contained a scale model of the castle itself, crafted from the same stone as the actual structure and magically linked to every corridor, classroom, and courtyard. 4 pedestals surrounded it, each bearing house colors and founder symbols. "It's beautiful," Ginny whispered as they entered the long-unused space. Dust covered ancient equipment, but the central model glowed with internal magic, the castle's living essence. "The founders created this as unified control center," Harry explained, knowledge flowing from his enhanced awareness. Later headmasters abandoned it when house cooperation became politically difficult. Harry activated the communication network they'd established, confirming all teams in position. Throughout the castle, students and teachers prepared to channel magic according to founder principles rather than modern standardized approaches. "Everyone ready?" Harry confirmed, receiving affirmative responses from all sectors. "Begin on my mark." He placed his hands on the castle model, feeling the ancient magic respond immediately to his founder blood. Ginny positioned herself nearby, ready to support through their established magical connection. "Now," Harry commanded. Throughout Hogwarts, students began channeling magic into designated anchor points, stonework inscribed with founder symbols, dormant for generations but still magically viable. Each house contributed its traditional approach, Gryffindor's providing power, Ravenclaw's precision, Hufflepuff's stability, and Slytherin's adaptability. In the Heart Chamber, Harry directed these converging magical streams through the castle model, integrating them into unified defensive system. The model illuminated with 4-colored light that spread outward through magical connections to the actual structure. Above and around them, Hogwarts awakened. Not just automated defenses activating, but the castle itself responding as semi-sentient magical entity. Walls strengthened against magical assault. Statues animated as guardian forces. Portraits coordinated as information network. Even staircases reconfigured to optimize defensive positioning. Death Eaters breaching outer grounds encountered unexpected resistance. Standard magical attacks dissipated against enhanced stone walls. Attempted flanking maneuvers found passages mysteriously sealed or redirected to prepared ambush points. Specialized curse teams discovered their carefully prepared spells reflected back upon them by adaptive ward systems. From the Heart Chamber, Harry directed the integrated defense with unprecedented clarity. The castle itself provided tactical awareness, highlighting threatened sectors and suggesting optimal response patterns based on Founder's original design principles. "It's working," Ginny confirmed, monitoring communication mirrors showing Death Eater forces faltering against unexpected resistance. They expected conventional magical defense, not unified Founder approach. The tide turned definitively when attacking forces penetrated to the courtyard level, triggering secondary defensive systems. Enchanted suits of armor engaged with coordinated precision. Greenhouse plants extended protective tendrils under Hufflepuff direction. Ravenclaw-designed confusion hexes disoriented attack formations. Slytherin prepared trapping systems isolated and contained breakthrough units. "They're retreating from the north and west quadrants," Ron reported through communication link. "Regrouping toward the main gates." "Controlled withdrawal rather than rout," Hermione added analytically. "Preserving forces for later operations." Harry studied the tactical model, recognizing the shift in enemy approach. "They're testing our capabilities rather than committing fully." Standard Slytherin assessment pattern. "Without Voldemort directly leading, they lack conviction," Ginny observed. "He's their primary magical anchor. And he's seriously injured from the orb confrontation," Harry confirmed. "They're evaluating defensive changes before risking further losses." Within an hour, Death Eater forces had withdrawn completely from Hogwarts grounds. Conventional security teams conducted thorough sweeps while medical units treated injuries, thankfully minor due to enhanced protections. In Dumbledore's office later that night, Harry reported the successful defense while explaining the transformed security paradigm now operating throughout the castle. "The integrated Founder defense will maintain itself now that it's reactivated," he explained to assembled professors and order members. It draws sustainable energy from the magical convergence beneath the castle rather than requiring constant reinforcement. A remarkable achievement, Dumbledore acknowledged. Not just technically, but culturally. House cooperation at this level hasn't existed since the founder's lifetime. It's what they intended all along, Harry noted. The division into houses was meant as complementary specialization, not competitive segregation. The immediate crisis had passed, but larger implications remained. Voldemort had suffered significant setbacks, physical injury from wild magic backlash and tactical defeat at Hogwarts, but his fundamental threat continued. More personally, Harry faced unprecedented challenges integrating the knowledge transferred from the Founder's orb. His magical core had expanded dramatically, requiring careful balance to prevent instability. His perceptions operated at multiple levels simultaneously, processing information beyond normal human capacity. "You need rest," Ginny insisted when the debriefing concluded near dawn. "Even with enhanced abilities, you're still physically human." Harry nodded tiredly, the day's extraordinary events finally catching up with him. They walked slowly toward Gryffindor Tower, castle corridors unusually peaceful after the night's dramatic events. "Something's bothering you," Ginny observed, their connection allowing her to sense his underlying concerns despite physical exhaustion. Harry considered deflecting but decided on honesty. "The orb showed me things about the Founder's original purpose, their fears about wild magic and why they created structured magical education." "Bad things? Complicated things?" Harry paused, organizing thoughts that expanded beyond normal expression. "They faced dangers we've forgotten, magic without limitation, power without responsibility. Voldemort's research into the Artorias chamber threatens to reopen that Pandora's box. And you received knowledge they deliberately contained," Ginny concluded. "Which means you now carry responsibility for keeping it properly managed." "Exactly." Harry smiled appreciatively at her immediate understanding. "It's not just about defeating Voldemort anymore. It's about preserving the magical balance the Founders established, the difference between magic that serves humanity and magic that dominates it." They reached the fat lady's portrait, who dozed lightly after the night's excitement. "Unified Legacy," Harry spoke the current password, prompting her to swing open with sleepy acknowledgement. The common room stood empty, students finally sleeping after hours of defensive mobilization. Harry paused before the staircase to boys' dormitories, suddenly reluctant to be alone with thoughts that stretched beyond normal comprehension. Ginny seemed to understand without explanation. "Come on," she said simply, leading him to a quiet corner with comfortable chairs before the dying fire. "Sleep can wait a little longer." They sat together, her presence grounding his expanded awareness in comfortable humanity. After minutes of companionable silence, Harry spoke again. "There's a final confrontation coming. The orb showed me that clearly." "With Voldemort?" "With what he represents, the corruption of magical purpose. The Founders faced similar challenge in their time, which is why they created the convergence ritual. To combine their different approaches into something stronger," Ginny recalled from previous discussions. "Yes, but with specific intent, not for power accumulation but for magical stabilization." Harry stared into the embers, seeing patterns beyond physical flames. "Wild magic seeks expression without limitation. Structured magic provides necessary boundaries. The Founders discovered balance between them. And you think Voldemort will attempt to break that balance? He already is. The Artorias chamber contains pre-Founder magical approaches, raw, instinctual, powerful but dangerously unpredictable. If he masters those techniques despite his setbacks." Harry didn't need to complete the thought. Ginny understood the implications. "So what's the counter-strategy?" Her practical question brought welcome focus to his swirling thoughts. "The complete convergence ritual, not Voldemort's corrupted version or even the Founder's adaptation, but its original purpose. Unity not just of magical traditions but magical intent." "That sounds significant." "It is. And it requires something beyond individual ability." Harry turned toward her, expression serious. It needs magical harmony across all founder traditions, freely given, not coerced or manipulated. Like what we did tonight with the castle defense. Similar but more fundamental. Tonight we coordinated separate contributions. The true convergence requires genuine integration, different magical approaches becoming something new together. Ginny studied him thoughtfully. And you think that's possible? After centuries of house division and magical specialization? I've seen it happening already, Harry replied. The Founders Circle breaking house barriers. Different magical disciplines finding complementary application. Even Slytherins and Gryffindors working together toward common purpose. Dumbledore always said love was the power Voldemort knows not, Ginny noted with small smile. Maybe this is what he meant, not romantic sentiment but fundamental connection, genuine unity rather than forced submission. Harry nodded slowly, feeling pieces align in his enhanced understanding. The opposite of Voldemort's approach to magic and people both. Dawn light began filtering through common room windows, painting the space with gentle illumination. Despite exhaustion, Harry felt unusual clarity, not just intellectual understanding but deeper recognition of purpose beyond immediate conflict. We should get some sleep, Ginny suggested eventually. Process all this with fresh perspective later. As they rose to separate toward their respective dormitories, Harry caught her hand impulsively. Thank you, he said simply. For what? For seeing me, not just the heir of 4 founders. For understanding without explanation. For being, you. Ginny smiled, squeezing his hand before releasing it. Get some sleep, Harry. The world saving can wait a few hours. The remaining weeks of spring term passed with surprising normality despite underlying tensions. Hogwarts settled into enhanced security status, integrated founder defenses maintaining vigilance while allowing educational routines to continue. For Harry, this period brought intensive personal development as he worked to integrate the vast knowledge transferred from the Founder's Orb. Dumbledore provided crucial guidance, having experienced similar challenges with expanded magical awareness during his own extraordinary career. The mind requires structure to contain extraordinary insight, the headmaster advised during one evening session in his office. Create internal organization, not to limit understanding but to access it effectively. Harry developed a methodical approach to his transformed consciousness, establishing mental frameworks that allowed him to function normally while retaining access to expanded awareness when needed. The process resembled advanced occlumency but extended beyond defensive compartmentalization into active integration. Meanwhile, the Founders Circle continued evolving from emergency response team into something more fundamental, a model for interhouse cooperation that spread throughout Hogwarts culture. Study groups regularly included members from all houses. Quidditch retained healthy competition but lost traditional animosity. Even social gatherings increasingly crossed house boundaries. Most remarkably, these changes extended beyond students to faculty and magical approaches. Professors who had specialized exclusively in traditional subject boundaries began exploring integrated teaching methods. Flitwick and McGonagall developed joint charms transfiguration workshops demonstrating complementary applications. Sprout and Snape, despite personal differences, established collaborative research into magical plant properties for advanced potions. It's like watching the Founder's original vision finally manifesting, Hermione observed one evening in the Room of Requirement, where core Founders Circle members gathered for advanced practice. Not erasing house distinctiveness, but recognizing its complementary potential. Harry nodded agreement, watching teams demonstrate integrated magical approaches they developed over months of collaboration. The Founders never intended separation, that evolved after they were gone. They created specialized focus areas within unified educational purpose. Ginny, partnering with Luna on synchronized defensive techniques, added, makes you wonder how Wizarding Society might have developed differently without centuries of house rivalry conditioning generation after generation. This historical perspective increasingly informed Harry's understanding of current challenges. The looming confrontation with Voldemort represented not merely personal conflict but clash between fundamentally different approaches to magical development, unified purpose versus dominating control. Intelligence from Order networks confirmed Voldemort's continued recovery from wild magic backlash suffered during the orb confrontation. His physical reconstitution proceeded slower than previous patterns, suggesting significant magical disruption beyond mere bodily damage. "He's researching alternative approaches," Snape reported during a late May Order meeting. Delving deeper into Artorias chamber documentation, seeking methods to stabilize wild magic without founder limitations. "Dangerous pursuit," Dumbledore noted gravely. The founders contained such approaches for legitimate reasons, not from fear but hard-earned wisdom about consequences. Harry, attending these meetings regularly now, contributed unique perspective from orb knowledge. Wild magic responds to intent and personality more than technical precision. That's why standardized wand-based education became necessary, creating consistent results regardless of practitioner's mental state. "And Voldemort's mental state hardly promotes stable magical outcomes," Sirius observed dryly. As term neared conclusion, Harry recognized patterns suggesting imminent confrontation. Voldemort's forces had withdrawn from direct engagement following their Hogwarts defeat, but intelligence indicated strategic repositioning rather than retreat, consolidating resources around specific locations connected to founder history. Most concerning, Death Eater operations increasingly targeted sites with wild magic remnants, ancient stone circles, ley line intersections, and locations with documented magical anomalies predating structured wizarding society. "He's building towards something," Harry concluded during core team strategy session in the Room of Requirement. "Not another attempt at the convergence ritual as we know it, but something parallel drawing on Artorias principles." "Timeline?" Ron asked practically, managing tactical planning board showing known Death Eater positions. "Soon," Harry replied with frustrating imprecision. "My connection to his mind has changed since the orb transfer, less direct vision, more pattern recognition. I sense preparation nearing completion." "Location indicators?" Hermione prompted, consulting research notes on wild magic sites throughout Britain. "Nothing specific yet. But the pattern suggests somewhere significant to magical history before the founders, a site connected to Artorias himself perhaps." Their preparation proceeded methodically despite uncertainty. The Founders' Circle maintained readiness through regular exercises while developing specialized countermeasures against wild magic manifestations. Harry continued refining his integrated founder abilities, now enhanced by orb knowledge regarding their original application and purpose. His relationship with Ginny deepened through these intensive preparations. Their magical connection, established during previous confrontations and strengthened through regular collaboration, developed into something approaching true magical bonding, their cores resonating at complementary frequencies that enhanced both individual abilities and combined potential. This connection proved critical when the anticipated confrontation finally announced itself. During early June examination period, Harry woke suddenly at midnight, awareness expanded beyond normal perception into magical patterns across Britain. He sat upright in Gryffindor dormitory, immediately alert despite interrupted sleep. His enhanced senses detected massive magical disruption hundreds of miles distant, wild energy patterns suddenly released from ancient containment. Moments later, the castle's alarm systems activated as monitoring enchantments registered the same disturbance. Harry dressed quickly, sending Patronus messages to core team members while heading directly to Dumbledore's office. He arrived simultaneously with professors responding to the alarm. Dumbledore already stood before magical monitoring instruments, his expression grave as he tracked fluctuating energy patterns across specialized detection arrays. "Avalon," the headmaster stated when Harry entered. "He's breached the primal containment beneath the ancient site." The original wild magic repository, Harry realized, orb knowledge providing immediate context. Before Merlin's additional protections or the Founder's structured limitations. Precisely. The oldest and most powerful concentration of unregulated magical energy in Britain. Dumbledore adjusted monitoring instruments as additional Order members arrived. untouched for centuries due to layered protections established by successive magical authorities. How bad? Moody demanded gruffly, magical eyes spinning rapidly as he assessed tactical displays. Catastrophic potential, Dumbledore replied without embellishment. Wild magic at this concentration doesn't merely enhance existing abilities, it fundamentally alters the nature of magical expression itself. Harry monitored the developing situation through both conventional instruments and his enhanced perceptions. He's not just releasing it, he observed with growing concern. He's attempting direct integration, absorbing wild magic into his magical core without standardized channeling. Suicide, Snape stated flatly. Even the Dark Lord's considerable abilities cannot contain such energy without structured limitation. Unless he's discovered something in the Artorias documentation, Harry countered. Some pre-standardization technique for wild magic assimilation. McGonagall looked alarmed. Is such a thing possible? Theoretically, Dumbledore confirmed. Historical records mention practitioners before wand standardization who embodied magical energy directly rather than channeling through external focus objects. Like becoming a living wand, Harry explained, drawing on orb knowledge. Dangerous and ultimately unsustainable according to Founder research, but potentially offering extraordinary power during the integration period. The tactical implications were immediately clear. If Voldemort successfully integrated even a fraction of Avalon's wild magic repository, his abilities would temporarily transcend conventional magical countermeasures. Standard defensive approaches, even enhanced Founder techniques, might prove insufficient against such raw power. We need immediate intervention, Harry stated firmly. Before integration progresses beyond initial stages. Agreed, Dumbledore nodded. But approach requires careful consideration. Direct confrontation against wild magic practitioner historically proved counterproductive. Harry already saw the pattern forming through his enhanced understanding. We need the complete convergence, not just Founder magic but its original purpose as stabilizing influence against wild magic disruption. You propose implementing the ritual the Founders themselves designed for precisely this scenario, Dumbledore concluded, following Harry's reasoning immediately. Yes. Not Voldemort's corrupted version or even later adaptations, but its fundamental application, harmonizing diverse magical approaches to create stabilizing matrix against chaotic expression. The operational plan developed rapidly. While conventional forces established perimeter containment around Avalon, Harry would lead specialized team implementing the true convergence ritual as counter to Voldemort's wild magic integration. The ritual requires representatives from each Founder tradition, Harry explained to assembled Order members and core Founders Circle participants. Not just any witches and wizards, but those who genuinely embody the magical approaches each Founder exemplified. Team composition became immediately obvious to everyone involved. Hermione's analytical brilliance and knowledge mastery perfectly represented Ravenclaw tradition. Ron's unflinching courage and protective instinct exemplified Gryffindor qualities. Susan Bones, with her unwavering loyalty and supportive magic, embodied Hufflepuff approaches. Most surprisingly, Draco Malfoy's recent actions qualified him as Slytherin representative, his strategic adaptability and preservation instinct demonstrating the house's positive aspects rather than corrupted interpretations. And you? Ginny asked Harry privately as preparations accelerated. Which Founder do you represent in this configuration? All and none, Harry replied thoughtfully. My role is integration rather than representation, the connection point between distinct traditions. The heir of four becomes fifth element, Luna observed with characteristic insight, overhearing their conversation. Quintessence completing the pattern. Preparation timeframe compressed dramatically as monitoring instruments showed Voldemort's wild magic integration progressing faster than anticipated. Transport arrangements, tactical support, ritual components, everything mobilized with urgency born from clear existential threat. As dawn approached, Harry gathered his team in the Founder's sanctum, the most appropriate departure point for their mission. Each wore specialized protective gear enhanced with Founder magic and carried equipment developed through Founders Circle research. Once we arrive at Avalon perimeter, we'll have limited time, Harry briefed them one final time. Order forces will establish outer containment while we proceed to ritual implementation point, the original stone circle at the island center. Voldemort will oppose this directly, Draco noted, asking the question everyone considered. How do we counter wild magic empowerment with ritual that requires setup time? Layered approach, Harry explained. Conventional forces create distance. Specialized teams provide targeted intervention. Our core team establishes ritual foundation while I engage directly as necessary. The explanation seemed insufficient given the extraordinary threat level, but no one challenged it. They understood the unprecedented circumstances required flexible response rather than rigid tactical planning. This isn't just about defeating Voldemort, Harry added, feeling importance of proper perspective. It's about maintaining magical balance established by generations before us. Wild magic offers tremendous power but without limitation, the very definition of corruption. Dumbledore, who would coordinate operations from Hogwarts while McGonagall maintained castle security, offered final counsel before their departure. The founders faced similar challenge in their time, the headmaster reminded them. Their response created magical society as we know it, structured, balanced, sustainable. Today you continue that legacy. Harry activated the Waypoint network, calibrated to nearest viable arrival location relative to Avalon. As the team gathered on the platform, Ginny moved beside him, their hands finding each other naturally. Together, she said simply. Harry nodded, drawing strength from her presence as they transitioned through magical compression toward confrontation that would determine not just their future, but the fundamental nature of magical expression itself. They materialized on rocky shoreline facing mist-shrouded islands silhouetted against early morning light. Avalon, legendary magical nexus predating organized wizarding society, rose from dark waters with ominous presence. Ancient protection enchantments visibly fractured around its perimeter, releasing occasional bursts of multicolored energy into surrounding atmosphere. Order members already established forward positions along the shore, monitoring the deteriorating magical containment. Kingsley approached as Harry's team oriented themselves. Situation deteriorating rapidly, he reported without preamble. Wild magic concentrations increasing throughout the island. Environmental effects manifesting beyond normal parameters. Harry extended his enhanced perceptions, assessing patterns invisible to conventional magical detection. The island's natural magical signature, already extraordinary as Britain's oldest concentrated repository, showed catastrophic disruption. Centuries of careful containment unraveled as wild energy sought unrestricted expression. At the center, Harry sensed Voldemort's presence, no longer the defined magical signature he recognized from previous encounters, but expanding chaotic pattern incorporating surrounding wild energy into his magical core. The process progressed further than anticipated, suggesting discoveries from Artorias documentation provided more effective integration methodology than founder research had indicated possible. We need to move immediately, Harry decided. Transportation directly to Central Circle. Kingsley shook his head grimly. Conventional magical transport failing within island perimeter. Anti-apparition, port key disruption, even broom flight becomes dangerously unstable as proximity increases. Physical approach then, Harry concluded. Boats to shore, then proceeding on foot to center. Enchanted boats waited nearby, specially reinforced against magical disruption. As Harry's team boarded, he provided final tactical guidance based on his enhanced assessment. Wild magic manifests differently than standardized forms, he explained. Expect direct environmental response to emotional states and intentions rather than specific incantations. Maintain mental discipline and clear purpose at all times. The crossing proved immediately challenging. Waters surrounding Avalon churned with unnatural patterns as wild energy influenced physical reality. Multicolored lights danced beneath the surface, occasionally erupting in geysers of pure magical discharge. The boats themselves struggled against currents that responded to passengers' thoughts as much as physical navigation. Focus on our destination, Harry instructed, maintaining firm mental image of the island's central stone circle. Wild magic responds to intentional visualization more than physical control efforts. This approach improved their progress, boats moving more directly as team members aligned their mental focus. They reached Avalon's shore without catastrophic incident, though several near misses with magical discharges demonstrated increasing environmental instability. The island itself presented more serious challenges. Vegetation grew with unnatural vitality, trees bending toward visitors with apparent consciousness, flowers blooming and withering in rapid cycles, grass shifting colors with passing emotions. The very ground seemed alive, responding to footsteps with subtle movements that either assisted or hindered progress depending on perceived intentions. "Stay together," Harry directed as they disembarked. Single file formation, maintaining physical contact to stabilize magical signatures. They proceeded cautiously, Harry leading with enhanced founder senses navigating disrupted magical landscape. Conventional order members established perimeter positions while specialized teams advanced in coordinated formation. As they moved inland, environmental disruption intensified. Gravity fluctuated unpredictably. Temperature shifted between extremes without transition. Light itself behaved erratically, colors separating from natural spectrum into manifestations visible only to magical perception. "This is wild magic in its natural state," Harry explained as they navigated increasingly challenging terrain. Before standardization created predictable results through controlled channeling. How did ancient practitioners function in this environment? Hermione questioned, her analytical mind struggling to reconcile chaotic manifestations with functional magical application. "They adapted differently," Harry replied, drawing on orb knowledge. "Becoming part of the energy pattern rather than imposing external control structure. Effective but ultimately unsustainable for human consciousness, which is why structured approaches eventually replaced direct integration." At the island's center, ancient stone monoliths emerged through swirling magical mist, the original circle predating Stonehenge and similar constructed sites. Here, Britain's natural magical convergence had first manifested, drawing practitioners since prehistoric times. And here, at the circle's center, stood Voldemort, though "stood" inadequately described his current state. His physical form appeared partially translucent, wild magic visibly flowing through and around him in turbulent patterns. His features shifted between human and something other, physical reality struggling to contain the energy he absorbed. Around him, Death Eaters maintained defensive positions though clearly struggling against the environmental effects themselves. Several appeared physically distorted by proximity to uncontrolled magical discharge, limbs elongated unnaturally, skin tones shifted beyond normal human spectrum, eyes reflecting colors impossible in natural light. Harry halted their approach at the circle's outer perimeter, assessing tactical situation with founder clarity. Voldemort's wild magic integration progressed dangerously far, perhaps 60% complete based on visible manifestation patterns. At this stage, conventional magical confrontation would prove not merely ineffective but potentially catastrophic, feeding additional chaotic energy into already destabilized environment. Ritual positions, Harry directed his core team quietly. "Outer defense teams provide distraction while we establish the convergence matrix." As order forces engaged Death Eater perimeter through coordinated approach designed to draw attention without direct magical confrontation, Harry guided his team to specific positions around the ancient circle. Each needed to occupy precisely aligned locations relative to natural magical flow patterns, positions the founders themselves had identified centuries earlier when creating their original convergence ritual. Once in position, establish personal magical anchors before extending connection to adjacent team members, Harry instructed. The ritual builds harmony through progressive resonance, not simultaneous activation. Hermione took eastern position, representing Ravenclaw's analytical clarity. Ron established western alignment embodying Gryffindor's protective courage. Susan anchored southern point with Hufflepuff's supportive stability. Draco, overcoming visible discomfort with the chaotic environment, positioned at northern alignment representing Slytherin's adaptive preservation. Harry moved toward central convergence point where Voldemort continued his integration process. As anticipated, this direct approach finally drew the Dark Lord's attention from his self-transformation. Potter, Voldemort's voice echoed with unnatural resonance, magical energy distorting sound waves. Always arriving precisely when opportunities present themselves. Even speech appeared difficult for him now, wild magic influencing his physical manifestation as integration progressed. His form flickered between solid and translucent, power visibly struggling against human limitations. "This integration will destroy you," Harry stated calmly, continuing his measured approach. Wild magic cannot sustain human consciousness beyond temporary assimilation. The Founders documented multiple failed attempts. The Founders, Voldemort's distorted features contorted with disdain. Limited by their fear of true potential. Their documentation merely justifies their imposition of artificial constraints. Not fear, wisdom, Harry corrected. They understood the difference between power and purpose. Wild magic offers the former while corrupting the latter. Voldemort laughed, a disturbing sound that manifested visibly as colored shock waves rippling through surrounding air. Philosophy from children. Your inherited abilities provide impressive vocabulary but childish understanding. Harry continued advancing methodically, maintaining precise path toward central convergence point. Around the circle perimeter, his team established their ritual positions despite increasing resistance from both Death Eaters and environmental disruption. "What exactly do you seek through this integration?" Harry asked, genuine curiosity joining tactical distraction. Even temporary wild magic assimilation renders conventional goals meaningless. Something shifted in Voldemort's fluctuating expression, surprise at the question's nature perhaps, or recognition of perspective previously unconsidered. "Transcendence," he answered after momentary consideration. "Beyond artificial limitations imposed by standardized magical practice. Beyond death itself, not mere Horcrux extension but fundamental transformation of magical essence." The response confirmed Harry's assessment from orb knowledge. Wild magic integration represented not tactical advantage for existing conflict but attempted evolutionary leap beyond conventional magical existence, a transformation the Founders had specifically identified as fundamentally corrupting to human consciousness. "At what cost?" Harry challenged, nearly reaching central position. "Not just to yourself, but to magical balance sustaining wizarding society." Society, Voldemort dismissed contemptuously. Constructed limitations disguised as necessary structure. Wild magic existed before wizarding organization, it will exist after. But will humanity? Harry countered. The Founders didn't create standardized practice from arbitrary preference. They recognized necessary boundaries between magical energy and human consciousness. This philosophical exchange, while seemingly academic given the extraordinary circumstances, served crucial tactical purpose. As Harry maintained Voldemort's attention, his team completed their position establishment around the circle perimeter. Each now generated their specialized magical anchor, visible to enhanced perception as colored energy patterns stabilizing against surrounding chaos. "Enough discussion," Voldemort declared, apparently recognizing the distraction strategy. "Your presence provides unexpected opportunity. Air blood will accelerate final integration phases." He gestured sharply, directing concentrated wild energy toward Harry in violent surge. But rather than conventional shield, Harry responded with Founder technique specifically designed for wild magic interaction, not blocking but redirecting, channeling chaotic energy through structured pattern that diffused its impact. "Interesting," Voldemort acknowledged, genuine curiosity momentarily overriding aggression. "The orb provided more than historical context, I see." "Complete transfer," Harry confirmed, maintaining defensive posture while continuing subtle movements toward optimal central position. The Founders designed its contents specifically for wild magic containment. Voldemort launched another attack, more precise despite his fluctuating physical form. Harry countered with different technique, demonstrating Founder versatility against chaotic expression. Their exchange continued with escalating complexity, neither gaining decisive advantage but Harry steadily advancing toward ritual center point. Around them, battle intensified between Order forces and Death Eaters. The latter struggled increasingly against environmental effects, their conventional magical approaches destabilizing unpredictably when cast within wild energy field. Order members, briefed on specialized containment techniques, fared somewhat better though still faced extraordinary challenges. Harry reached central position just as his team completed perimeter establishment. With founder precision, he activated the convergence ritual's initial phase, not through conventional incantation but specialized magical resonance pattern recognized by Avalon's ancient stones themselves. The circle responded immediately. Monoliths illuminated with golden light, original enchantments awakening after centuries of dormancy. Lines of force emerged between perimeter positions where Harry's team maintained their anchors, creating structured geometric pattern overlaying the chaotic environment. "What is this?" Voldemort demanded, sensing fundamental shift in surrounding magical patterns. "The true convergence," Harry explained, continuing ritual activation sequence. "Not your corrupted extraction version or even the Founder's adapted application. The original stabilization matrix designed specifically for wild magic containment." Voldemort recognized the threat to his integration process. With violent gesture, he directed concentrated wild energy against the forming ritual matrix. Chaotic force crashed against structured pattern, creating spectacular discharge visible even to non-magical perception. "Maintain positions." Harry called to his team, feeling their anchors waver under direct assault. Progressive resonance continues regardless of interruption. The confrontation elevated beyond conventional magical combat into fundamental opposition between organized and chaotic magical expression. Voldemort, drawing on increasing wild magic integration, manipulated environmental energies with growing proficiency, directing elemental forces, distorting physical reality, generating effect combinations impossible under standardized practice. Harry countered with founder techniques enhanced by orb knowledge, not matching raw power but applying precise intervention at critical juncture points, maintaining ritual progression through targeted stability rather than overwhelming force. The ancient circle became battlefield between opposing magical philosophies. Wild energy surged in violent manifestations around Voldemort, while structured patterns gradually extended from Harry's ritual framework. Where they collided, extraordinary interactions occurred, reality itself visibly fluctuating as fundamental magical principles contested for dominance. Death Eaters, recognizing existential threat to their master's transformation, concentrated attacks against Harry's team maintaining ritual perimeter. Order forces responded with coordinated defense, though conventional magical approaches functioned unpredictably in the increasingly distorted environment. Harry maintained central focus despite chaotic surroundings, directing ritual progression through precise founder techniques. The convergence advanced through sequential phases, each establishing more comprehensive stabilization matrix counteracting wild magic dispersion. "You cannot contain this power," Voldemort insisted, his form increasingly difficult to perceive as integration progressed beyond 70%. "Wild magic transcends structured limitation by its fundamental nature." "Not containment," Harry corrected, continuing ritual gestures despite intensifying opposition. "Harmonization." The founders understood wild magic isn't inherently corrupting, only when forcibly directed rather than naturally aligned. This crucial distinction represented the convergence ritual's true purpose. Not opposing wild magic through brute suppression, but establishing resonance patterns that guided chaotic energy into sustainable expression channels, preserving its creative potential while mitigating destructive manifestation. The ritual reached critical transition point, the phase where individual anchor positions synchronized into unified matrix. Harry felt his team maintaining extraordinary focus despite environmental challenges and direct attacks. Hermione's analytical precision, Ron's steadfast courage, Susan's unwavering support, and Draco's strategic adaptation, each contributing essential qualities to the emerging convergence pattern. Voldemort sensed the approaching threshold. With desperate intensity, he abandoned measured integration for accelerated absorption, drawing surrounding wild energy directly into his magical core without stabilization buffers established in previous phases. The effect proved immediately catastrophic for his physical manifestation. His form distorted dramatically, human features dissolving into pure magical expression as wild energy overwhelmed conventional physical limitations. Yet his consciousness persisted, disembodied but present, manipulating surrounding chaos with increasingly erratic control. You see, his voice resonated without physical origin, disturbingly triumphant despite obvious transformation crisis. Physical form merely limits magical potential. Wild integration transcends such constraints. Harry recognized the dangerous transition. Orb knowledge identified this precise phenomenon, disembodied consciousness temporarily sustaining cohesion through wild energy patterns but inevitably fragmenting without structured anchoring. The founders had documented similar occurrences during early wild magic containment efforts, practitioners achieving momentary transcendence before catastrophic personality dissolution. Final convergence phase, Harry directed his team, recognizing the narrow window before Voldemort's transformation reached irreversible threshold. Complete synchronization on my mark. The ritual matrix had established preliminary stability throughout the stone circle, geometric patterns overlaying chaotic dispersion with increasing definition. Now came the crucial element, the quintessence connection only Harry could provide as fourfold Heir. Extending his awareness to encompass all anchor points simultaneously, Harry established resonance link with each team member. Their magical signatures responded immediately, Hermione's blue clarity, Ron's red determination, Susan's yellow steadfastness, Draco's green adaptability, flowing through connection pathways toward central convergence point. Now, Harry commanded, activating final ritual sequence. From each perimeter position, concentrated founder magic surged toward Harry at circle center. He received these distinct energies not as separate forces but unified expression, the true convergence transcending individual traditions to create something greater than component parts. The resulting harmonic resonance expanded outward in concentric waves, intersecting with Voldemort's chaotic manifestation at precise mathematical intervals. Wild energy patterns, previously dispersing randomly, began organizing into structured flow channels, not constrained artificially but naturally aligning with sustainable expression patterns. Voldemort fought against this reorganization with desperate intensity. His disembodied consciousness manipulated remaining chaos points, attempting to maintain sufficient disruption to preserve his transcendent state. You cannot suppress wild magic's true nature, his voice distorted through multiple simultaneous manifestations. Its power exceeds your structured limitations. Not suppression, Harry corrected again, maintaining central focus while ritual energies continued expanding. Integration. Wild and structured in proper balance, as the founders originally intended. This fundamental difference defined their opposing approaches. Voldemort sought domination through unrestricted power regardless of consequence. The convergence established sustainable harmony, preserving magical potential while preventing destructive manifestation. The ritual reached culmination as geometric patterns completed throughout the ancient circle. Monoliths glowed with steady golden light, no longer fluctuating under chaotic influence. The surrounding environment gradually stabilized, wild energy still present but channeled through structured pathways rather than random dispersion. At the circle's center, Voldemort's disembodied consciousness faced existential crisis. The wild energy sustaining his transcendent state reorganized into structured flow, no longer supporting chaotic manifestation. Without physical anchor or Horcrux connection within the stabilized environment, his magical essence began inevitable dissolution. What have you done? His voice fragmented across multiple frequencies, no longer maintaining coherent expression. This power belonged to me. It belongs to no one, Harry responded calmly, maintaining ritual completion despite exhaustion. Magic exists in balance, wild creativity within structured expression. The founders understood this partnership. You sought only domination. Voldemort's consciousness continued disintegrating as stabilization patterns solidified throughout Avalon. Without sustainable anchor in either physical reality or chaotic manifestation, his magical essence separated into component fragments, the final dissolution of artificial cohesion maintained through dark magic manipulations and wild energy distortion. Harry perceived this process through founder sensitivity, not destruction but transformation. The magical energy comprising Voldemort's consciousness returned to natural circulation, individual components reintegrating with universal patterns from which they originated. With final dispersion of chaotic manifestation, the convergence ritual completed its primary function. Wild magic throughout Avalon continued existing but no longer expressed through unpredictable eruptions. Instead, it flowed through structured channels established by the ritual matrix, visible to magical perception as geometric patterns overlaying natural landscape. Exhaustion overwhelmed Harry as ritual energies settled into sustainable configuration. He maintained consciousness long enough to verify his team's condition, all alive though similarly drained from extraordinary magical exertion, before darkness claimed him. His last awareness registered Ginny's arrival at the Circle Center, her familiar magical signature providing comforting anchor as his expanded consciousness finally released into necessary rest. Harry awakened in Hogwarts hospital wing, sunlight streaming through tall windows suggesting mid-afternoon. His perceptions returned gradually, physical senses first, then magical awareness extending outward in expanding circles. "Welcome back," Dumbledore's voice came from nearby. The headmaster sat beside his bed, looking tired but profoundly relieved. "How long?" Harry asked, voice raspy from disuse. 3 days, Dumbledore replied. "Quite reasonable considering the magical energies you channeled." Harry's enhanced perceptions completed their assessment. The castle remained secure, actually strengthened by residual convergence energies that had transferred through his connection to Hogwarts. His team members had recovered more quickly, already resumed normal activities though visiting regularly according to lingering magical signatures around his bed. Most importantly, he sensed fundamental shift in ambient magical patterns extending far beyond Hogwarts grounds. The convergence hadn't merely affected Avalon but established harmonic resonance throughout Britain's magical infrastructure, a restoration of balance between wild creativity and structured expression that the founders had originally envisioned. "Voldemort?" Harry confirmed, though he already knew the answer through magical perception. "Completely gone," Dumbledore stated with certainty. "Not merely physically destroyed or temporarily disembodied as in previous confrontations. The convergence ritual's completion resulted in fundamental dissolution of his magical cohesion, including Horcrux anchors, which collapsed simultaneously through harmonic resonance." Harry nodded, having perceived this process directly during final ritual phase. "And his followers?" "Those at Avalon suffered varying magical trauma from proximity to wild energy disruption. Most surrendered when their magical connections to Voldemort dissolved. Some fled but find their abilities temporarily unstable, side effect of witnessing fundamental magical reorganization without proper protective preparation." More personal concerns surfaced as Harry's strength returned. "My friends?" "All well," Dumbledore assured him with warm smile. "Recovered more quickly than you, though that's understandable given your central role in the ritual. They've been taking turns sitting with you, Miss Weasley most consistently." As if summoned by mention, the hospital wing door opened. Ginny entered, carrying stack of books that suggested intended study session during her bedside vigil. Seeing Harry conscious, she abandoned them unceremoniously on nearest table and rushed forward. "You're awake," she exclaimed, relief evident in both voice and magical signature. "About time." Dumbledore rose discreetly. "I'll inform Madame Pomfrey and your other friends. Take things slowly, Harry. Magical exhaustion requires proper recovery despite your enhanced resilience." After the headmaster's departure, Ginny sat carefully on Harry's bed edge, taking his hand naturally. Their magical connection re-established immediately, warm, familiar resonance that accelerated his recovery through synchronized patterns. "How bad was it after I collapsed?" Harry asked, knowing she would understand his need for complete information rather than reassuring generalities. "Manageable," she replied honestly. "The ritual stabilized itself once fully established. Order teams secured remaining Death Eaters while specialized groups maintained perimeter until Ministry containment experts arrived. Kingsley coordinated extraction brilliantly, everyone returned safely." Harry nodded, grateful for her direct approach. "And the aftermath at Avalon?" Remarkable, Ginny's expression showed genuine wonder. The wild magic didn't disappear, it reorganized. The island practically glows with structured magical patterns visible even to limited perception. Ministry researchers are ecstatic, though properly cautious about direct interaction. The founders would approve, Harry noted with small smile. Their original goal was never suppression but sustainable integration. Ginny studied him thoughtfully. "You're different," she observed. "Not just recovered, transformed somehow." Harry considered this assessment, examining his internal state with founder clarity. The convergence completed something that began with the Sorting Hat's awakening, he acknowledged. Not just accessing founder abilities as separate gifts, but truly integrating their approaches into cohesive whole. The Heir of Four becomes something new, Ginny recalled Luna's observation before their departure. Exactly. Not Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin as distinct aspects, but a unified magical approach incorporating their complementary strengths. This integration extended beyond magical technique into fundamental perspective. Harry perceived reality through balanced viewpoint the founders themselves had sought but never fully achieved during their lifetimes, courage tempered by loyalty, knowledge guided by strategy, ambition elevated by ethics. What happens now? Ginny asked the question occupying many minds throughout Wizarding Society as news of Voldemort's final defeat spread. Rebuilding, Harry replied simply. Not just physical reconstruction but cultural reformation. The founders established Hogwarts to develop balanced magical practice through specialized training within unified purpose. Somewhere through the centuries, specialization became separation. And you think that can change? It already has, Harry noted with genuine optimism. Look what the Founders' Circle accomplished, not just defeating external threat but overcoming internal divisions. Students from all houses working together, recognizing complementary strengths rather than competitive differences. Ginny smiled, squeezing his hand. Professor McGonagall mentioned the Sorting Hat's behavior changed during your recovery. It's been singing about unity and cooperation between houses, outside normal sorting season. The hat contains founder consciousness imprints, Harry explained. It likely responds to the Convergence's re-establishment of their original intentions. Their conversation paused as hospital wing doors opened again. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Susan, and surprisingly Draco entered together, the core team who had maintained ritual positions during the confrontation. Their magical signatures carried subtle harmonization from shared experience, visible to Harry's enhanced perception as complementary resonance patterns. About time you rejoined the conscious, Ron greeted with characteristic blend of concern and humor. Missed all the cleanup and got to sleep through exams. Actually, Hermione corrected primly, though her magical signature radiated relief at Harry's recovery, Dumbledore cancelled final examinations under extraordinary circumstances provision. Everyone advances based on year-long performance. First time I've appreciated extraordinary circumstances, Neville commented with small smile. Luna drifted forward, studying Harry with her uniquely perceptive gaze. Your colors have harmonized, she observed in her dreamy voice. The rainbow becomes white light. Harry nodded, appreciating her accurate if metaphorical assessment. Thanks to all of you. The convergence worked because each position maintained perfect stability despite extraordinary opposition. Speaking of extraordinary, Susan interjected, you should see the Daily Prophet. You're being called everything from magical messiah to living founder incarnate, depending which page you read. Harry groaned. Please tell me there's at least one reasonable account of what actually happened. The quibbler got surprisingly close, Draco offered with characteristic dry delivery. Though still suggests involvement from creatures I'm relatively certain don't exist. The group's easy interaction, including Draco's natural incorporation, demonstrated exactly the integration Harry had described to Ginny. House differences remained visible in their approaches and personalities, but complemented rather than conflicted with each other. As his friends updated him on developments during his recovery, Harry maintained awareness of broader patterns extending beyond immediate conversation. The castle itself felt different, its magical signature harmonized through convergence resonance transmitted via his connection to founder enchantments. Students throughout Hogwarts demonstrated subtle behavioral shifts, less house-specific clustering, more cross-traditional collaboration. Most importantly, magical practice itself showed early evidence of transformation. Teachers reported increasing integration between traditionally separate disciplines. Students experimented with cross-traditional applications. Even the castle's ambient magic demonstrated greater harmonic coherence between different enchantment systems. These developments represented exactly what the founders had originally intended, not elimination of specialized approaches but their complementary application toward common purpose. The convergence ritual hadn't merely defeated Voldemort but restored magical balance the founders themselves had sought centuries earlier. There's talk about restructuring house system next year, Hermione mentioned during ongoing updates. Not eliminating houses entirely, but changing how students interact between them. The Founders' Circle model apparently impressed Board of Governors, Susan added. Inter-house study groups and specialized project teams might become standard practice rather than exception. Meanwhile, Ron continued with characteristic focus on immediate concerns. Dumbledore's planning some kind of special ceremony before term ends. Very secretive, but apparently involves all 4 houses and something about founder legacy recognition. Harry nodded, already sensing preparations through his connection to castle enchantments. Dumbledore intended formal acknowledgement of the Convergence's broader implications beyond Voldemort's defeat, recognition that Wizarding Society stood at potential turning point regarding magical integration and house cooperation. Whatever happens next, Harry said, looking around at his friends from all houses, it builds on what we've already established. Not just defeating external threat but overcoming internal divisions. The founders would consider that their most important legacy. Speaking of legacy, Ginny interjected, Dumbledore mentioned you'll need to make decisions about the founders' sanctum and remaining artifacts once you're recovered. Apparently they respond differently since the convergence completion. This aligned with Harry's enhanced perception. The founders had designed their legacy with specific progression phases, anticipating eventual reintegration of separate traditions they had established for educational purposes. The convergence ritual's completion activated long-dormant aspects of their original enchantment structure. We'll address that together, Harry decided, including everyone present in his meaning. The founders never intended their knowledge to remain isolated within bloodlines. They created specialized approaches to develop distinct magical traditions, but always with eventual reintegration as ultimate goal. As his friends continued sharing developments and plans, Harry maintained broader awareness of transformation extending beyond immediate circumstances. The magical world stood at transitional threshold, not just recovery from specific threat but potential renaissance of integrated magical practice the founders themselves had envisioned. Whatever challenges awaited, they would face them not as separate houses with competing approaches but as unified magical community drawing strength from complementary traditions. The convergence hadn't merely defeated Voldemort but restored fundamental balance between magical diversity and unified purpose, the true legacy of Hogwarts founders finally fulfilled through their combined heir. The fourfold heir had completed his destined purpose. But Harry Potter's journey continued, not as bearer of separate bloodlines but embodiment of their harmonious integration, guiding Wizarding Society toward balanced future the founders themselves would recognize as fulfillment of their greatest hope. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.